Ninja Recruitment System. After ending up being Naruto's older brother and losing both parents at the event of Kyubi's Rampage, Zhang Miao felt a lot of pressure. Fortunately, he has the ninja recruiting system. As long as you collect enough ninja fragments, you can recruit the corresponding ninja. Not only could you obtain the chakra reserve of the recruited ninja, but you can also get the recruited ninja's ninjutsu or bloodline limit. So the question is, do you want Uchiha's blood or the ramen lover's blood? Chapter 1, Nine Tails Rampage. Wah! Wah! A loud baby cry suddenly sounded, and Zhang Miao, who was asleep, was suddenly awakened. Why is there a baby crying? The baby's cry was so loud that it hurt Zhang Miao's ears. Hearing such a loud cry, he frowned and slowly opened his eyes. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him stood a man and a woman covered in blood. A huge claw pierced through their bodies, and he was less than 10 centimeters away from the front end of the claw. In other words, if this huge claw advanced a little further, he would be skewered along with the two adults before him. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on? Just as Zhang Miao was shocked by the scene in front of him, he suddenly heard a crying female voice. I'm sorry. Ryuna shook. Naruto. Mom woke you up. I'm sorry. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao involuntarily raised his head and looked at the other person's face. When he saw the other person's face clearly, his heart was filled with shock once again. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina. As a loyal fan of the series, Zhang Miao instantly recognized the identity of the two people in front of him. At the same time, he, who was familiar with the plot, also understood the situation he was in. Kyubi's attack. In year 48 of Konoha, Kushina, Kyubi's Jinhyuriki, was giving birth. When the seal was at its weakest, Uchiha Obito suddenly attacked and pulled the Kyubi out of Kushina's body. He used his Mangekyo Sharingan to control it, intending to use the power of the Kyubi to destroy Konoha. Just when the situation turned sour, the fourth Hokage stepped out and used the forbidden technique, the dead demon consuming seal, to seal the Kyubi in the body of his son, Uzumaki Naruto, to calm the chaos of the Kyubi and save Konoha. This was the beginning of Naruto and also one of the later tear-provoking scenes. Zhang Miao was naturally very familiar with it, but what he did not expect was that he seemed to have become one of the people involved. Looking at the huge claws of the Kyubi in front of him, as well as Minato and Kushina, whose bodies were dyed red with blood, Zhang Miao's eyes were full of shock and fear. Are they trying to save me? But, why? As an orphan, Zhang Miao had suffered too much, so he understood the cold and warmth of people more than anyone else. Looking at the two people in front of him who were desperately protecting him, he was puzzled. However, time did not stop because of Zhang Miao's doubts. At this time, Minato's sporadic voice also sounded. Kushina. It seems that we can't hold on for long. It's about time to activate the 8 trigram seal. I also want to seal as much chakra as possible on Ryunosuke and Naruto. We have to separate for a while. If you have anything to say to them, just do it now. Hearing Minato's words, Kushina looked at Zhang Miao again and spoke. Ryunosuke, Naruto. You can't be picky in the future. You have to eat your food every day and grow up healthily. Remember to take a hot bath every day. Also, you can't stay up all night. You have to sleep well every day and try to make friends. It doesn't matter if you don't have many friends. It's enough to have a few trustworthy ones. Listening to Kushina's words, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. As an orphan, Zhang Miao had never seen his parents, and no one would nag these words of concern in his ears. So now, listening to Kushina's heartfelt words of concern made his whole heart tremble. It's obviously just a virtual character from an anime. It's obviously just a big hole dug by Kishimoto. It's obviously fake, but why can't my tears stop? Although Zhang Miao kept telling himself in his heart that everything in front of him was fake, a fake imagination incited by the old tricks of anime, and he even told himself that everything in front of him was just a dream, at this moment, his tears were falling like a broken dam, unable to stop. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was in tears, Kushina, who was talking endlessly, could not help but cry. Ryunosuke, Naruto, in the future, no matter if it's bitter or painful. You will go through a lot of things, you have to uphold your own pace, and also have dreams in your heart, and then put your dreams into practice, have confidence in yourself, I also, and, there are many things I want to tell you. I really want to live with you. I love you. Hearing this, looking at the sobbing Kushina, Zhang Miao's heart trembled even more. He couldn't help but clench his fists as he shed tears. Zhang Miao belonged to the kind of people who would treat others wholeheartedly if they treated him well. Kushina's true feelings made him feel the sensation of having a family that he had never felt before, but this hard-earned family affection was about to be taken away. This both saddened and angered him. Damn that Kyubi, damn you Obito, damn you Denzo, damn it, damn it. The strong anger immediately triggered Zhang Miao's fearless nature. At this moment, he forgot his fear, and his eyes immediately stared at the huge Kyubi. The sharp gaze of the resentful eyes seemed to tear a piece of meat off Kyubi's body. The Kyubi felt Zhang Miao's gaze, and its bloody red eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Sadness, anger, and hatred, is this look a newborn child should have? Not only was Kurama surprised, but even Minato was moved after seeing Zhang Miao's gaze. Kushina, Jiraiya-sensei said that Naruto will be the child of the prophecy that will save the world, but I think that Ryunosuke is also special, but from his eyes, I can see that there is some darkness in his heart. The Kyubi is an embodiment of hate, so I think I will only seal it on Naruto. Now I will begin. Hearing Minato's words, Kushina wiped away her tears and nodded. I understand. I'm sorry, Minato, I was the only one who talked so much. Looking at the crying Kushina, Minato shook his head. No. It doesn't matter. At this point, Minato suddenly smiled at Naruto and Zhang Miao and said, Naruto, Ryunosuke, what Dad wants to say is the same as your nagging mother 8 trigram seal. Along with Minato's voice, the ninjutsu was instantly activated. The huge body of Kyubi turned into a huge red ball of chakra under the effect of the seal, and like a flood, it was squeezed into the small body next to Zhang Miao and finally left a black vortex-shaped seal on his abdomen. The 8 trigram seal was completed. The Kyubi was sealed, and Minato, who had used up his last bit of strength, also fell to the ground, losing his last breath. At this time, Hiruzen and the others who had been waiting outside the barrier quickly ran over, their faces full of anxiety. Kushina, how do you feel? Looking at the anxious Hiruzen, Kushina squeezed out a smile. Sandaime-sama, the one with the red hair, is the elder brother Ryunosuke, and the one with yellow hair is called Naruto. I'll entrust them to you. Hearing Kushina's words, Hiruzen immediately nodded. Ryunosuke and Naruto? Got it. I'll call the medical class. Looking at Hiruzen, who was ready to call for help, Kushina shook her head and said weakly, no. No need. Also. Minato said, that there was some darkness in Ryunosuke's heart. Thank you. Thank you. Her voice disappeared along with her life. At this point, Zhang Miao also understood that the Ryunosuke mentioned by Minato and Kushina was him. Because of this, seeing that Kushina still remembered him before she died, Zhang Miao felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his tears flowed down like a river. Are you still worried about me before you die? This damn dream really won't stop until I have enough tears. Enough. I don't want to continue. This damn dream, wake up quickly. Chapter 2, The Disappearing Corpse. In Zhang Miao's view, everything in front of him was just an irrelevant dream. Perhaps it was because he had watched too much Naruto in the day that he had this kind of dream at night. According to Zhang Miao's past experience, as long as he realized that it was a dream, as long as he wanted to, he would be able to wake up on his own soon. Unfortunately, this method seemed to fail this time. Zhang Miao tried several times, but he still did not get out of this strange dream. Therefore, he could only take a step back and do the second best thing. He raised his white and tender little palm and hit his own face. Slap! The voice was crisp and clear, and it immediately brought the dazed Sarutobi back to reality. At this time, Hiruzen was in a very heavy mood. The attack of the Kyubi had given Konoha a great blow. Many excellent ninjas, including his wife, Biwako, were sacrificed in this catastrophe. Now, even the fourth Hokage, Minato, and Kyubi's Jinchuriki, Kushina, were dead, which was a heavy blow to both his personal feelings and the entire Konoha. At the same time, what Kushina said before she died made Sarutobi very puzzled. Minato said before he died that there was darkness in his older kid's heart? What darkness could a newborn have in his heart? Wasn't this nonsense? But now, Hiruzen didn't have much time to think about these things. Although the Kyubi was successfully sealed again, there were still many follow-up matters that needed to be dealt with, and he needed to resolve them quickly. Thinking of this, Hiruzen immediately picked up Zhang Miao and Naruto and then talked to the ninja beside him. I will take these two babies back first, and I will leave the rest to you. Yes, Sandaime-sama. After receiving a definite answer, Hiruzen nodded and then used the body flicker jutsu to disappear instantly. The moment he disappeared, there were bursts of exclamations on the battlefield. Ah! The body of the fourth Hokage is gone. And the body of the Jinchuriki is also gone. They were here just now. Where did they go now? Is there another ninja lurking around here? Go and report to the third, and the rest of you, split up. Roger. The news of Minato and Kushina's mysteriously disappearing bodies was quickly reported to Hiruzen. After hearing this, he frowned. In order to seal the Kyubi, Minato and Kushina had already set up a barrier around them. At that time, I didn't see anyone around. As a cage-level expert with the nickname God of Shinobi, Hiruzen was confident that no one could hide under his eyes. Moreover, all the ninjas present were the Anbu, directly serving the Hokage. With their ability, it was obviously impossible to steal the bodies of Minato and Kushina under their nose. Thinking of this, Hiruzen frowned and then turned his cold eyes to the Anbu, who was half kneeling in front of him. This matter ends here. There is no need to continue investigating. Yes. For the Anbu, the order of the Hokage was absolute, so after hearing the words of Hiruzen, he immediately agreed and left the office. After the Anbu left, Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a deep breath, then exhaled a long smoke. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes amid the smoke. Is this work of Minato? He, who was called the Professor, had never heard of any ninjutsu that would disappear together with the body, but the possibility of it being stolen was also very little. The only explanation was that it was stolen using space-time ninjutsu. And the one who was most skilled in space-time ninjutsu was undoubtedly Minato, who was famously known as the Yellow Flash. If he left a delayed flying thunder god technique on himself and Kushina, then their bodies would suddenly disappear from the eyes of the Anbu, which was not difficult to explain. But why did Minato do this? What is the reason for this? Thinking of this, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. While he was thinking hard, on the other side, Zhang Miao, who was lying on the big bed, was in a daze. So I wasn't dreaming but actually crossed to the world of Naruto. The reason why Zhang Miao came to this conclusion was because of the clear slap from before. When the slap landed, Zhang Miao did not wake up as he had expected. Instead, he felt a pain in his face. At the same time, a strange voice sounded in his mind. Super valuable item found. Would you like to pick it up? After hearing this voice, Zhang Miao was stunned. For a moment, he did not know how to react. It was only when Hiruzen picked him up that strange voice rang out again. Host has no response. The system picks it up. Ding! Obtained Super Cage Level Corpse, Male, X1, obtained Elite Jonin Corpse, Female, X1. In the Naruto world, the corpses of the strong were indeed extremely valuable. This was because not only could they obtain information about the dead ninjas, but they were also required to use certain forbidden jutsu such as Sasori's puppets and Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. The stronger the corpse was when it was alive, the more valuable it would be. That was why every village would set up a special corpse processing unit in order to prevent the corpse of their ninjas from being used by other people. Of course, Zhang Miao knew about this, but what surprised him was the thing that made the sound in his mind. System. Zhang Miao liked to read online novels, so he was naturally very familiar with the system. Most importantly, he felt that it was already incredible that he could dream about the plot of Naruto. A super high-level thing like the system would never appear in his dreams. Most importantly, while being carried by Hiruzen all the way back to the village, the cold wind blowing on his face told Zhang Miao that it was the real world. It seems that I really crossed over. As a character who had been in society for many years, Zhang Miao quickly accepted the fact that he had crossed over, and according to the current situation, his situation was not too bad. First of all, according to Kushina, he should be in Konoha, and his identity should be the son of Minato and Kushina, the brother of Naruto. And according to the previous situation, Minato seemed to intend to seal the Kyubi in his body, but later, he seemed to realize that there was some darkness in his heart, so he sealed the Kyubi on Naruto. From this point of view, it should be true that he was Minato's own child. As for what Minato said, Zhang Miao also agreed because only a child's heart would be pure and innocent. As an adult, Zhang Miao's situation in society was not smooth sailing. Zhang Miao himself did not believe that his heart was bright either. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could not help but admire Minato a little. He saw the darkness in my heart the first time we met. As expected of the famous fourth Hokage in the Naruto world, or should I say, as expected of my father. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly had an idea. If Minato and Kushina didn't die, then he would be very happy on this trip. Of course, this idea only flashed in his mind because Zhang Miao, who was familiar with the plot, knew that the Kyubi's attack on Konoha was just the beginning. According to the plot, after about 10 years, Orochimaru would launch the Konoha Crush plan, and then the Akatsuki would also attack Konoha. After Nagato died, Obito and Kabuto would start the Fourth Shinobi War, and in the end, when Madara revived, he would use the infinite Tsukuyomi to make everyone fall into eternal illusions. Zhang Miao felt that with his own strength, even if he did not die in Orochimaru's attack, it would be difficult for him to survive when Nagato controlled pain to attack Konoha. Even if he managed to avoid the two great catastrophes, Zhang Miao didn't want to get hanged on a tree like Chinese sausage when the infinite Tsukuyomi finally came. And if he wanted to avoid all of this, his greatest hope would be the system in his mind. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately anxiously asked his mind. System, what kind of function do you have? Chapter 3, Recruitment System. In fact, Zhang Miao was not the kind of person who liked to rely on external help. Even when he was in his most difficult time, he did not want to rely on anyone. But now, he had no choice because this was the world of Naruto. One must know that the world of Naruto was famous for its background, and the bloodline basically determined the achievements of a person's life. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that even those who looked very awesome in the beginning, or even those with a strong bloodline limit, would be eliminated easily. In the end, they were reduced to just some fodder for the stronger. In the original plot, Naruto and Sasuke were able to last until the end because the two of them were the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, the reincarnation of Indra and Asura. However, even with the help of Sage and the tailed beasts, they were almost killed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the end, if not for the help of Obito, Sakura, and Kakashi, the two of them might have failed, and the ninja world would naturally be finished. The opponent was too powerful, and it was not something that could be defeated by just hard work, so Zhang Miao could only pin his hopes on the system in his mind. The protagonists of this series are all so awesome. You have to be more powerful. As if sensing Zhang Miao's thoughts, the voice from before once again resounded in his mind. The system's full name is the Ninja Recruitment System. As the name implies, the function of this system is to recruit ninjas. With this system, the host can recruit any ninja to be loyal to him. Moreover, the host can also obtain the bloodline limit or ninjutsu of their recruits. In addition, the host's own chakra is the sum of the chakra of the recruited ninjas. Hiss. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his eyes full of shock. You said that my own chakra is the sum of all the recruits? In other words, if I recruit 10 ninjas, then my chakra is the total of these 10 people. Yes, the more ninjas recruited by the host, the greater the total amount of chakra. Hiss. After receiving the system's confirmation, Zhang Miao could not help but take a deep breath, and his eyes were also filled with ecstasy. Great, it seems that this recruitment system is really a powerful system. I will succeed now. Of course, there was a reason why Zhang Miao was so happy. Chakra could be said to be one of the important criteria to measure the strength of a ninja. As everyone knew, chakra was one of the important prerequisites for a ninja to use ninjutsu. Because no matter what ninjutsu was used, it required chakra, and the amount of chakra directly determined how many ninjutsu a ninja could use. This was like a showdown between two gunmen. One person only had a few bullets, while the other person had dozens of bullets. In a situation where their marksmanship was almost equal, then naturally, the person with more bullets had the advantage. Moreover, the nature of chakra is much more powerful than bullets because once they have enough chakra, some powerful ninjas can also use some super powerful ninjutsu. For example, the first Hokage's deep forest emergence. That level of ninjutsu can simply be described as earth-shattering. Of course, these super ninjutsus, like the deep forest emergence, is not something that can be used with just sufficient chakra, it also needs the corresponding bloodline limit to support it, but this is enough to show the importance of chakra. In the most simple words, it is one power could defeat 10. And chakra was this power. In fact, the reason why the tailed beasts were so awesome was actually that they had a huge reserve of chakra, especially the 9 tails, who was a terrifying tailed beast that possessed nearly infinite chakra. Zhang Miao could already imagine that with the help of the recruitment system, in the future, he would possess chakra that even surpassed the tailed beasts, turning him into a super mobile fortress. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He continued to ask the system inside his mind. Then, how should I recruit ninjas? Should I recruit those wandering ninjas? In Zhang Miao's opinion, it was generally impossible to recruit a ninja within a village. Only those wandering ninjas who have lost their country could accept his recruitment. However, what Zhang Miao did not expect was that the moment this idea came to his mind, it was immediately rejected by the system in his mind. The host is wrong. With this system, the host will have the ability to recruit any ninja. As long as you defeat them or obtain their recognition, you will be able to obtain their Ninja Fragment. Ninja Fragment. Hearing this term, Zhang Miao was a little confused. What is the Ninja Fragment? In the face of Zhang Miao's doubts, the system immediately gave him a reply. The Ninja Fragment is a necessary tool for recruiting ninjas. As long as you collect enough of the corresponding ninja fragments, you can recruit the corresponding ninja. No matter if it is an ordinary ninja or a strong ninja with an outstanding bloodline limit, you can recruit them all. Sheesh, hearing this answer, Zhang Miao could not help but gasp again. Doesn't that mean that I have a chance to obtain multiple bloodline limits? Yes. As long as the host uses the ninja fragment to recruit a ninja with a bloodline limit, not only can you obtain their pledge of loyalty, but you can also obtain their bloodline limit or ninjutsu, as well as the other party's full-fledged chakra reserves. In addition, the system has many powerful functions that need to be explored by the host. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao could no longer hold back the joy in his heart and burst out laughing. Wahaha! That's great! With such an ability, why should I be afraid? Although I can't recruit Kaguya, I should be able to recruit Obito and Nagato. When I finally get my hands on the two, I must dig out Madara's pair of Rinnegan and crush them. At this moment, Zhang Miao, who had the recruitment system, suddenly gained a lot of confidence. Without that pair of Rinnegan, even if Madara is revived, I want to see if he still could use the infinite Tsukuyomi. Without the infinite Tsukuyomi, what can Black Zetsu use to revive Kaguya? I'm simply too smart, ha 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 ha. Wah ha ha ha. Just as Zhang Miao was laughing happily, suddenly, a foreign object was stuffed into his mouth, causing his laughter to stop. At the same time, a rough voice sounded in his ears. Stop laughing, hurry up and drink your milk. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly realized that he was still a baby. Even if he wanted to clean up the soil, he had to wait until he grew up. There was only one thing he needed to do at present: drink milk. What else was there to say? Let's eat. Slurp gulp. Verb. Chapter 4, Meeting Kakashi. Being a baby was depressing, especially for an adult like Zhang Miao, but he had no way to deal with the situation in front of him. Even the system in his mind only told him that the greatest help the system could provide him at the moment was that even if he drank too much milk, he would not suffer from stomach problems. Of course, from an objective point of view, this was indeed a great help. Zhang Miao also understood this. Since he did not have to worry about his stomach, he could drink milk with all his strength every day. Generally, he could consume a portion of milk for an entire day at a time. Of course, the benefits brought by this were also very obvious. With the help of the system to digest and absorb nutrients, Zhang Miao grew very fast, and his body was much stronger than ordinary babies. He was only half a year old, and he could already stand up and walk unsteadily. At this time, Zhang Miao did not look like a baby who was only half a year old but like a child who was about 1.5 years old. At this point, even Hiruzen was amazed. But what made Hiruzen even more surprised was when the Anbu, which was responsible for taking care of Zhang Miao and Naruto, reported back to him that Zhang Miao had thrown his milk bottle and ran to the street. Hiruzen was so surprised that he almost dropped his pipe on the ground. Didn't you say a few days ago that he just started standing and learning how to walk? How could he suddenly run away? After the shock, Hiruzen hurriedly gave orders to his Anbu subordinates immediately go and find Zhang Miao. At this time, he was a little anxious because recently, the village was not peaceful, and there were always cases of children missing. If something happened to Zhang Miao, he didn't know what to say to his dead parents. Under the command of Hiruzen, the Anbu immediately took action. In less than 5 minutes, they found Zhang Miao, who was wandering around the door of Yakiniku-kyu. At that time, several Anbu were stunned. Did this child want to eat some meat? In fact, the Anbu had indeed guessed correctly. Zhang Miao was indeed ready to eat meat. Although Zhang Miao had only grown 2 lower teeth at this time, since he had the help of the system and did not have to worry about stomachache, what was there to worry about eating meat? One had to know that he, Zhang Miao, was a genuine carnivore. He was already bored from drinking just milk for these past 6 months. Want to eat salt? I want to eat meat. Zhang Miao's inner cries naturally could not be heard. Carrying Hokage's order, the Anbus did not hesitate to send Zhang Miao back to his residence and then went to report to the Hokage. The Anbu obviously underestimated Zhang Miao's determination to eat meat. Not long after they left, Zhang Miao slipped out of the door again and came to the outside of the Yakiniku Q shop. It was only at this time that Zhang Miao found an important problem: he had no money. As one of the most expensive places in Konoha, the Yakiniku Q was not a place for charity, and its expensive fees were enough to make many jonin hesitate. In the original work, according to Asuma's memories, there was one time when the Inoshikacho trio ate there without any money on them. Asuma knelt down to the boss at that time. It could be seen how expensive the place was. Zhang Miao stood at the entrance of the shop and thought for a long time. In the end, he did not think of a way to eat meat without spending money, so he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. Sigh, forget it, let's go back and continue drinking milk. At least the milk sent by the Anbu is free. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao was ready to go back to the house, but just as he turned around and walked back, a silver-haired teenager suddenly came into his sight. That hairstyle and hair color, and that mask. At present, in the entire Konoha village, only Jiraiya and Kaka had this white hair, and from the attire of the teenager in front of him, Zhang Miao recognized him at a glance. Kakashi. Objectively speaking, meeting Kakashi in Konoha was not something to make a fuss about, and of course, Zhang Miao would not be excited to see Kakashi. In fact, what attracted Zhang Miao's attention was not Kakashi himself but the fresh fishes inside the basket on his back. Those looked delicious. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then silently followed behind Kakashi. As a subordinate of my cheap father in this life, it shouldn't be too much for me to ask him for a meal, right? Zhang Miao, who was following behind Kakashi, secretly thought. Zhang Miao's figure naturally could not be hidden from Kakashi, who was called Genius Ninja. In fact, when he came from the street, Kakashi had already noticed this little guy. After walking for a while, Kakashi finally stopped and looked back at Zhang Miao with his dead fish eyes. Hey, kid, what are you following me for? Damn, you actually called me kid. You seem to be only 13 years old now, right? Hearing Kakashi's words, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth could not help but twitch, but for the sake of the fish, Zhang Miao answered honestly. Eat fish. Hey. This answer was obviously beyond Kakashi's expectations, but looking at Zhang Miao staring at the fish basket behind him, Kakashi could not help but frown. Where are your parents? They are all dead. Zhang Miao answered calmly, but Kakashi frowned even more deeply. A child who looked only 1 year old but could declare that his parents were dead with no expression was simply beyond logic. Therefore, Kakashi was silent for a few seconds before he asked Zhang Miao again, your parents are dead? Who told you this? At this time, Kakashi was disgusted by the talkative guy. After all, this kind of thing was too cruel for a child. But what Kakashi did not expect was that Zhang Miao shook his head indifferently. I saw it with my own eyes on the day the Kyubi appeared. This was the first time in 6 months that Zhang Miao spoke to others. Because his body was too young and his vocal cords were not fully developed, his voice was a little childish, and his words were not very clear. However, Kakashi understood it. They got sacrificed when the Kyubi attacked Konoha. After hearing Zhang Miao's answer, Kakashi felt a little emotional. Half a year ago, when the Kyubi attacked Konoha, many people died in the village, and Kakashi's mentor Minato and Kushina were also sacrificed in that catastrophe. Looking at Zhang Miao's red hair, Kakashi's eyes flashed with a hint of softness. He raised his eyebrows and turned around. Do you want to eat fish? Come with me. Chapter 5, Kakashi's Shock. Kakashi was indeed good at cooking fish, which could be seen from the pile of fish bones on the table on Zhang Miao's left. Well, this fish dish tastes really good. What's its name? After finishing the last fish on the plate, Zhang Miao asked while sucking his fingers. Looking at Zhang Miao's satisfied look, Kakashi crossed his arms, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Fried river fish Kakashi's style. After saying this, Kakashi suddenly remembered that Obito and Rin were also very fond of his fried fish. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of nostalgia and pain. Seeing Kakashi suddenly silent, Zhang Miao, who was familiar with the plot, could probably guess his thoughts, so Zhang Miao suddenly let out a long sigh. Ah, such delicious fish, what should I do next time if I can't eat it? I'm really worried. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi temporarily put down the painful memory. He looked up at Zhang Miao, who was rubbing his temples in pain, and then turned his head again. Well, you can just come again when I'm around. You often eat and drink for free. How can you be embarrassed? After hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao shook his head again. But soon, he seemed to think of something and suddenly clapped his hands. I have. How about this, I use this thing as meal money, what do you think? After that, Zhang Miao threw something on the table. Kakashi did not care too much about Zhang Miao's words because, in his view, as an orphan of war, Zhang Miao definitely could not give anything valuable. It would be some beautiful stones he picked up on the road at most. But when he turned to look at the table, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the things on the table. This is... The thing that appeared on the table at this time was a kunao. But it was definitely not some ordinary kunao. This bitter one was a three-pronged kunao, and on its handle, there were 4 small characters visible to the naked eye. Swords of Shinobi's Love. Perhaps ordinary people would feel unfamiliar with this kunao, but for Kakashi, this kunao could not be more familiar. Because this was his teacher's Flying Thunder God kunao. Kakashi grabbed the kunao on the table and held it in front of his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is the 4th Hokage's. Before Kakashi could finish his words, Zhang Miao's indifferent voice suddenly came into his ears. It seems that you are very satisfied with my payment, so I am relieved. Also, 4th Hokage is too distant. I think he wants you to call him Minato-sensei more. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately turned to look at Zhang Miao, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes again. How did you know? Also, where did you get this kunao? Kakashi remembered that when he met Zhang Miao, his hand was empty. How could he suddenly pull out a Flying Thunder God kunao? Did he pick it up on the road? This was impossible. One must know that after the Kyubi attack on Konoha, all the kunao had been properly sealed up, and it was difficult to even look for them, let alone pick them up on the road. As for forgery, it was even more impossible. Kakashi felt that no matter how stupid he was, this was unmistakably his teacher's kunao. Looking at the shocked Kakashi, Zhang Miao immediately waved his hand at him. This is a long story, and I don't know how to explain it for a while. Anyway, you just need to know a little bit, and that thing is mine. Now I give it to you, it is yours, just like that. At this point, Zhang Miao jumped down from the chair, patted his belly, and then waved to Kakashi. Well, I'm full now. I should go back. Thank you for your hospitality. After that, Zhang Miao directly stepped out of the door. When he went to the door and opened it to go out, Kakashi suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly asked him, "What's your name?" Name. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao suddenly stopped. After thinking for a while, he scratched his head and smiled at Kakashi. If I remember correctly, the name that the 3rd old man registered for me is Ryunosuke. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. Hearing this name and looking at Zhang Miao's fiery red hair, Kakashi immediately thought of a person. Minato's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. The Uzumaki clan had originally lived in the land of Whirlpool's Uzushiagakur, but ever since it was destroyed, the people of the Uzumaki clan had been scattered around the world. Kushina, on the other hand, was the only Uzumaki in Konoha. Now, Zhang Miao claimed that his surname was Uzumaki, and said that his name was registered by the 3rd Hokage. This should be true. He also said before that his parents were sacrificed when the Kyubi attacked Konoha, which proved that his parents were originally from this village. Most importantly, he also took out a Flying Thunder God kunao. Kakashi was a ninja who was good at analyzing, and when he connected all of this together, he immediately came to a shocking conclusion. The child in front of him was the orphan of his teacher, Minato. After coming to this conclusion, Kakashi suddenly calmed down. He quickly walked to Zhang Miao, holding the door opened by Zhang Miao with one hand and holding Zhang Miao's chin with the other. Open your mouth, Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, but he still opened his mouth honestly. Looking at the two lonely little white teeth, Kakashi opened his eyes wide again. Only 2 teeth? Are you not a year old yet? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Zhang Miao pushed aside Kakashi's hand that was holding his chin and rolled his eyes at him. Can't I mature earlier? And isn't this exactly the result you wanted? This. Looking at Kakashi's speechless appearance, Zhang Miao could not help but sigh again and then waved at him. Sigh. All right, you should already know. I should go back. I will come back tomorrow to eat more fish. Bye. After that, Zhang Miao opened the door and went out, then closed the door from the outside. Bang! When the sound of the door closing rang out, Kakashi reacted again. Looking at the closed door and then looking down at the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand, he thought of Zhang Miao's face, which was somewhat similar to his teacher. A smile appeared on Kakashi's face. I didn't expect Minato-sensei to leave a child behind. This is great, really, great. At this point, Kakashi suddenly felt his eyes become a little moist. At the same time, Zhang Miao, who had just walked out of Kakashi's room, also received a system prompt. Ding! Obtained Hitaki Kakashi's Fragment X5. Chapter 6, Ninja Fragments. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly narrowed his eyes happily, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Success! The ninja fragment obtained by Kakashi was one of the goals of Zhang Miao's trip. According to the system prompt, if he wanted to obtain the ninja fragment, he had to defeat the other party or obtain their recognition. But for Zhang Miao now, defeating a ninja was completely impossible. Let alone Kakashi, even if it was an ordinary genin, Zhang Miao was not their opponent. Then there was only the second way, and that was to obtain the other party's recognition. However, this method was not easy, especially in a world like the world of Naruto, where the strong reign supreme. Obtaining the recognition of others was not much easier than defeating the other party. Zhang Miao also knew this, so he could only gamble. Gambling that Kakashi would acknowledge him because of Minato. Fortunately, Zhang Miao succeeded. When he exposed his identity through indirect means, Kakashi really recognized him because of Minato. The fact that he could get Kakashi's ninja fragment was proof. It had to be said that Zhang Miao was really lucky because, in the ninja world, it was normal for people to be cold to others. Ninjas like Kakashi, who valued relationships, were really rare. And Zhang Miao also knew this, so he dared to expose his identity to Kakashi so brazenly. Because he knew that even if Kakashi did not acknowledge him because of Minato, he would not harm him, let alone reveal the secret of his identity. To this point, Zhang Miao was totally sure. In summary, Zhang Miao's battle this time was very successful. Not only did he get to eat delicious fried fish, but he also got the precious Kakashi's ninja fragment. It could be said that it was a rare opening victory. On the way, Zhang Miao excitedly asked the system. System, I have 5 fragments of Kakashi now. Can I recruit him now? Unfortunately, you can't. In the face of Zhang Miao's inquiry, the system immediately rejected him. At the same time, the system also explained to him. Kakashi is a 5-star jonin, so you need 400 corresponding ninja fragments to recruit him. 400. Hearing the system's answer, Zhang Miao almost bit his tongue. His expression was full of shock. Why do I need so much? And I have only heard of a 5-star. What is a 5-star jonin? This is the system's classification for recruiting ninjas. In the face of Zhang Miao's doubts, the system explained to him again. The target of recruitment is divided into 0 to 10 stars. Among them, only ordinary villagers could be recruited using 5 ninja fragments. 1-star ninjas are ninja students, and it requires 25 ninja fragments to recruit. Genins are 2-star, and the recruitment requires 50 ninja fragments, and the 3 stars are. Without waiting for the system to finish speaking, Zhang Miao clapped his hands again. I understand 3 stars require 100 fragments, 4 stars require 200, 5 stars require 400, and so on. Then recruiting 10-star ninjas requires 12,800 fragments, right? Yes, the host is right. Hearing the system's affirmation, Zhang Miao immediately grinned, but the system's next words immediately made Zhang Miao's expression change. 10-star ninja is too far away from the host. The fact that the host can get the fragments of 5-star ninja is already a miracle. However, the possibility of collecting the fragments of 5-star ninja is basically zero. Please do not bite off more than you can chew. Please start step by step from zero. The system's words were like a wake-up call for Zhang Miao. Yes, this time, I could rely on Minato's name and a little cleverness to gain Kakashi's recognition. So what about next time? What about next time? Recruiting Kakashi requires 400 corresponding ninja fragments. In other words, Zhang Miao needed to defeat Kakashi or let him recognize him 80 times. He needed to get his recognition 79 more times. This number made Zhang Miao almost collapse. Damn, what method should I use next time to make him recognize me? Do I use my monstrous appetite? Just as Zhang Miao was thinking about how to make Kakashi recognize him next time, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and his feet left the ground. By the time he reacted, his whole body had been picked up by someone, and when he saw the surrounding scenery disappeared in a flash. This was not the first time Zhang Miao had experienced such a scene, so he was very calm. The Anbu is really fast and efficient. It was not strange at all that Anbu could find him so quickly. He even guessed that when he was eating fish at Kakashi's house, the Anbu had already found him, but for some reason, they did not go indirectly to take him away. However, these were not important. A few minutes later, Zhang Miao was brought to his residence. When the door closed, Zhang Miao heard the sound of the door being locked outside. Clack! Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders. Then, he slowly walked to a small bed not far away. Looking at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly inside, the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a smile. Stupid little brother, big bro is back after eating. After that, Zhang Miao yawned, then turned over and climbed onto a slightly larger bed next to him, pulling up the blanket. I ran for an entire afternoon. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. The sky slowly darkened, and at the same time, the sound of Zhang Miao's well-proportioned breathing echoed in the room. While Zhang Miao was sleeping soundly, Kakashi was still trying hard to think. This flying thunder god kunao, where did he bring it from? Did he hide it on his body from the beginning? Of course, Kakashi would not have thought that Zhang Miao had a magical storage space on him, and this kunao was the one he took out from the system storage. In addition, there were two people lying in Zhang Miao's system space. Although their bodies were full of blood and they were no longer breathing, their faces had a faint rosy color. They were lying there as if they were asleep. If Kakashi saw the two of them, he would be even more shocked. Because the two people lying in Zhang Miao's system space were none other than his parents, Minato and Kushina. Half a year ago, when Zhang Miao just activated the recruitment system, the system put Minato and Kushina's bodies into its storage space. When Zhang Miao came back to his senses, he asked the system a question. System, how long can the system space keep the bodies? The system replied like this. In theory, permanently. The premise is that the host is alive. Once the host dies, the system space will automatically be collapsed. Hearing the answer, Zhang Miao's eyes immediately lit up. In other words, as long as I am alive, even in a few decades, Minato and Kushina's bodies will be the same as now. Yes. After getting this accurate answer, Zhang Miao almost jumped up in joy. That's great. There was a reason why Zhang Miao was so happy. This was the world of Naruto, a world that was known to be full of exploits, where forbidden techniques were emerging one after another. And what Zhang Miao thought of was a forbidden technique, the one's own life reincarnation. Chapter 7, Zhang Miao's Plan. The One-Own's life reincarnation was a reincarnation jutsu that used the entirety of the user's chakra as a medium to give life to others. At the same time, it could also allow ninja puppets to obtain life. Because it could cause the death of the user, it was classified as a forbidden technique. The person who mastered this ninjutsu was none other than the senior of the village of Tsunagakura in the land of Wind Granmacho. The original purpose of Granmacho developing this book was to revive Sasori's dead parents, but because of Sasori's defection, everything she did became useless. Later, under the influence of Naruto, Granmacho chose to use this jutsu to resurrect the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, who died after the Akatsuki extracted Shikaku from his body. She sacrificed her own life as the cost. Zhang Miao was naturally very familiar with this plot, so he naturally remembered the super ninjutsu that could be called a bug. At this moment, the first thing Zhang Miao thought he should do was, he must go to the Tsunagakura in the future and then use the forbidden technique to revive Minato and Kushina. Zhang Miao was very clear that it was impossible to persuade Zhou to sacrifice her life to revive Minato and Kushina. But with the recruitment system, it would be different. The recruitment system used ninja fragments to recruit ninjas, and although the recruited ninjas had the same memory and skills as the original work, they were two completely different individuals. More importantly, the recruited ninjas would be completely loyal to him. In other words, as long as Zhang Miao found a way to get Grandma Chiyo's recognition and collect enough ninja fragments, he could use the system to recruit her, and then order her to revive Minato and Kushina. This was feasible. Zhang Miao had already made up his mind. Since I have this recruitment system, no one can stop me from seizing this rare family affection. Although he already had a preliminary plan, it was still quite difficult to implement them. Let alone getting Chiyo's recognition, just going to Tsunagakure was a big problem. It must be known that Konoha had just ended the war with them. The anger between the two villages had not yet completely subsided. At this time, even if Zhang Miao had a way to go there, he was afraid that before he could see Grandma Cho, he would be killed by the border guards. Sure enough, strength is the key. Let's find a way to recruit Kakashi first. The rest can wait until later. Zhang Miao thought to himself as he held the milk bottle in his mouth. After yesterday's incident, the Anbu's surveillance today was particularly tight. They even locked the door. Zhang Miao observed from the window for a long time, but he still hadn't found a way to sneak out. If I don't think of a way, I'm afraid that today I will not be able to eat Kakashi's fried fish. Well, not being able to eat some delicious fish is just a small matter. If I can't meet Kakashi, my plan of collecting his ninja fragments will be ruined. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately looked at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly on the small bed next to him, and then gritted his teeth. It can't be helped, stupid little brother. I can only use you. Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, did not know that his cruel brother was rolling up his sleeves and swinging his arms at him for his escape plan. Slap! A big slap accurately hit Naruto's face, immediately waking him up from his sleep. 3 seconds later, a loud cry suddenly echoed in the room. Wah! 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 Naruto was really talented. His voice was so loud that even Zhang Miao, who had lived 2 lives, was very surprised. But at this time, he did not have time to be stunned. When Naruto cried, he immediately threw down the milk bottle in his hand and quickly went under the bed next to him. Zhang Miao had just entered under the bed when he heard the door open. A female Anbu wearing a cat-shaped mask immediately ran in and quickly walked to Naruto's bedside. What's going on? Why is your face so red? Is it a fever? As she spoke, she touched Naruto's forehead. After finding that there was no abnormality, she replaced Naruto's diaper. The degree of her attentiveness made Zhang Miao, who was hiding under the bed, nod secretly. From writing scrolls with a pen, opening a store to engage in the economy, to changing a baby's diapers, the Anbu is indeed omnipotent. As if she felt Zhang Miao's praise, after the female Anbu changed Naruto's diapers, she looked at the small bed where Zhang Miao was. However, when she saw the small empty bed, she was stunned. Where is he? After discovering that Zhang Miao was not on the bed, the well-proportioned female Anbu quickly scanned her surroundings. When she found the milk bottle that rolled down the window, her expression under the mask suddenly changed. Damn, he must have run out from the window. Thinking of this, she quickly walked to the door, then took out a whistle and blew it. Phoeeb. Less than 10 seconds after the whistle was blown, several Anbu who were also wearing masks appeared in front of her, and one tall and sturdy Anbu immediately spoke to her. Ying, what's going on? Hearing his question, the female Anbu called Ying quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. That child ran out again. He ran out again. The burly Anbu frowned at first, then waved his hand and said, let's not sweat other things for now. Hurry up and get him back. Scatter. Roger. Following his order, several members of the Anbu immediately agreed and disappeared. The people of the Anbu did not expect that the target they were looking for was actually hiding under the bed less than 5 meters away from them. In fact, it was not that the Anbu was too careless. If it was an adult, the Anbu in charge of guarding the house would definitely check the possible hidden places in the room first when they found that someone was missing. But Zhang Miao was different. Who would have thought that a half-year-old child would play tricks on them? After the Anbu disappeared, Zhang Miao came out from under the bed and slipped out with a sly smile. Zhang Miao did not know that his every move was clearly seen by an old man sitting in front of a crystal ball. Watching him slapping Naruto and hiding under the bed until the end bite left, Hiruzen smiled and slipped away. His face was full of complex emotions. It seems that Minato and Kushina are right. This child really has some darkness in his heart, but I have to say, this kid is really a genius. Thinking of this, Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and then waved his hand again. The scene in the crystal ball changed again. However, this time it was not Zhang Miao who appeared inside, but a place full of smoke. Everyone who was familiar with this place knew that this was Konoha's bathhouse. In the fog, there were also a few slim and fair-skinned figures. Looking at this scene, a stream of red blood flowed down Hiruzen's nose. Nice. At this moment, the great third Hokage of Konoha showed a face of satisfaction. Chapter 8, A Genius. At this time, Hiruzen was not too worried about Zhang Miao's safety because from the direction he was headed, Hiruzen judged that he should go to Kakashi's home. This was the main road of Konoha, and there were many people around. The possibility of danger was very small. Secondly, there were several Anbu members who were searching for Zhang Miao around the village. In this case, even if there were people with bad intentions, it was impossible for them to harm Zhang Miao at this time, because it would mean death for them. Because of these two reasons, Hiruzen stopped monitoring Zhang Miao and instead used the crystal ball to peep girls at the bathhouse. This was his biggest motivation to work. Hee, nice, nice. While Hiruzen was busy peeping, Zhang Miao, who managed to avoid the ambus, arrived at Kakashi's house and then reached out his hand to knock on the door. Knock knock. At this time, Kakashi was around. To be precise, he was waiting for Zhang Miao to come. When he heard the knock on the door, he immediately ran to open the door. When he opened the door, he was shocked by Zhang Miao who was standing at the door. At this time, he was wearing a pink dress, a small round hat with flowers on it, and a cute teddy bear in his hand. Seeing this scene, Kakashi suddenly opened his mouth. Ryuna shook, you. Are you a girl? Bullshit. Faced with Kakashi's doubts, Zhang Miao immediately responded with a roll of his eyes, I am a man, but if I don't dress up like this, how can I deceive those Anbus? The Anbu. This time it was Kakashi who was surprised, why did they look for you? Stupid. SSH. Looking at Kakashi's surprised face, Zhang Miao once again rolled his eyes at him, because I sneaked out. The third asked them to protect me, so of course, they went to find me. So that's how it is. Hearing Zhang Miao's answer, Kakashi immediately understood. If it was some ordinary child, it was impossible for the third to go to such length, but Zhang Miao was the orphan of the fourth Hokage, so it was natural for him to do this. Recently, many adults and children have gone missing in Konoha. Kakashi was also one of the Anbu who was responsible for investigating this matter, so he naturally understood. Kakashi found that there were many suspicious signs pointing toward Orochimaru about these accidents, but he was a disciple of the third Hokage. Without conclusive evidence, Kakashi did not dare to make a conclusion casually. Thinking of this, Kakashi leaned aside to let Zhang Miao inside and asked, Ryuna shook, on your way here, did you see? Well, some suspicious people. Before he finished speaking, Kakashi suddenly stopped and then helplessly patted his forehead. Sorry, I said something strange. In Kakashi's opinion, no matter how smart this little guy was, he was still a child less than a year old. How could he understand what was suspicious? But what Kakashi did not expect was that Zhang Miao shook his head. No, what you said is not strange. As he spoke, Zhang Miao walked into Kakashi's house, found a place to sit down, and waved to Kakashi. Looking at Zhang Miao's movements, Kakashi's expression suddenly changed. He quickly closed the door and walked to the baby. His instinct told him that Zhang Miao might give him a surprise. In fact, Kakashi was right. When he came to Zhang Miao's side, the baby immediately spoke. Are you worried that I will be taken away? Don't worry, no matter how shameless Orochimaru and Danzo are, they will never dare to do anything in the busy streets. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi suddenly widened his eyes. Danzo. This time, Kakashi was really surprised. Although he had always suspected that Orochimaru had something to do with the disappearance of Konoha's child, he did not expect that Danzo's name would come out now, and it was from the mouth of a child who was not even a year old. However, the fact that Zhang Miao could directly say the names of Orochimaru and Danzo increased his credibility to a certain extent. This time, Kakashi didn't dare to treat Zhang Miao as a child who did not know anything. Instead, he asked him seriously, "How did you know about Danzo and Orochimaru? Did you hear it from the Anbu?" In Kakashi's opinion, since Hiruzen sent some Anbu members to take care of Zhang Miao, maybe he accidentally heard something from them. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of another explanation. However, Zhang Miao did not intend to use such an explanation. Otherwise, how could he get Kakashi's recognition, and how could he get more ninja fragments? Therefore, he decided to fool him. Facing Kakashi's questioning gaze, Zhang Miao suddenly shook his head with a smile. "I didn't hear it from the Anbu, but I saw it." At this point, Zhang Miao pointed his 2 fingers at his eyes and grinned again. The one who took some children was Danzo, and Orochimaru took some adults and corpses. Adults and corpses. Kakashi frowned, but he soon thought of something, and his face was full of surprise. "Is it a human experiment?" Human experiments were forbidden by Konoha and even the whole world, so Kakashi was surprised. He could not believe that Orochimaru was so bold. But the fact was often unexpected. Orochimaru was indeed doing human experiments for a long time. Of course, Zhang Miao knew about this, but he would not tell Kakashi. "I don't know what human experiments are. I only know that the Hokage old man injured Orochimaru when he tried to capture him, and then Orochimaru escaped from the village." "What? Orochimaru was injured by the third, and he escaped?" Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi opened his eyes wide again, revealing a look of disbelief. "When did this happen? How is this possible?" In Kakashi's opinion, with Hiruzen's strength, even if Orochimaru was one of the legendary trio, it was impossible for him to escape from his hands. Secondly, if Hiruzen wanted to capture Orochimaru, it was impossible for the Anbu, which was directly under the Hokage, to not know. Looking at Kakashi's shocked face, Zhang suddenly pouted and shrugged his shoulders. "He hasn't escaped yet, but he will later because I saw it. He will definitely escape. This is his future. Orochimaru's future." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi was stunned again, but as soon as he reacted, his face changed again. Could he have some kind of prediction abilities? Is this the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan? Bloodline limit was very mysterious, and some even had unimaginable abilities, and the same was true for the Uzumaki clan. In the eyes of many people, the Uzumaki clan was a clan with extraordinary vitality and chakra. At the same time, they were also skilled in various sealing jutsus, so they were the best candidate for a Jinhyuriki. The Kyubi's previous Jinhyuriki from Konoha were all from the Uzumaki clan, which also proved this point. However, as a member of the Uzumaki clan who was a distant relative of the Senju clan, no one dared to say that they all knew exactly what their bloodline limit's ability was. The clan was shrouded in mystery. Now, Zhang Miao suddenly said that he saw Orochimaru defecting, and he was so sure that this was Orochimaru's future. Maybe it was his bloodline limit ability. Most importantly, with his years of experience in the Anbu, he could see that Zhang Miao was not lying. Of course, Zhang Miao did not lie. He did see Orochimaru defecting, but he saw it in anime before he crossed over. Objectively speaking, this was indeed a type of foresight ability. Of course, Kakashi did not know this, but he believed it in his eyes and also believed that Zhang Miao could not joke with him about this kind of thing. But just in case, he had to confirm it again. Then how did Orochimaru escape from the hands of the third Hokage? At this point, Kakashi suddenly stared at Zhang Miao. Looking at Kakashi's serious face, Zhang Miao suddenly knew that Kakashi had believed his words, so he smiled even more happily. "Ha ha ha ha! How can he escape? Is there a need to ask? Of course, it was the third who let him escape. I saw a big monkey persuading him not to let go of Orochimaru, but the third did not listen and still let him away. The third let Orochimaru escape? A big monkey?" Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi found that everything made sense. With the third's character, the possibility of letting Orochimaru go was very high. Moreover, the big monkey mentioned by Ryunosuke was probably Inma, the third's personal summoning beast. It seemed that Ryunosuke had really awakened the bloodline limit that could predict the future. Thinking of this, Kakashi looked at Zhang Miao with a different gaze. He awakened bloodline limit before he was a year old. As expected of Minato-sensei's child. He is indeed a genius. At the moment when Kakashi's eyes changed, Zhang Miao also received the system prompt. Ding! Obtained Hitaki Kakashi Fragment X5. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao grinned again. Haha, another 5 fragments. I am indeed a genius. Chapter 9, The Fetters of Destiny. Since the fragment was already in his hands, Zhang Miao naturally would not waste his energy talking to Kakashi about Orochimaru. Instead, he patted his stomach and shouted. Oh, I'm so hungry. I want to eat some fried fish, Kakashi. As if responding to its owner, Zhang Miao's stomach also growled at the right time. Hearing this voice, Kakashi smiled and then rubbed Zhang Miao's fiery red hair. Sorry, wait here for a second. I'll go cook now. After that, Kakashi turned and walked into the kitchen, turned on the tap, and began to deal with the fish. Soon, several plates of delicious-looking fried fish were brought to the table. Zhang Miao, who had been waiting for a long time, shamelessly clapped. Itadakimasu. Looking at the hungry Zhang Miao, Kakashi smiled again, and at the same time, he gently put his hands together. Itadakimasu. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and only the sound of chopsticks touching the bowl could be heard on the table, as well as the sound of eating. After a few minutes, Kakashi suddenly put down the bowl and then suddenly asked a question. Ryunosuke, what is my future like? Can you see it? Your future? Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao temporarily let go of the poor fried fish on the plate and then looked up at Kakashi. Are you sure you want to know your future? Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but he quickly nodded. I'm sure. Obviously, Kakashi, who was only 13 years old, was not as mature as he was a few years later. He still maintained the curiosity of a teenager. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled, and his eyes flashed with a special color. Your future is bright, but it will be quite rough. And one day, you will reunite with the owner of your left eye. What? Just as Zhang Miao imagined, after hearing his words, Kakashi suddenly stood up excitedly. You mean? Obito is still alive? Looking at Kakashi, who was excited, the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth curled up again. I don't know who Obito is, but if you're talking about the person who gave you your left eye, he is still alive. Obito is still alive? Great! As soon as his voice fell, Kakashi jumped, his eyes full of joy. In Kakashi's opinion, Zhang Miao, who had the ability to predict, could not be wrong. He was overjoyed after knowing that his cherished friend was still alive, even if it was just a piece of news that had not been confirmed. Because of this, Kakashi, who was still excited, didn't notice the hatred flashing in Zhang Miao's eyes. Damn you, Uchiha Obito, I have yet to settle the debt with you. Zhang Miao didn't care about the original plot. For him, Uchiha Obito was the culprit who ruined his life and turned him into an orphan. This debt, of course, had to be settled properly. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao quickly dealt with the fish on the plate and then clapped his hands. I'm full. I'll go first. Thank you for your hospitality. After that, Zhang Miao jumped off the chair and walked out. Kakashi did not notice anything wrong with Zhang Miao. He was in a state of excitement, and his mind was full of joy. So when Zhang Miao opened the door and was ready to go out, he immediately waved at Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke. Thank you. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Zhang Miao did not look back but just raised his right hand and waved. No problem, no need to be polite. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. After that, Zhang Miao went out and closed the door. Not long after leaving Kakashi's home, Zhang Miao was blocked by the 2 Anbu ninjas wearing cat masks. Looking at the 2 Anbu ninjas in front of him who seemed unhappy, Zhang Miao felt that he should say something, so he immediately raised his hand and greeted them with a bright smile. Yo! Zhang Miao was carried back to his residence. This time, the members of the Anbu did not lock the door. Instead, they especially left someone inside to watch Zhang Miao. Facing such a situation, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders with a helpless face, then turned over and went to bed. Although Zhang Miao had a mental age of an adult, his physique was undoubtedly a baby's, so his sleep quality was excellent. He slept for a full day straight, only waking up the next afternoon. This made the N-bus monitoring him feel that they had worked for nothing. What about sneaking away? They didn't know that Zhang Miao didn't have to sneak out anymore because when he opened his eyes, Kakashi, one of the Anbu ninjas directly serving the Hokage, had already come to his office and made a request to him. Sandaime-sama, I have no mission these days, so I hope to take Ryunosuke to my place to stay for a few days. I wish for your consideration. Hearing Kakashi's request, Hiruzen suddenly picked up his pipe and took a puff, then squinted at Kakashi. Kakashi, that child is a little special. Are you sure you can take good care of him? Kakashi had already felt Zhang Miao's special ability, so in the face of Hiruzen's question, he nodded without hesitation. Yes, I am sure. Looking at Kakashi's firm look, Hiruzen suddenly exhaled a long smoke and nodded. Well, you can go and pick him up. Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama. Seeing that Hiruzen agreed, Kakashi immediately thanked him happily and then left the office to pick up Zhang Miao. After Kakashi left, Hiruzen, who had a pipe in his mouth, also smiled. Perhaps this is fate. At this time, Hiruzen did not know that Zhang Miao had exposed his identity to Kakashi. He thought that the relationship between Kakashi and Zhang Miao was just a coincidence. And for Hiruzen, the darkness in Kakashi's heart was also a problem he had been worried about. Now that Kakashi had personally proposed to take care of Ryunosuke, it was also a rare opportunity to eliminate the darkness inside his heart. However, Sarutobi didn't forget that before Kushina died, she said that there was some darkness in Ryunosuke's heart. Thinking of this, Hiruzen frowned again. Can a child like Ryunosuke eliminate the darkness inside Kakashi's heart? Is it right to let the two of them be together? Chapter 10, Bursting Anger. Hiruzen was obviously thinking too much, and no matter what he thought, he could not stop Kakashi and Zhang Miao's sudden bonding session. The reason was very simple. Kakashi had just lost his important companions and mentor. To make up for the emptiness in his heart, he urgently needed something to fill the emptiness in his heart and ease his pain at the same time. And Zhang Miao, as the orphan of Minato and Kushina, could be said to have completely met Kakashi's needs so that Kakashi would devote himself to this feeling or to the responsibility. As for Zhang Miao, in order to carry out the plan of reviving his parents and taking revenge on Uchiha Obito, he urgently needed to improve his strength, so he needed to collect Kakashi's ninja fragments as soon as possible so that he could recruit him, a 5-star jonin. As long as he could recruit Kakashi, not only would he be able to get a good ninja that was completely loyal to him, but he would also be able to directly possess superior chakra and ninjutsu, which would be crucial to his future plans. Precisely because of these reasons that Zhang Miao and Kakashi would have a very long period of bonding process. And now, this period of time had only just begun. I came to pick up Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I already received the third's permission. Standing in front of Zhang Miao's residence, Kakashi took out a scroll and handed it to the Anbu. The Anbu with a cat mask obviously knew Kakashi. After taking the scroll and looking at it, he returned it to Kakashi and nodded. I understand, senpai. You can take that kid away. Hearing the Anbu's words, Kakashi frowned, but he did not say anything. He nodded, opened the door, and walked in. At this time, Zhang Miao was squatting on the ground with a milk bottle, staring at the Anbu who was in charge of guarding him. Seeing Kakashi come in, he suddenly looked up and smiled at Kakashi. You are finally here. If you come a little later, I will have to drink this tasteless thing. Zhang Miao threw the milk bottle aside, then stood up with one knee and stretched. Ha! Let's go and eat some fish. Are we still having some fried fish for today? Seeing Zhang Miao's action, Kakashi felt a warmth in his heart and immediately nodded. Well, let's go. With that, Kakashi turned and left. In front of others, Kakashi was usually very quiet. Zhang Miao also knew this, so he did not mind. Seeing Kakashi leave, he quickly followed. But when he was about to reach the door, Zhang Miao suddenly heard a baby crying behind him. He quickly stopped and turned to run back. Seeing his movements, Kakashi also stopped and looked at Zhang Miao. Naruto was crying, perhaps because he was hungry, or maybe because Zhang Miao had just spoken too loudly, waking him up from his sleep. The younger Uzumaki was crying non-stop now. Zhang Miao ran to the small bed, picked up his brother, and stuffed the milk bottle that he had thrown just now into Naruto's mouth. Soon, Naruto stopped crying and began to concentrate on drinking milk. Seeing this scene, Kakashi suddenly widened his eyes. What a baby! In fact, Zhang Miao had learned this from female Anbu, who did the same thing when Naruto cried. Moreover, when Naruto cried, he was most likely hungry. As long as a milk bottle is stuffed into his mouth, he would be fine. After drinking the milk, Naruto soon fell asleep. Looking at the little fellow who was sleeping soundly, Zhang Miao smiled slightly and then carried him to the door and nodded to Kakashi. Let's go. When Zhang Miao was about to go out, he was stopped by the Anbu. Put the Jinhuri key down. What? Hearing this, the smile on Zhang Miao's face instantly disappeared. He immediately raised his head and glared at the Anbu who had just spoken. This is my younger brother, Naruto. He is not some shitty Jinhuri key. Is this how the third teaches his subordinates? I warn you, never say that word in front of me again. Otherwise, you will need to face the third himself. Zhang Miao's sudden outburst immediately startled everyone, even Kakashi. I don't recall that this kid being a little emotional. No, it seems that the Uzumakis are all bad-tempered. Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly remembered his teacher's wife, Kushina. The Anbu who was scolded by Zhang Miao was naturally annoyed, being taught a lesson by a baby, but just as he was about to teach Zhang Miao a lesson, he was stopped by Kakashi. Well, this matter ends here, and the Jinhuri key matter is indeed confidential. Do not mention that word again in the future. Kakashi was not older than the rest of the Anbu, but he was indeed a veteran of the Anbu. His words were naturally wise. After hearing his words, the annoyed Anbu could only obediently agree. Yes. Hearing his answer, Kakashi immediately nodded and then looked at Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, your brother, Naruto, does need the protection of the Anbu, so you should put him back. That will be better for him. Humph. Just as Kakashi finished his words, Zhang Miao snorted disdainfully, to put it bluntly, he's just afraid of that monster sealed in my brother's body, eh? Tisk. Zhang Miao's words shocked everyone because they did not expect Zhang Miao to know about such a secret, so they looked at each other, wondering who had leaked the information to this little baby. However, Zhang Miao did not have the leisure to pay attention to them. After he finished speaking, he sent Naruto back to his bed and then raised his arms to slap the sleeping baby's forehead. Wah, wah, wah. Looking at what Zhang Miao just did to his little brother, everyone, including Kakashi, was stunned. What was he doing? Under everyone's surprised gazes, Zhang Miao turned around with a smile on his face and slowly walked to the door. Then he raised his chin at Kakashi with a relaxed expression. Let's go to your place to eat some fish. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, Zhang Miao walked out of the room. Seeing him, Kakashi quickly nodded to the few Anbu ninjas in front of him and then quickly followed. On the way to Kakashi's house, at first, neither Kakashi nor Zhang Miao spoke, but 10 minutes later, Kakashi finally broke the silence. Ryunosuke, do you hate your brother? How is that possible? Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao suddenly turned to look at him in surprise. He is my only family. I love him. I will kill whoever dares to bully him. Kakashi was speechless. Didn't you just make him cry? Kakashi kept his thought to himself. After remembering Zhang Miao's sudden outburst at the Anbu earlier, he realized that this kid did love his brother. In any case, this guy looked different. Perhaps that slap was the way he expressed his love? Kakashi did not know that Zhang Miao's slap was not to express his love for Naruto but for that pleasant system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9-star, Uzumaki Naruto, Ashura, Ninja Fragment X1, 8-star Tailed Beast, Kurama, Yang, Ninja Fragments X5. I struck a double. Yet. Chapter 11, Kakashi's Absolute Recognition. Zhang Miao had never thought that he would be able to collect Naruto's 9-star ninja fragments. According to the strength classification given by the system, excluding the ordinary villagers, the order from 1-star to 4-star was as follows: Academy Student, Genin, Chuyunin, and Special Jonin. These 4 belonged to the beginner ninja category. From 5-star to 7-star, there were Jonin, Elite Jonin, and normal cage level ninjas. The 3 belonged to the intermediate ninja category. The advanced ninja category consisted of 8-star, 9-star, and 10-star ninjas. For example, super cage level ninjas like Jinhuri and their tailed beasts were all 8-star. Ninjas or beasts of this level had tremendous power, as they could destroy their surroundings easily. As for the 9-star, it was even more incredible. According to the system's explanation, the Age of 6 Paths and the 10 Tails Jinhuri belonged to this level, which showed how terrifying the strength of a 9-star ninja was. As for the 10-star, the system did not explain it to Zhang Miao, nor did he ask. However, in his opinion, this level of expert could no longer be called a ninja. Instead, they should be considered godlike ninjas. Therefore, Zhang Miao was overjoyed when he obtained a 9-star ninja fragment. Most importantly, he obtained this fragment easily, as if he was getting them for free. At that time, the name of the fragment given by the system was 9-star ninja Naruto, Ashura, fragment. Zhang Miao guessed that if he obtained all the fragments, the ninja recruited should be the Naruto in his peak stage of 6 paths state. Because only Naruto in this state could be called a real 9-star ninja. Unfortunately, the number of fragments collected each time was too small. Zhang Miao slapped Naruto twice and only got 2 fragments, while the fragments required to recruit a 9-star ninja were as high as 6,400. In other words, Zhang Miao needed to slap Naruto non-stop every day for 17.5 years to recruit this 9-star Naruto. Damn, at that time, the 4th ninja war would be finished. There would be no use for him to recruit such a ninja. On the contrary, the Kyubi was particularly generous, 5 fragments at a time, and in these 2 days, with 2 slaps, he obtained 10 fragments. Does the Kyubi loves to see Naruto getting beaten by me? Zhang Miao felt that this possibility was very high. However, this was not important. The important thing was that the Kyubi belonged to the 8-star level. He only needed around 3,200 fragments to recruit him. If he could get 5 Kurama fragments every time, then he would be able to recruit him in just 2 years. Zhang Miao did not consider how useful the Kyubi that was completely loyal to him could be. He only thought that if he successfully recruited the Kyubi, then according to the system rules, he would also obtain the same amount of chakra as him. This was what Zhang Miao wanted the most. Zhang Miao had already decided that if it were for the Kyubi's chakra, he would be fine with beating Naruto every day for 2 years. 1 slap per day, then nothing would stop him from obtaining the Kyubi. Even better when he realized that muscle-head idiots like Naruto were generally more resilient and durable, so he could resist more beatings. For the sake of the near-limitless chakra, stupid brother, get ready to take my love beatings, wahahaha. Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the idea. Kakashi had just finished preparing the fish when he saw Zhang Miao, who was lying on the tatami, laughing wildly. He immediately raised his eyebrows at the weird baby. Hey, stop laughing. Let's eat. Now, Kakashi was not too surprised by Zhang Miao's strange behavior. Because in his opinion, Zhang Miao, who had the foresight ability, must have seen something that ordinary people could not see, and there might be some funny scenes in his visions. If so, it would not be strange for Zhang Miao to behave like this. Kakashi was a considerate man. So he did not say anything nor ask anything. He just quietly ate the fish and stared at Zhang Miao's plate. Once he found Zhang Miao's plate empty, he gave another plate of fish for him. After a few fishes went into his stomach, Zhang Miao burped, then patted his stomach, showing a face of satisfaction. Burp. My stomach is full, so good. By the way, Kakashi, have you not had any missions these days? Nope. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi shook his head, there are only small missions these days. I don't have to go. Oh. Zhang Miao thought for a moment. He also felt that with Kakashi's skill, he really didn't need to deal with ordinary small tasks, so he nodded in agreement. Indeed, with an expert like you, your comrades should be much more relaxed. However, Zhang Miao immediately regretted his choice of words because he found that he seemed to have said something wrong. One had to know that Kakashi had lost 2 of his important comrades, and Zhang Miao actually had the nerve to say those things. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly sneaked a look at Kakashi and found that his expression had changed. This is going to be troublesome. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, he heard Kakashi's faint voice from the side. Hey! Ryuna shook, which one is more important? The missions? Or your comrades? Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao was suddenly stunned. Why do you need to ask such questions? However, Zhang Miao's reaction was very fast. He was familiar with Kakashi's experience and the original plot, and in less than 3 seconds, he quickly answered the question. Of course, comrades are the most important. Zhang Miao stood up and stared at Kakashi, his little face full of seriousness. Humans are living things. The loss of the mission failure can always be made up for, but once lives are lost, you can't replace them. Those who don't value their companions are trash. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he found Kakashi raising his head across the table. Sure enough, do you think so? At the same time, Zhang Miao also received a prompt from the system. Received 5-star Ninja Fragment X5. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao immediately knew that he had made the right choice again, so he smiled. That's right, that's what I think, and I also think that your father, Sakumo, is a great ninja worthy of respect. At this point, Zhang Miao's face was full of admiration. He was a really strong ninja, but he was willing to abandon his mission to save his comrades and then bear all the blame alone. This kind of man is a world-class hero. Although many people do not recognize him now, I believe that one day, he will be recognized and respected by everyone. Zhang Miao, who had just obtained 5 more of Kakashi's fragments, was in a good mood and did not hesitate to praise Sakumo to make Kakashi happy. After all, helping is the basis of happiness. However, what Zhang Miao did not expect was that his momentary kindness would soon receive an unimaginable return. Ding! Obtained Kakashi's absolute recognition. In the future, when the host gets along with this ninja, he will obtain 10 ninja fragments daily. Hearing this system prompt, Zhang Miao gaped his mouth in surprise. Wow! I really made a fortune. Chapter 12, Fishing with Kakashi. Zhang Miao had always thought that he could get at most 5 ninja fragments every day, but now it seemed that this was not the case. As if it was feeling Zhang Miao's thoughts, the system immediately explained to him. The ninja fragments that can be obtained from a particular ninja every day are directly related to his current strength. Ordinary villagers without chakra can only give 1 ninja fragment a day at most. Hearing this explanation, Zhang Miao immediately understood. The collection of ninja fragments was not like some money-grubbing online games. The higher the ninja's level, the harder it was to collect, but it was directly linked to their current strength. Take Naruto, for example. No matter how powerful he was in the future, he was still a little baby, and now he was an ordinary person without powers, so he could only yield 1 ninja fragment a day. But Kakashi was different. He was currently an Anbu member directly serving the Hokage, and he was strong, so he yielded more ninja fragments. Zhang Miao guessed right, and the next explanation of the system also proved his hypothesis. Elementary level ninja can yield at most 5 ninja fragments a day. Intermediate level ninja can yield at most 10 ninja fragments a day. Advanced level ninja can yield at most 20 ninja fragments a day. Hearing this, Zhang Miao finally understood. An elementary level ninja was a 1-star to 4-star ninja, from academy students to special jonin. Ninjas of this level could only yield at most 5 ninja fragments a day. An intermediate level ninja was a 5-star to 7-star ninja, which consisted of jonin, elite jonin, and normal cage level ninjas. Ninjas of this level could yield at most 10 ninja fragments in a day. As for the advanced stage, there were 8-star, 9-star, and 10-star ninjas, which consisted of super cage level ninjas, the Sage of 6 Paths, and God. Ninjas who reached this stage could get at most 20 ninja fragments in a day. Now, Kakashi's strength was between a jonin and elite jonin, so the maximum of ninja fragments that Zhang Miao could get from him was 10. In other words, before obtaining Kakashi's absolute recognition today, Zhang Miao had been racking his brains to get Kakashi's recognition. The 5 ninja fragments that he had tried so hard to obtain were actually only half of the maximum number. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao could not help but secretly sigh. Well, it seems that ninja fragments are really hard to get. After sighing, Zhang Miao was glad that he praised Sakumo to gain Kakashi's absolute recognition. His future endeavors would be much easier now. In the future, I will be able to get 10 ninja fragments from Kakashi every day. This way, I can recruit Kakashi in just a month or so. This is great. At this moment, the pressure in Zhang Miao's heart eased a lot. He also realized how much influence Sakumo had on Kakashi. I really got lucky this time. Zhang Miao felt he was really lucky this time since he didn't expect his deep respect for Sakumo would make Kakashi fully recognize him. As an elite of the Anbu, Kakashi must be really sharp. If Zhang Miao didn't actually respect Sakumo deep in his heart, he would definitely be seen by Kakashi. If that was the case, let alone obtaining Kakashi's fragments, he would be lucky to not become his enemy. Therefore, many things seemed to be accidental, but in fact, they were actually inevitable. At this time, although Kakashi had already decided to acknowledge Zhang Miao deep in his heart, his face hadn't changed. As he cleaned up the plates and fish bones on the table, he said to Zhang Miao, "I've used all the fish. I'll go catch some later. Let's eat boiled fish tonight." Fishing. Zhang Miao was immediately interested. "Then I'll go with you. I want to learn how to fish too." Zhang Miao was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In his previous life, as an orphan, he worked every day for the sake of his livelihood. The ones he envied the most were those who could leisurely fish and loaf around. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Kakashi was also worried about leaving Zhang Miao alone at home. He thought for a bit and accepted this idea. Alright. After making up his mind, Kakashi prepared his fishing rod and took Zhang Miao out. Konoha was a village, but its area was comparable to a town. Although Zhang Miao was an adult, his body was only a 6-month baby. So after walking for a while, he was too tired to walk. Seeing that Zhang Miao suddenly stopped, Kakashi immediately guessed the reason. So he squatted and looked back at Zhang Miao. Come up. Kakashi meant to carry Zhang Miao on his back. Of course, Zhang Miao understood, but he was a little hesitant. It had to be known that Kakashi was only 13 years old. In the modern world, he was just a kid who had just entered junior high school. Zhang Miao really couldn't help but feel embarrassed for letting such a young child carry him. Do you want to rest for a while? I'll be able to walk again after resting for a while. Hearing this, Kakashi immediately frowned. The place for fishing is a bit far. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Come on up. Looking at Kakashi's determined face, Zhang Miao also knew that this was not the time to be hesitating, so he climbed Kakashi's back, ready to be carried by the young ninja. Feeling Zhang Miao's action, Kakashi smiled. He carried the adult baby out of the village. When Kakashi reached the gate of Konoha, the 2 ninjas guarding the gate immediately greeted him with a smile. Hey, it's Kakashi. Are you going out again? Hey? Whose child is this behind you? A red-haired child is very rare around here. Hearing the words of the 2 ninjas, Kakashi frowned again, but before he could speak, Zhang Miao, who was on his back, spoke. Uncle, Kakashi is my big bro. My name is Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I want to go fishing with him. The childish voice immediately amused the 2 gatekeepers. Haha. No wonder you have such red hair. It turns out that you are from the Uzumaki clan. Haha, that's right, that's right. The land of whirlpools and Konoha had a very deep friendship. Long before, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, signed an alliance treaty with the elders of the Uzumaki clan. The Konoha had also donned the whirlpool symbol on their uniforms long ago, which was also the proof of the friendship between the 2 countries for generations. Therefore, although the land of whirlpools had been destroyed, most ninjas in Konoha were indifferent to the Uzumakis, but they would not discriminate against them. Of course, in the original plot, Naruto was a special case because he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, and this treatment was a common occurrence in other villages. Most importantly, after the Kyubi's rampage, everyone's hatred for the Kyubi was aimed to Naruto, so Naruto's situation became particularly bad. And Zhang Miao would never have such a situation. In the eyes of the 2 gatekeepers, Zhang Miao was a child of the Uzumaki clan who lost his country and then immigrated to Konoha. He would not cause any damage to Konoha, and he might become useful to the village. For such a child, they would naturally show a lot of kindness. Go, play with your heart. Haha, you must get along well with Kakashi. Hearing the words of the 2, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded hard. I will. Thank you, uncles. Kakashi also nodded to the 2 expressionlessly, then took his fishing rod and carried Zhang Miao out of the gate of Konoha. After walking for a while, Kakashi opened his mouth again. That was very fake. Oh. Is that so? Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders. Well, it doesn't matter. They won't realize anyway. Moreover, don't you think that my performance just now is just what a normal child would do? Well, you're not normal, you know. Kakashi did not know how to respond to Zhang Miao, so he could only carry him without saying a word, and then quickly ran to the destination. The 2 soon entered the forest, and Kakashi carried Zhang Miao around like it was nothing. He wasn't affected by the forest's complicated terrain at all. Soon, the 2 arrived at their destination. Looking at the river in front of them, Kakashi put Zhang Miao down. Here we are. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao reluctantly jumped down from Kakashi's back. To be honest, being carried around by a ninja in the jungle felt like flying. It was even better than riding a roller coaster. Zhang Miao liked this feeling. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly had an idea in his heart. After I recruit Kakashi, I will make him carry me in the woods every day. That feeling must be super cool. Chapter 13, singing happily. While Zhang Miao was thinking about this, Kakashi had already started fishing. Not long after, the sound of water suddenly woke him up from his fantasy. Crash! Hearing this sound, Zhang Miao immediately turned to look in the sound's direction and immediately saw a blue river fish drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell to the ground. Kakashi already caught a fish so quickly. Looking at the restless fish on the ground, Zhang Miao was a little confused. However, Kakashi was unfazed. After catching the fish, he quickly took it from the hook and threw it into the basket. Then he threw the hook into the river again and began the next fishing. This time, Zhang Miao could not catch up with his imagination. He focused on Kakashi, who was fishing, carefully observing his every move and learning how to fish. Looking at Zhang Miao's serious look, Kakashi suddenly raised his eyebrows and directly handed the fishing rod to him. Here! Zhang Miao's hands were already itching. Seeing Kakashi handing the fishing rod over, he immediately took the fishing rod without hesitation. Then, like Kakashi just now, he lifted the fishing rod from time to time or pulled the fishing line back. Seeing that Zhang Miao was fishing very well, Kakashi raised his eyebrows and then expressionlessly searched for a branch nearby. He took out a thin fishing line from his ninja pouch and tied it up. Then he put a fishing hook into it, and a simple fishing rod was made. After putting the bait on, Kakashi stood not far from Zhang Miao and threw the hook into the river with a splash. After a few dozen breaths, the sound of water splashing once again rang out. Splash! Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao turned around once more and immediately realized that it was Kakashi who had caught another fish. Wow, so fast! Looking at Kakashi expressionlessly putting the fish into the basket, Zhang Miao gritted his teeth. We have the same fishing rod and bait. Why can't I catch any? Could it be that these fish also recognize people? Zhang Miao was very unconvinced in his heart, but looking at Kakashi gradually catching more fish while he still got nothing, he was inexplicably a little disappointed. Kakashi also seemed to realize that Zhang Miao was a little unhappy. He suddenly raised his eyelids and explained softly. After throwing it, let the bait float along the water. When pulling it back, pull it a bit gently. Don't move too fast. Hearing this, Zhang Miao suddenly had an idea and immediately adjusted his movements. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Miao, who was pulling back the bait, suddenly felt something at the end of his fishing rod, and he widened his eyes in surprise. It took the bait. Thinking of this, he immediately lifted the fishing rod and swung it back. Crash! With a pleasant sound of water splashing, a palm-sized green river fish was fished out from the river by Zhang Miao. After drawing an arc in the air, it fell to the ground and then bounced around. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao hurriedly threw down the fishing rod and ran over to hold the bouncing river fish. Then, he carefully put it into the fish basket. Seeing this scene, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth under his mask twitched. At this time, Zhang Miao did not pay attention to Kakashi's expression. After fishing the first fish, his confidence suddenly increased. After putting the fish into the basket, he once again immersed himself in fishing. Time passed quickly. As Zhang Miao and Cassie focused on fishing, the sky slowly darkened. After putting another fish into the basket, Kakashi immediately put away the fishing rod and looked at Zhang Miao. It's about time we go back. Let's go. Why this happy moment didn't last long? Zhang Miao obviously wanted to fish for a little longer, but he understood the priorities, so he nodded his head and then handed the fishing rod to Kakashi. Kakashi took the fishing rod from Zhang Miao and put it away. Then he took the fishing rod and the basket and squatted down, preparing to carry Zhang Miao on his back. Seeing Kakashi's action, Zhang Miao did not hesitate any longer. He jumped on his back, then put his left hand around his neck and waved his right hand forward. Run, big bro! Ha ha ha! The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the entrance gate, reflecting a long shadow. At this time, the two gatekeepers were dozing off with tired faces. Suddenly, a tender and loud singing voice came from outside the village. Shounan yo, kiitakur. Ninjan nanti taishita munde janisa. Ashita nanti mao iranakara. Nijita kabushi woke kusuna yo. The two gatekeepers suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the weird song. They saw a man in black with a fishing rod and a fish basket walking toward the door, and the one singing was Zhang Miao on his back. The song No Boy No Cry was an opening song from the first part of the Naruto anime. It was also Zhang Miao's favorite song. The fast-paced drum beats and the screaming style of singing were enjoyable. Every time Zhang Miao listened to it, he was pumped. Sure yung wo furito bajo wo nara. Oiboreka inadero. Shounen yo, kokoro no juyu no dot. Hikigain wo hikaru no wa kimi dake sa. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was singing loudly, the two gatekeepers could not help but smile. They started moving to the rhythm of Zhang Miao's singing. After walking into the gate of Konoha, Kakashi nodded to the two of them as a greeting. Zhang Miao did not stop his singing but waved to the two of them as he sang, like a star greeting his fans at a concert. Subit no wakamano wa ita. Dushiu mo nakakudarana. Kono subarashi I sekai ni, tata ima akaidir rokara. Subit no wakamano wa ita. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was singing on Kakashi's back, the two ninjas looked at each other and then laughed together. Haha, this kid is really good. That's right. He is quite interesting. The two ninjas did not know that when they said this, Zhang Miao, who was singing loudly on Kakashi's back, suddenly stopped, and his face showed some surprise. Seeing Zhang Miao suddenly stop, Kakashi suddenly turned to look at him with some doubts. What's wrong? Looking at Kakashi's puzzled look, Zhang Miao suddenly reacted and shook his head. Nothing. Hat. Seeing that Zhang Miao did not say anything, Kakashi did not continue to ask and continued to carry him back home. Kakashi did not know that Zhang Miao suddenly stopped just now because two familiar voices sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Fragments X2. Chapter 14, The Uses of Ninja Fragments, Part 1. Because of the sudden prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly stopped singing in surprise. But of course, he would not tell Kakashi about this. When Kakashi carried him home, Zhang Miao immediately asked the system. System, what's with this ninja fragment that has no star and no name? Zhang Miao had just asked when the system immediately answered in his mind. Dear host, the fragments are divided into elite ninja fragments and ordinary ninja fragments. Only elite ninja fragments have the star system and corresponding names. The ones without star and name belong to ordinary ninja fragments. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao frowned again. Since the ninja fragments are divided into elite and ordinary, then what is the difference between them? Is the elite ninja fragment better than the ordinary ninja fragments? Yes. In the face of Zhang Miao's question, the system once again answered, ordinary ninja fragments can only be used to recruit up to 6-star ninjas, but the elite ninja fragments can recruit 7-star and above ninjas. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Miao understood this very well because 6-star ninjas consisted of special Jonin level ninjas, who had the strength equivalent to the strength of an Anbu member, while 7-star or above ninjas consisted of ninjas up to cage level. It must be known that in the Naruto world, all cage level and above ninjas were famous figures in the ninja world. In other words, there were no nameless minnows among them. How could some characters like them yield ordinary ninja fragments? The elite fragments were more suitable for them. The system's next explanation also proved Zhang Miao's thoughts. The ninjas recruited by the elite ninja fragments can all display powers that match their current star. Under special circumstances, they can display extraordinary strength. While the ninjas recruited by the ordinary fragments are ordinary, it is difficult for them to fight against the elite ninjas. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Miao was stunned for a while, and then he couldn't help but complain. After half a day, this ordinary ninja fragment was recruited as just some weak fodder. The host should understand. Completely ignoring the dissatisfaction in Zhang Miao's voice, the system still replied in a straight voice. Ordinary ninjas are not strong, but recruiting ordinary ninjas can also provide the host with chakra reserves, so the system recommends the host to recruit them. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Miao remembered that the total amount of chakra he had was the total amount of all the ninjas he had recruited. Moreover, although the strength of the ninjas recruited by ordinary ninja fragments was not high, their total amount of chakra was not much different from that of elite ninjas. Thinking about it, this ordinary ninja fragment seemed to have some use. As if he felt Zhang Miao's thoughts, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. In addition to recruiting ordinary ninja fragments can also be used as consumables for the host. Consumables. Hearing this term, Zhang Miao suddenly became a little curious. How should I eat them? Should I eat them raw or what? The system obviously didn't understand Zhang Miao's sense of humor, and its answer was still the same as before. Normal ninja fragments cannot be eaten raw, but when the host uses some special ninjutsu, taijutsu, or sealing jutsu, ordinary ninja fragments can be used in place of the blood or vitality that the host needs to consume. This time, Zhang Miao was truly shocked. It must be known that there are many forbidden techniques in the Naruto world, and it took a significant risk to use them. Some even required their user's life to activate. For example, Gai's 8 Inner Gates formation or Minato's Dead Demon Consuming Seal, although those jutsus were powerful, they could easily kill the user. For Zhang Miao, who cherished his life, even if such ninjutsu was given to him for free, he would not want to use them. However, he could use some ordinary ninja fragments as the cost for using them. The situation would be different. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao quickly asked the system, can I use ordinary ninja fragments to use 8 Inner Gates formation? Yes. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the system immediately replied, you can use ninja fragments with the appropriate star number to open each gates. Wow, so powerful! Although Zhang Miao knew that the 8 Inner Gates formation was very powerful, he did not expect it to be so powerful. One must know that 9-star ninjas were at the level of Sage of 6 Paths. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, how many ninja fragments does it need? The first one needs 50. The second one needs 100, and so on. The 8 Inner Gates formation required a total of 12,750 ordinary ninja fragments. Hearing that he needed so many ninja fragments, Zhang Miao was stunned again. After a while, he asked, what if you don't have enough ninja fragments? It will kill yourself. This damn system really knew how to speak. After being agitated by the system, although Zhang Miao was a little angered, thinking back, what the system said seemed to be right. Take Guy in the original work, for example. Although by using the forbidden jutsu, he could fight on par with Madara, in the end, if not for Naruto's help, he would have already died. And although he survived in the end, he lost his right leg permanently. It was impossible for him to become a ninja again, which showed how terrifying the 8 Inner Gates formation was. For such unworldly taijutsu to require 12,750 ordinary ninja fragments to use, it did not seem to be a strange thing. Most importantly, Zhang Miao felt that it was not too difficult to collect ordinary ninja fragments. As long as he became familiar with the villagers in the future, he could find a dozen ninjas to chat with. He would collect them all in just a year. Was spending a whole year collecting lots of ninja fragments would be worth it? Was there a need to ask this kind of question? It was worth it. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly thought of another important question. He couldn't wait to ask the system. Even ordinary ninja fragments are so useful. Do the elite fragments have other functions? Yes. The system was still so meticulous. The moment Zhang Miao asked the question, it immediately answered. In addition to recruiting corresponding ninjas, elite ninja fragments can also be used for the system's lottery draw. Lottery draw. Hearing the familiar term, Zhang Miao's interest was immediately raised. He immediately asked excitedly. What can I get? Can I get a Mercedes or Maserati? Chapter 15, The Uses of Ninja Fragments, Part 2. Zhang Miao was an orphan in his previous life. In order to survive, he constantly climbed up and down in society. He struggled with all his might. The life of having a car and a house had always been what he longed for. Now, this desire had also been brought to this world by him. However, he was destined to be disappointed. I'm sorry, host. This system is a ninja recruitment system. Everything is related to ninjas. The Mercedes and Maserati you mentioned have nothing to do with ninjas, so. Although this result was also within Zhang Miao's expectations, after hearing the system's reply, disappointment was inevitable. He could only sigh in his heart. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. After all, in this world, even if there is a car, it is useless. Then system, tell me, what can I get from this elite ninja fragment? The elite ninja fragment can be used to draw prizes. You can get items, money, ninja fragments, and so on. You can also get the super ninja fragment. The system gave another answer. Super ninja fragment. Hearing this new term that suddenly popped up, Zhang Miao immediately widened his eyes. It sounds pretty awesome, but what exactly is it? Zhang Miao instinctively felt that this so-called super ninja fragment was no ordinary fragment. After all, when the word super version is mentioned, it is generally about something that could not be obtained through ordinary means. And the system's answer also proved Zhang Miao's idea. Super Ninja Fragment is the fragment of a dead ninja. Through it, you can recruit dead ninjas and obtain their loyalty. What? Hearing this answer, Zhang Miao could not help but gasp again. Recruiting a dead ninja? This was going against the heavens. When the system told Zhang Miao that the ninjas in the Naruto world and the ninjas recruited by the system were two different individuals with the same memory and skills, Zhang Miao still felt that it was nothing. He just thought that the system had made a high-level clone. But now, the system told him that it could even recruit dead people, which made Zhang Miao shocked. It must be known that this was not like Orochimaru's case of fiddling with the souls of the dead, but it was about recruiting the dead back to the world. This was simply the means of God. At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly found a problem. It was certainly a godlike ability to be able to recruit the dead, but what about creating living people? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly asked a question in a tremble. System, what is your background? Before, when Zhang Miao asked a question, the system would immediately give an answer, but this time, it was almost 10 seconds later when the system's voice sounded in Zhang Miao's mind again. With the host's current ability, the host is not qualified to know. When the host has finally reached 100 stars in recruitment by recruiting 100 ninjas, the host will naturally know all the answers. Although the system did not immediately give an answer, when it heard this answer, Zhang Miao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Recruiting 100 ninjas? It is not too difficult. Before obtaining ordinary ninja fragments, it was obviously not easy to recruit a total of 100 ninjas. But now that there were a large number of ordinary ninja fragments that could be obtained, recruiting such an amount of minnows would not be a problem. Of course, to fill up the requirements, the 2-star genin that cost only 50 fragments was undoubtedly the most cost-effective. To recruit 100 ninjas would only require 2,500 ordinary ninja fragments, but Zhang Miao did not intend to do so. Because he recruited ninjas to expand the total amount of chakra he had, although it would be easy to fulfill the requirements by recruiting 2-star genins, the total amount of their chakra was probably less than that of a 6-star elite jonin. As for fighting strength, it was needless to say. The battle of ninjas was not won by quantity, let alone 50 genins. Even if he recruited 100 genins, it would be useless against the elite jonins. In the original work, when Naruto and Sasuke, who had just become genin, followed Kakashi to do the escort mission, weren't they scared by a jonin level Zabuza? This was the suppression of levels. Zhang Miao's principle was to focus on quality, not quantity. In his opinion, even if he wanted to use ordinary ninja fragments to recruit some ninjas, he had to use them to recruit the highest 6-star ninjas. Even if he just wanted some fodders, it had to be some high-level fodders. Of course, Zhang Miao, who had the recruitment system, dared to think of this idea. If it were anyone else, even the cage of the 5 major countries would not dare to have such an arrogant idea. Let alone the elite jonins, even ordinary chiyunins and jonins were the mainstays of various countries. Who would dare to treat them as fodders? Zhang Miao did not realize that he, who had the recruitment system, actually had the capital to contend against the 5 major countries in the ninja realm. However, at this time, Zhang Miao did not have this idea. At this time, he was thinking about whether to spend 400 Kakashi fragments on recruiting him or use a few of them to draw some lotteries first. Recruit first or draw first, these two choices kept lingering in Zhang Miao's mind. If he chose to recruit, he could not play the lucky draw for a while, but if he chose the lucky draw, it would inevitably affect the progress of the recruitment. Zhang Miao really couldn't decide. Until they got home, Zhang Miao still did not make a choice, so he decided to put this matter aside for the time being and eat first. After returning home, Kakashi immediately cooked the fish, and before long, he brought a large bowl of boiled fish to the table. Boiled river fish, Kakashi style. The phrase Kakashi style proved that Kakashi was already confident with his cooking skills. Zhang Miao also understood this, so he immediately picked up the chopsticks excitedly. Itadakimasu. After that, he moved his chopsticks at high speed. Looking at Zhang Miao eating so eagerly, Kakashi smiled under his mask. He picked up his chopsticks and then lightly hit them with his hands. Itadakimasu. After dinner, the sky was completely dark. After Kakashi washed up the dishes, he carried Zhang Miao out. Originally, he was going to let Zhang Miao stay, but Zhang Miao refused, using his little brother as an excuse. In fact, what Zhang Miao said was not a lie. Since he came to the Naruto world, he had been with Naruto every day. He was used to seeing Naruto before he slept. If he could not see him, he would always feel a little uneasy. And there was another deep reason, which was that he had to give Naruto a slap every day. Otherwise, how could he collect enough of his fragments? However, Zhang Miao couldn't tell Kakashi about this. After arriving home, he waved Kakashi goodbye. "Brother, remember to pick me up tomorrow." "Yes." Kakashi nodded, then he turned around and left. After Kakashi left, Zhang Miao returned to his room and went inside his blanket. Then, he took out 10 shiny things. "How about we draw some?" Chapter 16, Lottery. The shiny thing that Zhang Miao took out was none other than Kakashi's Ninja Fragment. In the past, after obtaining the Ninja Fragment, the system would directly store it in its storage space, so this was the first time Zhang Miao took out the Ninja Fragment. Looking at the several diamond-shaped fragments that flashed with white light, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. "So this is the Ninja Fragment? Is every Ninja Fragment looks like this?" "No." In the face of Zhang Miao's question, the system immediately answered. The color represents the main chakra attribute of the corresponding ninja. White represents lightning, red is fire, cyan is wind, blue is water, orange is earth, and ordinary ninja fragments are colorless. "Oh, so that's how it is." After hearing the system's reply, Zhang Miao immediately nodded, "All right, I understand. Then let's go draw some." "What should I do?" The host just needs to hold the ninja fragment and chant draw in his heart. At this point, the system continued to prompt. The host can only perform ninja recruitment or lottery draw once a day. Therefore, the system suggests that the host should take more ninja fragments in his hands for continuous drawing. It can only be done once. Hearing the system's words, Zhang Miao was a little disappointed. However, he soon understood that the system had made such a restriction. It should be to prevent him from constantly using a small number of ninja fragments to recruit low-level ninjas in order to increase the number of stars required to recruit the super ninja. From this point of view, the total number of stars from the recruitment should be related to his authority or reward in the system. As for limiting the number of lottery chances, it was probably done to limit the consumption of a large number of ninja fragments to draw the lottery. After all, the main function of the recruitment system was to recruit ninjas, not for the lotteries. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders again. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't intend to recruit some low-leveled fodders from the beginning. One drawing a day is enough." After saying that, Zhang Miao immediately picked up Kakashi's fragments that he had placed on the bed. After thinking for a while, he took out a few more from the system storage. After gathering about 10 fragments, he held them in his hand and then whispered in his heart, "Draw." As soon as Zhang Miao thought of this, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his hand. The ninja fragment in his hand suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding! Obtained the special version of 3-star Chuunin no Hararin Ninja Fragment X3. Obtained 7-star cage level Uchiha Obito Ninja Fragment X3. Obtained 7-star cage level item, Jiraiya signed Ika Ika Paradise X2. Obtained the currency of the Land of Fire 100 Ryo X1. Acquired the special version of the 7-star cage level Hitaki Sakumo Ninja Fragment X1. The system has put all the prizes into the storage space. Host, please check it yourself. Today's lottery has ended. Thank you for your patronage." At first, when he heard the 2 words special version, he was happy and felt that his luck was not bad. However, when he heard that it was only a 3-star Chuunin, his expression immediately changed. "What use do I have for a Chuunin like this?" However, since he had drawn it, there was nothing he could do, so Zhang Miao could only comfort himself. Rin is a gentle and kind girl and also knows medical ninjutsu. It is good to recruit her as some tea-time errand girl. Well, forget it. Let's just keep her after all. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao felt better. However, when he heard the notification of obtaining Obito's 7-star fragments, Zhang Miao's face became gloomy again. Obito was one of the culprits of Minato and Kushina's death. Zhang Miao hated him to the bone. Every day, he always thought about how he would torture him when Obito finally fell into his hands. The system gave him Obito's fragment just now. Did it want him to fulfill his wish in advance? But Zhang Miao refused. Zhang Miao was not the kind of person who loved to deceive himself. He understood that although the ninjas recruited by the system had the same memory and skills, they were 2 completely different people. If he took revenge on the recruited Obito, then it would be the same as deceiving himself. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to find the real one. However, since he obtained Obito's fragment, then he would keep it. In the future, if he recruited him, he would be helpful in the fight against the real Obito. When the third prompt sounded, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking it was good to recruit one of the legendary Sunin. But when he realized that it was only the Jiraiya signed Ika Paradise book, he went rock bottom. What is this thing? What I want is Jiraiya's ninja fragment. I have no need for his signed book, dang it. Moreover, the system gave me 2 of them. What, are you going to force me to read that perverted book? At this time, Zhang Miao did not have much hope for the rest of his draws, so when the system prompted him about the 100 ryos he got from the draws, Zhang Miao just smiled emotionlessly. Hehe. However, the following notification made Zhang Miao excited again. Acquired the special version of the 7-star cage level Hataki Sakumo Ninja Fragment X1. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao almost burst into tears. Oh my god, system, Kakashi, you finally gave me some strength. Sakumo was Kakashi's father, one of the powerful ninjas who once shocked the world. Since he was good at using his chakra blade, he was known as Konoha's White Fang. Unfortunately, in order to protect his comrades, he chose to abandon his important mission, bringing a great loss to the village and the country. Everyone blamed him for this loss. Later, even the comrades whom he protected started to blame him as well. Sakumo finally couldn't stand such huge pressure and committed suicide. Sakumo's death was dishonorable, but his strength was beyond doubt, and even the third Hokage respected him greatly. And in the original work, when Shikaku nominated Kakashi as the Hokage, the daimyo of the Land of Fire called him the White Fang's son, not copy ninja Kakashi. This showed what kind of character Sakumo was. The system also gave him the 7-star, cage level ninja evaluation, which proved his level of strength further. But, the only regret is, there are too few fragments. How can just one be enough? At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly had a lot of resentment towards Kakashi. Kakashi, this is too much. 10 ninja fragments, 3 of them were Obito's, and 3 others were Rin's. I understand that you value your comrades highly. And these Ika Paradise fragments? Clearly, this happened because of your weird hobby, but... Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly clenched his fists. What's with this 100 ryo coin? And only one of your father's ninja fragments? Do you value your father as much as one big bowl of charsiu ramen? Chapter 17, Getting Framed. Although Zhang Miao kept cursing Kakashi in his heart, this was just a form of venting his dissatisfaction with the result of the lottery. Because he understood that this lottery result had nothing to do with Kakashi, he was just unlucky. Zhang Miao had been very close to Kakashi these days, and it was not easy for him to get these 20 ninja fragments from Kakashi. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Originally, he planned to save up to 400 fragments and then recruit the ninja himself to improve his own strength. But now, he could not hold back and took out half of them to draw the lottery. He was fine with it. But only getting less than half of the value from what he spent? This was something Zhang Miao could not accept. The fragments he spent for the draw were 5-star ninja fragments, but the only good thing he managed to get from the draw was 4 7-star ninja fragments. The rest of them were garbage. The 2 copies of the signed Ika Paradise and the 100 ryo were especially a loss. What could 100 ryo buy him in Konoha? It was just a big bowl of chakra ramen. And he doesn't want to read Ika Paradise either. If this wasn't a loss, what was it? At this time, Zhang Miao was somewhat grateful to the system for limiting the draw only once per day. Because after the draw, if not for the system restriction, he would have definitely taken out the remaining 10 fragments to draw more. Gambling is terrible. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but sigh, in the future, I should just keep collecting ninja fragments to recruit ninjas. That's the way to go. After making his decision, Zhang Miao immediately felt a lot more relaxed. He pulled his blanket and looked at Naruto, who was sleeping not far away, and then grinned. Hehe. This guy is sleeping soundly. Well, it's getting late. I'll sleep too. At this point, Zhang Miao yawned and then went back to sleep in the bed. The next day, Zhang Miao was woken up by the cry of a baby. He looked up and found that the sun outside the window had already risen. It's already this late. Zhang Miao belonged to the kind of person who would find it difficult to fall asleep once he woke up, so he simply jumped off the bed. Then he ran to Naruto's bed and carried him outside the room. He shouted to the Anbu around him. "Hey, cat-masked uncle, come in and feed my brother some milk." As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, someone immediately opened his house's door. A burly Anbu member with a cat mask walked in. Good thing he was wearing a mask at this time. Otherwise, Zhang Miao would definitely be able to see his twitching black face. "What do you mean by that? Do I have such ability?" However, when he saw Naruto crying in Zhang Miao's arms, he nodded to another Anbu member at the door. "Ying, go and prepare 2 bottles of milk." "Roger, senpai." Ying was in charge of Zhang Miao and Naruto. When she heard her senior's words, she immediately turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare some instant milk. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao hurriedly stopped her. "Hey, Ying lady, 1 bottle is enough." Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Ying suddenly stopped and turned to look at her senior, and the man immediately nodded. "1 bottle it is." "Yes." Ying replied and went to the kitchen to prepare Naruto's milk. Looking at his junior, the burly Anbu member could not help but sigh in his heart. Sigh. He felt bitter in his heart. He was an Anbu elite, but the Hokage assigned him to take care of some babies. What the hell was going on? However, as the direct subordinate of the Hokage, the order of the Hokage was absolute, so he could only carry out the task seriously. At the same time, he prayed in his heart. "Let's finish this month quickly. Next month, someone else will come. Compared to this, I'm more willing to go to the border and fight with those guys from Uegakure." Now that the Third Shinobi World War had just ended, the Land of Wind was unable to fight anymore. The Land of Lightning was busy collecting ninjutsu and preparing its military. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, fell into Obito's control and was in seclusion to turn the Kirigakure into the village of Bloody Mist. The only thing left was the Uegakure of the Land of Earth. In the middle of the war, at the Konoha Bridge, Minato killed countless IWA ninjas by himself, destroying the country's important transport route. He earned his famous Yellow Flash title in this battle. If Minato was still alive, the Uegakure would definitely not dare to mess around anymore. However, after the news of his death spread, Uegakure had restarted some hostile activities on its border. Right now, most of Konoha's forces were sent to the border to deal with these guys who wanted to take advantage of the situation. The cat-masked ninja felt that if not for the Third's order, he would have been in charge of defense at the border. "I'm worried about my comrades." Thinking of his comrades, who were on the battlefield, the ninja was suddenly worried. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the door. He immediately cleared his mind and looked out vigilantly. He saw a white-haired teen slowly walking toward him. If not for Kakashi, then who was it? He was also a member of the Anbu, so the cat-faced ninja also knew Kakashi. Seeing that he came, his vigilance also dropped, and then he turned to Zhang Miao and shouted. "Red-haired brat, Kakashi is here to pick you up." "Kakashi is here?" Hearing the words of the cat-faced Anbu, Zhang Miao immediately carried Naruto to the door and looked out. When he saw Kakashi's figure, he was suddenly happy, as if he was looking at the ninja fragments flashing with white light flying towards him. However, the word red-haired brat from the cat-faced ninja made Zhang Miao a little unhappy. At this time, Ying came out with a full milk bottle. Zhang Miao handed Naruto to her. Then, when she turned around, he pinched her butt heavily with lightning speed. Aya! Although Ying was an assassin, this could not change the fact that she was a woman. After her sensitive part was suddenly attacked, she immediately screamed and turned around. Then, she saw her colleague wearing a cat-faced mask behind her, and a red-haired boy who was looking at the cat-faced ninja with a disdainful look. Seeing this scene, Ying seemed to understand, and she immediately became angry. "Takumu-senpai, you shameless!" After saying that, Ying gave him a big slap, sending the poor ninja's cat mask flying. Takumu was immediately stunned by this slap. Although he had long been interested in Ying's perky butt, he never imagined pinching her butt like that. He never thought that Zhang Miao would actually dare to openly use the black hand technique in front of him, and even more so, he never thought that he would be the one to take the blame in the end. It was too unreasonable. Thinking of this, he hurriedly explained to Ying. "Ying, listen to me. It's actually this red-haired brat." Takumu originally wanted to say that it was Zhang Miao who did it, but before he could finish his words, Ying angrily interrupted him. "Humph! Senpai, are you trying to frame Ryunosuke? Ryunosuke is still a child. Senpai, I really have misjudged you. I will report this to the Hokage. After saying that, Ying stuffed the milk bottle into Naruto's mouth and then disappeared in a flash. Ying, you. Looking at the disappearing Ying, Takuma couldn't finish his words. When he looked in the direction of the door, he found that the culprit of this incident had climbed up Kakashi's back and was winking at him with a playful face. Then he waved his hand. That expression was clearly telling him, "Hey! It was me." At the same time, Naruto, who was drinking milk in his arms, seemed to be choked by the milk. He suddenly cried, and the voice was so loud that Kakashi, who had already walked dozens of steps with Zhang Miao on his back, raised his eyebrows. What a loud voice! Kakashi was most afraid of children crying, so he quickly left the place. As for Takuma, he looked at Zhang Miao, who was gradually disappearing while holding the crying Naruto. Thinking of Ying, who ran to the Hokage's office to complain, he suddenly wanted to cry. I hate children. I really hate them. Chapter 18, Might Guy and Acorns. What Zhang Miao did not know was that he had inadvertently left a shadow of a bear child in the heart of an elite Anbu member. At this moment, he was simply happy about the harvest he had just obtained. Ding! Obtained Ninja Fragment X8. When he heard this prompt, Zhang Miao thought for a moment and understood that this fragment came from Takuma, the cat-faced Anbu who was in charge of guarding his house. So he blinked his eyes in surprise. Wow, that actually worked? Although it's just an ordinary ninja fragment, isn't it too easy? Well, it seems that I have to trick him a few more times next time. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's mood became better. He hugged Kakashi's neck, waved his neck, and started to sing. Shounen yo, kiitakur. Ninja nanti taishita munde ja nisa. Ashita nanti mao iranakara. Nijita kabushi woke kusuna yo. The word combination between the two friends made some people along the way stop to watch them. Many people smiled kindly at the two. Kakashi was smiling under his mask. On the way home, with Zhang Miao on his back, he suddenly looked up at the blue sky and narrowed his eyes. Minato-sensei, did you see that? Zhang Miao did not know what Kakashi was thinking. He just sang the song he liked hard, shouting his heart out. But before he finished singing, Kakashi stopped. Just as Zhang Miao was curious about what was going on, a familiar voice suddenly came to Zhang Miao's ears. Yo! Kakashi, let's bet on our youth to have a hot showdown. Kakashi. Zhang Miao. A guy wearing a skin-tight green suit with bowl-cut hair and two thick eyebrows appeared before them. Zhang Miao recognized him at first glance. Might Guy. While Zhang Miao was observing Guy, he also noticed Zhang Miao on Kakashi's back, and his eyes immediately lit up. Yo, young man on Kakashi's back, I am the noble green beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Today, you will witness the hot-blooded battle between Kakashi and me. After saying that, Guy grinned and gave Zhang Miao a thumbs up with his right hand. His white teeth suddenly flashed with a dazzling white light. Damn, it also has a flash effect? Zhang Miao was helpless. He whispered into Kakashi's ear, this guy seems to be very troublesome. Can he be dealt with quickly? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi's expression changed. I'm afraid not. This guy is very difficult to deal with. Kakashi's answer was not out of Zhang Miao's expectations because he had seen their difficult relationship in the anime, but he was familiar with the plot and knew this guy's weakness. So he gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder again. In that case, let me deal with him. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly slid down from Kakashi's back. Then, under Kakashi's puzzled eyes, he slowly walked in front of Guy and circled him. As he was leaving, Zhang Miao was still observing Guy from head to toe, his gaze full of scrutiny. At this moment, Guy was only a 13-year-old teenager. Facing Zhang Miao's gaze, he immediately felt a little uncomfortable. You? What are you looking at? Zhang Miao did not directly answer Guy's question. Instead, he directly returned to Kakashi's side. Then, with a curious face, he pointed at Guy and asked Kakashi. Big bro Kakashi. Is this the one you talked about last time, whose PP is only the size of an acorn, big brother Guy? Acorn-sized PP. Hearing Zhang Miao's childish voice, Guy fell to his knees as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly ahead, muttering to himself at the same time. Acorn. Konoha's petite beast. Acorn. Konoha's petite beast. At this time, Kakashi also recalled the matter about the acorn. When Kakashi had just become a jonin, he accidentally met Guy, and the passionate ninja immediately proposed the so-called youthful battle to him. In the face of such a request, Kakashi naturally ignored it, but Guy's perseverance completely exceeded his imagination. Whether when he was eating, taking a bath, or going to the toilet, this guy would suddenly appear out of nowhere and ask for a showdown with him. One time, when Kakashi shushed him, Guy suddenly appeared. Then, he saw Kakashi's excellence, and Kakashi also discovered Guy's acorn. Kakashi did not tell this to others, but he definitely would not listen to his explanation, judging from Guy's current state. Looking at the sad guy in front of him, Kakashi suddenly felt a little sorry, so he patted him on the shoulder. Guy, about that. Kakashi originally wanted to comfort Guy, but he could not find any words to comfort him. At this time, Guy also came back to his senses. He pushed Kakashi away, then wiped away his tears and ran away, leaving only dust. At the same time, his voice came from far away. Kakashi, I hate you. I really didn't say that. When Kakashi revealed a helpless expression, Zhang Miao also heard the familiar system notification sound inside his mind. Ding! Obtained 5-star Jonin level Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this notification sound, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect this to work. Although the method used was a bit bad and might leave a scar inside Guy's heart, from the number of ninja fragments he earned, this time, he had completely defeated him. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately patted Kakashi beside him and grinned at him. The trouble has been solved. Let's eat some fish. Kakashi agreed and carried Zhang Miao on his back. When they were almost home, Kakashi could not help but ask Zhang Miao, I don't remember telling you about the acorn stuff. How did you know about that? Of course, Zhang Miao would not tell Kakashi that he knew them from the anime. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he whispered in Kakashi's ear, in fact, I can see the weakness of those simple-minded people at a glance. Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Kakashi was stunned for a moment, but he soon showed a clear expression. At that time, the scene between Zhang Miao and Guy earlier was still vivid in Kakashi's mind. Was there anyone in the whole village who had a simpler mind than Guy? Obviously not. Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly whispered to Zhang Miao, Ryunashuk, don't tell others about your ability. Also, don't use this ability on your comrades in the future. Seeing that Kakashi did not doubt him and was still so concerned about him, Zhang Miao felt ashamed and moved. He quickly nodded. Okay, I understand. I won't do it next time. Well, it's good that you understand. Then let's go home. With that, Kakashi hurried home with Zhang Miao on his back. At the same time, Zhang Miao also received the system prompt again. Ding obtained 5-star Jonin level Kakashi Ninja Fragment X5. Because the host has obtained Kakashi's absolute trust, the reward is fixed to 5-star Jonin level Kakashi Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao suddenly grinned. So this is the absolute trust is all about. Chapter 19, Acorn's Nightmare. Zhang Miao found that ever since he got Kakashi's absolute trust, obtaining ninja fragments became much easier. Whether it was Kakashi's ninja fragments or other people's ninja fragments, he did not need to spend too much effort on them. Especially after tricking the cat-faced Takumu and dealing with Guy with one sentence, Zhang Miao felt that he seemed to have grasped the trick of collecting the ninja fragments. Lying on Kakashi's back, Zhang Miao could not help but sigh while holding the 2 meatballs Kakashi had bought for him. This is life. Soon, the two of them returned to Kakashi's house. After putting Zhang Miao down, Kakashi opened his door. I'm back. Zhang Miao. There was no one at home, so what was the point of shouting? Zhang Miao was confused by Kakashi's behavior, but in order to respect the custom around the area, he also shouted. I'm back too. Hearing Zhang Miao's voice, Kakashi's footsteps suddenly paused, and then he turned to look at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You wait in the living room first. I'll go cook. Okay. Zhang Miao agreed and found a place to lie down. Then he stretched. Ha! How nice! Zhang Miao's life motto was that if he could sit, he would never stand, and if he could lie down, he would never sit. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was dead on the floor, Kakashi shook his head helplessly and then turned to the kitchen to cook. Lunch was still boiled fish. Kakashi knew that Zhang Miao had a big appetite, so he cooked a big bowl full of food. Ever since he met Zhang Miao, Kakashi had always wondered if eating was one of the bloodline limits of the Uzumaki clan. No matter what Kakashi thought, Zhang Miao was still himself. The 2 meatballs he had just eaten were not enough for him. At this time, he felt that his stomach was already growling for more food. Itadakimasu. Zhang Miao gently closed his palm and then waved his chopsticks to eat. Seeing him eating so happily, Kakashi suddenly smiled. Itadakimasu. Perhaps influenced by Zhang Miao, Kakashi felt that his appetite had become much better recently, and his mood had improved. He also had more goals for his daily life. The only bad thing was that since he had to accompany Zhang Miao during the day, he could only do his training at night. He often needed to train until late at night before he could rest. It was quite hard. But for Kakashi, compared to the previous empty days, his life now was much more fulfilling, so a little bit of hardship naturally did not matter. Thinking of this, Kakashi immediately looked up at Zhang Miao and found that he was holding a fish head and biting it open. Then, he sucked the juices inside in a flash. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's eyes immediately narrowed. The feeling of having a younger brother was probably like this, right? At this time, Zhang Miao, who was gnawing on the fish head, also found that Kakashi was looking at him, so he sucked his fingers and looked up at Kakashi. Kakashi, do you want to go fishing this afternoon? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately revealed a guilty expression. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I'm going out on a mission in the afternoon. It might take 2 or 3 days before I could go back home. Oh, then that's fine. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately looked at Kakashi seriously. Please be careful when you carry out the mission. Although it was just a very ordinary sentence, Kakashi's heart was warmed by Zhang Miao's concern. He immediately nodded. Yes, I know. I will come back soon. The implication was that he would come back alive. Zhang Miao understood, so he put down his chopsticks. Then he smiled and stretched out his fist to Kakashi. When the time comes, let's go fishing together. It's a promise. Seeing this scene, Kakashi also smiled. Then, he stretched out his fist and gently touched Zhang Miao's small fist. Yes, it's a promise. After eating, Kakashi sent Zhang Miao back. However, after walking for a short distance, Kakashi seemed to think of something and immediately looked at Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, there is a chestnut shop on the street. The chestnuts there are very sweet. Do you want to give it a try? Very sweet chestnuts. Hearing Kakashi's offer, Zhang Miao thought for a moment and nodded. Let's give it a try. Seeing Zhang Miao's agreement, Kakashi took him to the chestnut shop on the other side of the street. But when the two came to the chestnut shop, they immediately saw an unexpected acquaintance Guy. At this time, Guy seemed to have recovered from their previous meeting. He was sitting at the door of the chestnut shop, drinking some tea with a satisfied face. Beside him was a large paper bag full of chestnuts. Zhang Miao's face suddenly floated a smirk, and then he shouted at Guy. Hey! Big bro acorn! Fwaha! Hearing this familiar voice and words, Guy, who was drinking, immediately spat out the tea in his mouth and looked in the direction of the voice. With one look, he immediately found Kakashi and the young red-haired figure on his back. It was the brat from before. Looking at Guy, who was looking at him with a shocked expression, Zhang Miao immediately skipped over to his side, then bit his finger and looked at him with a child look. Brother Oak, are you eating some acorns? No. These are chestnuts, not acorns. At this time, Guy had a psychological trauma with acorns. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, he quickly explained, but after explaining, he found that what he had just explained was not the main point. So he shook his head again like a rattle drum. No, no, no. I'm not eating some acorns, and I'm not Big Brother Acorn or something. I was Konoha's. Guy was going to say that he was Konoha's noble green beast, but before he could finish his words, Zhang Miao suddenly clapped and interrupted him. Oh, I understand. You are Konoha's petite beast Big Bro Acorn, right? Guy, degree. Seeing Zhang Miao's expression, Guy felt as if he was struck by lightning. At this moment, he felt a sharp arrow pierce through his chest. Zhang Miao did not seem to notice Guy's expression at all. Instead, he continued to ask, Brother Acorn, is there any girl in the village who like you? Guy originally intended to say, of course there is. Unfortunately, Before he could speak, Zhang Miao interrupted him with a disappointed face. So there isn't. Your PP is only the size of an acorn. No wonder no girls like you. Sigh, you are so pitiful. Guy, degree. At this moment, Guy felt two sharp arrows pierce through his chest. At this moment, Guy's eyes were filled with tears. He kept encouraging himself in his heart. I won't cry. I'm a man. I won't cry. Just when he thought he could hold it in, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. He looked back and immediately found that the child who had always called him Brother Acorn was looking at him with sympathy. Brother Acorn, don't worry. I won't look down on you. I will tell my friends in the village. Although your PP is only the size of an acorn, you are a real man, Konoha's petite beast. Cheer up. Brother Acorn. Wow. This time, Guy could no longer hold it in. He wiped his tears and ran away. His voice came from afar through the smoke and dust. Hui! Kakashi, I hate you. Kakashi. What does it have to do with me? At the same time, a system notification sounded out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving an absolute trauma in Guy's heart. In the future, every time you defeat him, you can obtain the highest amount of ninja fragments per day. Hearing this notification, Zhang Miao grinned again. This was the effect he wanted. Chapter 20, The True Hero. Guy cried and ran away again, forgetting his bag of chestnuts. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was sitting on the stool, as if nothing had happened, Kakashi's eyes twitched several times. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Yes. Zhang Miao nodded and handed him the chestnuts in his hand. Do you want some? It's quite sweet. It's a waste if you don't eat them. Kakashi. Those are Guy's chestnuts. After you angered him away, why are you still eating his chestnuts like this? Is that really okay? There were too many things he wanted to complain about, and he didn't know where to start. Moreover, looking at Zhang Miao, who sincerely handed him the chestnuts, Kakashi suddenly sighed. Sigh, let's go. Okay. Now that Zhang Miao was used to being carried away by Kakashi, he did not feel any shame at all about being carried by a 13-year-old teenager. As he hummed an unknown song, he took Guy's bag of chestnuts and started feeding on them. Crunch! Oh, these chestnuts are really good. Kakashi, you really don't want some? No. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi revealed a smile on his face. Ryuna shook, have your upper teeth grown out? No, I'm using my lower teeth. My upper teeth will probably take 3 months to grow. Let's just use what's available first. Looking at Zhang Miao indifferently picking up another chestnut and throwing it inside his mouth, a trace of helplessness flashed across Kakashi's face. No matter how he looked at it, this guy did not look like a baby at all. Were all Uzumakis such freaks? Thinking of this, Kakashi immediately shook his head. After throwing out those irrelevant thoughts, he asked Zhang Miao in a serious tone, Ryuna shook, do you hate Guy? The old Kakashi would not have asked such a question, but Obito's death back on their mission at the Konoha bridge once again changed Kakashi's view of life, making him value his comrades. Although sometimes Guy really made him a little annoyed, his efforts and perseverance had indeed moved him to a certain extent. He was an important friend to him. Therefore, Kakashi did not want Zhang Miao to do this to Guy. In Kakashi's view, Guy's image was indeed a little bad. Perhaps this was the reason why Zhang Miao hated him, but what Kakashi did not expect was that Zhang Miao did not seem to think so. As soon as he heard him, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. No, I don't hate Guy at all. On the contrary, I like him very much, and I firmly believe that he will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Zhang Miao's answer was obviously beyond Kakashi's expectations. He immediately stopped and looked at Zhang Miao in a daze. Why do you say that? Because he has a great father who was as powerful as your father, might do. When Zhang Miao said this, Kakashi suddenly widened his eyes, and his eyes were full of disbelief. In Kakashi's view, Zhang Miao was very respectful to his father, but he did not expect that Guy's father also had such a high position in Zhang Miao's heart. Kakashi also had some impression of Guy's father. When his father, Sakumo, sent him to the Ninja Academy, he had seen Guy's father at the school gate. Kakashi remembered that Guy's father was dressed like the current Guy. He was wearing a green tight suit and always had a sophisticated smile on his face. He seemed to be able to smile at anyone. Can such a person be called a hero? Seemingly seeing Kakashi's surprise, Zhang Miao slowly opened his mouth again. Du is Guy's father. Although he was not good at ninjutsu or genjutsu, he had been focusing on improving his taijutsu for around 20 years. He was known as the Eternal Genin. At that time, Konoha's ninjas had always treated Du as trash. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao's face suddenly flashed with a hint of sarcasm. But they didn't expect that this as such trash could unleash an amazing power in order to protect his son from the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He even could cut their size from 7 to just 3. Sigh, hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi sighed. Guy's father is actually that strong. Kakashi knew about the 7 swordsmen. It was said that each of their strength had reached the level of a cage. In the face of a great group, Kakashi felt that even his own father, Sakumo, would find it difficult to survive against them, let alone kill 4 of them. But Guy's father could actually do it. How did he do it? Looking at Kakashi's face of disbelief, Zhang Miao laughed again. Incredible, right? But that is the truth. After that battle, the once prominent 7 swordsmen of the mist were left with only 3 members, Jozo, Rega, and Fugyuki. The 2 of them later became traitors. The group was completely destroyed. So that's how it is. After listening to Zhang Miao's narration, Kakashi was a little moved and nodded. I didn't expect Guy's father to be such a great ninja. Yes. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zhang Miao also nodded. Then he looked up at the sky and said with some emotion, but I still think it is more appropriate to call him a hero. Hero. Hearing Zhang Miao mention the word hero again, Kakashi once again looked at him in surprise. His expression seemed to ask Zhang Miao whether his evaluation of Du was too much. Facing Kakashi's puzzled gaze, Zhang Miao nodded firmly again. Yes, a hero. In my opinion, a hero is not a person with a sword or a shield, nor a person who treats others. It is a person who can protect his loved ones and comrades with his life at a critical moment. That kind of person is the real hero. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao took a deep breath and pointed to the huge Hokage rock in the distance. Just like the 4th Hokage who died in the Kyubi's attack incident. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi couldn't help but look at the Hokage rock while muttering to himself. Only those who can use their lives to protect their loved ones and comrades at a critical moment are true heroes. Looking at the stunned Kakashi, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded again. Yes, that kind of person is a real hero. For example, Kakashi, your father, and Guy's father. They are all Konoha's real heroes. Hearing Zhang Miao's praises for his father, Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. He gently pulled down his ninja forehead guard, covering his burning left eye, and then continued to walk forward with Zhang Miao on his back. As he walked, he thought in his heart, Ryunashuk, you keep saying that Guy's father and my father are real heroes, but in my opinion, your father, the man who protected the whole village from Kyubi's threat, is the real hero. With respect for his father and teacher, Kakashi slowly walked away with Zhang Miao on his back. They did not know that after they left, a young man with thick eyebrows wearing a skin-tight green suit was leaning against the wall in the alley, biting his clothes and sobbing. Father! The people in the village did not forget you. You are a real hero, sob. Chapter 21, Ying's Wrath. At this time, the one who was crying in the alley was none other than Konoha's noble green beast, Might Guy. He originally planned to take his bag of chestnuts back, but he did not expect to hear Zhang Miao's evaluation of his father. Today, the Third Shinobi World War had just ended, so after listening to Zhang Miao's words, Guy immediately recalled the green figure in front of him when he was ambushed by the 7 swordsmen of the mist. It was his father's back. In order to protect the ninjas of the future generation, Du stood alone in front of the 7 swordsmen, letting them see his way of survival. Du sacrificed his own life for Konoha's future generations. But unfortunately, Du was like most of the ninjas who died in the Third War. He was like a small stone thrown into a pool. After a ripple, he quickly disappeared. There were very few people who remembered his deeds, and no one called him a hero. But now, after a young child could clearly say his father's achievements, putting him in the same position as the famous White Fang, and called him a real hero. How could this not move him? At this moment, Guy decided to forgive Kakashi. Kakashi, to be able to meet such a young man who recognized my father's deeds. I will forgive you for telling others about the acorn matter. He wiped away his tears and clenched his fists. Suddenly he was filled with a burning passion. Kakashi! Let us burn our youth and have a hot showdown. After saying that, Guy ran again, and soon there was only a cloud of dust left on the street. While Guy was looking for Kakashi and preparing to have a youthful showdown with him, Zhang Miao was in his residence and staring at the new guard. Zhang Miao, stare. The guard. The new Anbyo guard was a young man wearing a mask with a pointy mouth. Being stared at by Zhang Miao, he could not sit still and subconsciously turned his face away. However, what he did not expect was that just as he turned his face, he found that the red-haired child appeared in front of him again and asked him, "Pointy uncle, where is the cat-faced uncle? Where did he go?" The captain, he was just about to speak, but before he could finish speaking, a voice interrupted him from the side. Fukuro. Hearing this voice, the newly dispatched Anbyo code-named Fukuro immediately stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao immediately sighed helplessly and then turned to look at the slim figure walking over with a face of dissatisfaction. "Hey, big sister Ying, don't you know that interrupting others is a very rude behavior?" Ouch! Before Zhang Miao could say more words, his face was pinched by two slender fingers. His little face became bitter. It is also very rude to pinch someone's face for no reason. "Let go, ouch, it hurts." Humph! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Ying immediately snorted, but she did not let go of his face. Instead, she stared at him with a displeased face. "Then, was you being rude when you wronged others earlier this morning? Also, can you touch a girl's delicate place as you please?" Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Feeling Ying's pinch was getting harder, Zhang Miao immediately screamed and begged for mercy. "Sister Ying, I was wrong. I won't dare to pinch you again next time." Ouch! Before Zhang Miao could finish his words, Ying covered his mouth and then raised her chin to the curious new guy next to her with a red face. "Fukuro, you go out first." "Roger." Hearing Ying's words, the new guy agreed and turned around to go out. After he left, Ying let go of the hand covering Zhang Miao's mouth and pinched his little face again. "Ryuna shook, I warn you, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, you will taste my revenge." Humph! After that, Ying left, leaving Zhang Miao dumbfounded. Ouch! Looking at the closed door, Zhang Miao was stunned for a while and then shook his head helplessly. "That woman is unreasonable. I am just a child." After saying that, Zhang Miao walked to Naruto's small bed and slowly raised his palm. "Stupid little brother, feel your brother's slap of love." Slap! Wah, wah, wah. When Naruto cried, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9-star Uzumaki Naruto, Ashura, Ninja Fragment X1 and 8-star Tailed Beast Kurama Ninja Fragment X4. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao smiled with satisfaction and then turned to shout at the door. "Sister Ying, come in and feed him some milk." Ying! Hearing Zhang Miao's shout, at this time, Ying regretted that she did not leave with Takumu. However, because of Zhang Miao's misbehaving, she slapped her senior Takumu, which made her somewhat embarrassed to face him. This annoying little brat! However, Naruto's loud cry was not just for show. Thinking of the third's instructions, Ying could only grit her teeth and open the door to go inside. "Wasn't everything fine just now? Why did you suddenly cry?" "Who knows?" Hearing Ying's question, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. "He is probably hungry. You can just feed him some milk." After that, Zhang Miao picked up a chestnut and threw it into his mouth, munching it, and then raised his chin towards Ying. "Sister Ying, do you want some?" Humph! Looking at Zhang Miao, who was chewing on a large bag of chestnuts, Ying snorted again and went to the kitchen to prepare some milk. She muttered to herself. "This brat!" Although she said this, in fact, in her heart, she was truly amazed by Zhang Miao. Generally, children would need more than 1 year to learn how to talk and walk. Most of them would need around 2 years to walk and run independently, and most of them did that by imitating the adults. But Ryunashuk was different. Not only did this guy's body grow extremely fast, but he also looked older than his age. Moreover, without anyone's help, he could walk and run within a few days. At that time, the Hokage had specially sent medical ninjas to take a look, but they did not find any abnormalities. In the end, they just regarded Zhang Miao's ability as the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. But it was nothing. What amazed Ying the most was Zhang Miao's IQ. This guy could actually escape under the watch of 2 Anbu members. Moreover, he used his appearance of an innocent baby to trick her envious colleagues and even succeeded. It was simply inconceivable. If the Hokage had not told her the truth personally, Ying could not believe that this was done by a child less than a year old. There was no doubt that he was a genius. So when Ying found out that Kakashi and Zhang Miao were hanging out together, she couldn't help but sigh, birds of a feather flock together. In her eyes, Kakashi, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jonin at the age of 12, was undoubtedly the most dazzling genius in Konoha. As for Zhang Miao, if nothing unexpected happened, he might become a genius comparable to Kakashi in the future. Perhaps, I am witnessing the growth of a genius. Thinking of this, Ying suddenly had an inexplicable pride and excitement in her heart. Unfortunately, this excitement was mercilessly extinguished soon because before she finished brewing the milk and came out of the kitchen, Zhang Miao's voice was heard again. "Hey, Sister Ying, do you have a boyfriend? Why don't you take off your mask and let me have a look? If you look all right, I will reluctantly accept you as my 18th concubine. What do you think?" The 18th concubine? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Ying almost crushed the milk bottle in her hand. This damned brat! Chapter 22, Zhang Miao's Determination. Konoha's Anbu was founded by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, whose full name was Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. The main task of Konoha's Anbu was to protect the Hokage and defend the village against the invasion of foreign enemies. Sometimes, they were also responsible for enemy scouting and assassination. The nature and content of their missions were mostly extremely harsh and dull. Therefore, the members of the Anbu were all excellent ninjas handpicked by the Hokage himself. The fact that Ying could join the Anbu also proved her excellence. And here, Zhang Miao actually dared to poke fun at her, an excellent female Anbu elite. This was undoubtedly a very serious provocation. A serious provocation would inevitably lead to serious consequences, and the final result of Zhang Miao's actions was Ying pinching him ruthlessly, leaving his face swollen. "I am still just a child." Zhang Miao lay down on his bed, holding his swollen and painful little face, somewhat wanting to cry. At the same time, he maliciously speculated that under the nightingale mask, there must be an ugly face that people hated and disliked. "I hope you won't be able to get married for the rest of your life." At this time, Zhang Miao suddenly missed Kakashi, who was very obedient to him, and his delicious meals. Kakashi's fish dishes are very delicious. As he thought about it, he tilted his head and fell asleep. What Zhang Miao didn't know was that not long after he fell asleep, the door opened again. A purple-haired female Anbu walked inside his house. She walked to Zhang Miao's bedside and looked at the pouting Zhang Miao, who was sleeping soundly. She smiled underneath her mask. "This little brat is only cute when he is asleep." As she spoke, she covered Zhang Miao with his blanket and walked out of the room. Perhaps because his body was too young, Zhang Miao's sleep had always been very good. He slept from the afternoon to the morning of the next day, and as usual, he was woken up by Naruto's loud cry. "Oh! It's already the next day." Zhang Miao rubbed her eyes, then got down from his small bed, walked to the baby bed next to her, and carried Naruto out of it. "Oh, don't cry anymore. Big brother will call that ugly Ying to feed you." Just as Zhang Miao said this, the door opened with a bang. A familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him and quickly reached out her 2 fingers to pinch Zhang Miao's cheek. "Who are you calling an ugly woman?" Ouch! It hurts." This time, Zhang Miao finally experienced the consequences of speaking ill of others behind their backs. Feeling the pain in his cheek, Zhang Miao suddenly wanted to cry. "Big sis Ying, you heard it wrong. I am talking about a great beauty. How can Big sis Ying be an ugly woman?" "Humph! You know what's good for you." After being convinced by Zhang Miao, Ying nodded with satisfaction. She let go of his little face and stretched out her hands to him. "Come, give the Jinhu Naruto to me." Ying originally intended to say Jinhuriki, but just as she said those 2 words, she suddenly found that Zhang Miao's eyes had changed. His eyes became fierce, completely unlike the eyes of a baby. Seeing Zhang Miao's eyes, Ying's heart trembled, and she quickly changed her words. Then she was surprised to find that Zhang Miao's eyes reverted to an innocent look. The change in Zhang Miao's eyes reminded her of the last time Zhang Miao was angry. This also made Ying realize that Zhang Miao might understand the meaning of Jinhuriki. "It seems that I can't say this word in front of him in the future." Thinking of this, Ying secretly decided that she must tell the other NBUS later that Jinhuriki was a forbidden word in front of Zhang Miao in the future. In fact, Ying had guessed correctly. Zhang Miao indeed knew the meaning of Jinhuriki. Jinhuriki was a ninja possessed by a tailed beast. To put it bluntly, Jinhuriki was a vessel of a tailed beast. Before he crossed into this world, Zhang Miao didn't really feel anything when he watched the anime, but now it was different. Now that he had traveled to the world of the Naruto, and Naruto was his younger brother, how could Zhang Miao tolerate his younger brother being treated as a mere vessel for a tailed beast? Yes, Naruto was indeed the Kyubi's Jinhuriki, but he also had his own name. His name was Naruto. He was a living person, and Zhang Miao could not forgive anyone who regarded him as a vessel of the Nine Tails. At this moment, Zhang Miao suddenly remembered Naruto's tragic childhood in the anime. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly clenched his fists. Naruto, don't worry, big brother will become stronger, very strong. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully you. When Zhang Miao made up his mind, Ying had already finished feeding Naruto. After eating, Naruto smiled happily and stretched out his hand to let Zhang Miao hug him. Zhang Miao smiled and took Naruto over. Then he gently rubbed his yellow hair. Naruto responded with a small cry and arched into Zhang Miao's arms. Seeing this warm scene, Ying smiled, and her face showed a bit of emotion. The bond between brothers is really enviable. When Ying thought of this, she suddenly found that Zhang Miao raised his palm and then hit Naruto in the face with lightning speed. The slap of love. Slap. Wow. Ying. What happened with their brotherly bond? Just as Ying was stunned, the door opened again, and the new guy came in from outside. Ying, someone came to look for Ryunosuke, but he did not have the letter from the Hokage. Hey! Hearing his words, Ying immediately frowned. No letter from the Hokage? Who is it? He's a genin. His name seems to be Guy. It's him. Hearing the new guy's words, Zhang Miao suddenly showed a look of realization. At first, when Zhang Miao heard that someone had come to pick him up, he was a little bewildered because he remembered that Kakashi had already gone on a mission since yesterday, and he also had a handwritten order from Hiruzen. Now that he heard that it was Guy, Zhang Miao suddenly understood that this guy had always been careless. He must be forcing his way here and naturally would not have the letter from the Hokage. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao raised his hand toward Ying. Big sis, I know that guy. He is a trustworthy person. Help me take care of my brother first. I will go and see what he wants to do. After that, before Ying could respond, Zhang Miao stuffed the crying Naruto into her arms, then turned and ran out. Looking at Zhang Miao, who ran out in the blink of an eye, and Naruto, who was crying in her arms, Ying gritted her teeth again. This annoying brat! Ying had no mood to pay attention to Zhang Miao. At this time, he was staring blankly at Guy, who was standing at the door. Guy was still wearing his usual green skin-tight clothes, and he was holding several paper bags full of chestnuts in his arms, which looked at least a dozen pounds heavy. Seeing Zhang Miao come out, he immediately gave Zhang Miao a thumbs up and then grinned. Young man, burn your youth and have a hot showdown with me. Zhang Miao. Showdown my ass. You just wanted to treat me to some chestnuts. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly slapped Guy's thigh. Good. I have never lost in terms of food. If you can defeat me today, I will never call you Big Bro Acorn again. Really? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 23, Chestnut Showdown. Guy's ninja talent was not good. In fact, he did not even have the qualifications to enter the Ninja Academy. If not for the third being moved by his efforts, then his ninja path would probably be even more rugged. And Guy also understood clearly that his talent was not great, so he put in more effort to make up for it. This was also the reason why he often called himself a hard-working genius. This was how he recovered his confidence, and at the same time, he was constantly reminding himself that he had to work harder. Guy had put in more effort than others, so he also wanted to gain the recognition of others, so he chose a rival for himself, Kakashi. As the son of Konoha's White Fang and also a well-known genius in the village, Kakashi was undoubtedly the best candidate to prove himself. Because of this, Guy constantly looked for him, intending to prove that even if he had no talent, as long as he worked hard, he could become a respected ninja. As for the showdown between the two, it could be a real physical duel between their fists, a small contest like the rock-paper-scissors, a sushi eating contest, or some other ridiculous things. Guy always screamed for his youth, chasing after Kakashi's footsteps in his own way. Although he was often bewildered by how Guy's brain works, in Zhang Miao's view, putting his strange antics aside, Guy was a respectable person. For example, this time, he came to find him with some chestnuts on him. Although it looked like a very childish move, Zhang Miao knew that this should be the way Guy expressed his concern for him. This guy probably found out that I was an orphan, and Kakashi happened to be doing a mission, so he specially came to see me, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but smile. Although this guy looked clumsy at times, I didn't expect him to have a delicate heart. But even so, I won't admit defeat easily. As Zhang Miao thought about it, he quickly threw some chestnuts from the bag into his mouth and munched on them. In a short while, the whole bag was emptied. Seeing Zhang Miao's fierce effort, Guy naturally did not want to be outdone. He kept stuffing chestnuts into his mouth. After a while, his eyes widened, and he even punched his chest with his fist. It seemed that he choked on some chestnuts. Seeing this scene, Ying and the new guy standing at the door were stunned. Are these two okay? Obviously, Zhang Miao was definitely fine. With the help of the system, his stomach was completely made of steel. As long as he could stuff the food in, he would not have to worry about a stomachache. However, it was hard to say about Guy. Looking at his belly that had swelled up, Zhang Miao felt that there should be one bed that belonged to Guy in Konoha's hospital today. The truth was as Zhang Miao expected. After a while, Guy fell down with a pale face. At the same time, the system prompt in Zhang Miao's mind rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the official showdown. The reward is 5-star Jonin level Might Guy Ninja Fragment X10. Zhang Miao. This works too. As if sensing Zhang Miao's thoughts, the system explained to him again. No matter what method it is, as long as it is a match acknowledged by both sides, the system will acknowledge it. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Miao immediately understood. When he was eating chestnuts just now, Zhang Miao really wanted to surpass Guy, so he competed very seriously. But he did not expect that Guy was also serious. This guy, he seriously competed with a baby in a contest of appetite, really. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao did not know what to say, but when he thought of Guy's character and his magical brain circuit, Zhang Miao immediately felt that it was extremely normal. However, there were some benefits. The 10 ninja fragments came as a surprise. Looking at Guy, who was lying on the ground with his round stomach twitching, Zhang Miao rolled his eyes and immediately thought of a way to quickly collect Guy's ninja fragments. So he stood up with his hands on his waist and then looked down at Guy. Hey, big bro acorn, although you lost this time, I can give you another chance to challenge me. Come back tomorrow, and you can choose whatever you want to eat. After that, Zhang Miao waved to Ying behind him. Big sis Ying, get someone to send him to Konoha's hospital. Ying. Who the hell are you? What right do you have to order me? Ying was very unhappy, but looking at Guy, who seemed to be on the verge of death on the ground, she could only glare at Zhang Miao fiercely and then turn to look at the new guy beside her. Fukuro, send him to the hospital. Roger. Ying's level seemed to be higher than Fukuro's. After hearing her order, Fukuro immediately picked up Guy and disappeared in a flash. Zhang Miao knew that Fukuro was sending Guy to the village's hospital, so he grinned at Ying. Hehe, thank you, big sis Ying. Now give me my brother. As he spoke, Zhang Miao took Naruto from Ying's hands. To Ying's surprise, Naruto, who had been crying just now, immediately stopped crying after being taken over by her brother. He even babbled toward Zhang Miao's arms. Seeing this scene, Ying couldn't help but smile. As expected, these brothers are both freaks. Zhang Miao didn't care what Ying was thinking. He carried Naruto into their room and then put him on the floor, allowing him to crawl around in the room while he lay on the floor with his hands behind his head, staring at the roof in a daze. At some point, Ying also came in and squatted down next to Zhang Miao. What are you thinking about? Wanna guess? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Ying rolled her eyes at him and left without a word. However, she had only taken 2 steps when Zhang Miao's voice rang out behind her again. Hey, big sis Ying, do you have any siblings? As a member of Anbu, Ying needed to conceal her identity under her mask. So she should not answer such a question. But facing Zhang Miao, she chose to answer his question. I have a sister who is studying at the academy. I hope that you can become good friends in the future. After saying that, Ying turned around and found that Zhang Miao showed a look of disdain. She immediately frowned. What do you mean by that expression? Nothing. Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders. He got up and picked up Naruto, who was crawling on the ground, and put him in the baby bed. After doing all this, he turned to Ying and raised his eyebrows. Is your sister beautiful? I don't want her if she's not. Ying. This damned brat. Who do you think you are? Ying took a few deep breaths and finally suppressed the anger in her heart. Then she squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. My sister is very beautiful, and she is a genius in swordsmanship. Are you satisfied now? Oh, that's nice. Zhang Miao nodded as he turned over and crawled into his own bed. He then waved at Ying. Very well. Bring your sister here tomorrow for me to see. If it's possible, I'll take her as my 18th concubine. All right, there's nothing else for you. You can leave now. Ying. Chapter 24, The Hokage left. Zhang Miao got pinched again by Ying. As a traveler from another world and also the brother of Naruto, Zhang Miao had always regarded himself as the big brother of the future 7th Hokage. But now, his face was pinched 2 times in a row, and he was already begging for mercy. This was too much. This must not be tolerated. This woman is too wicked. I am clearly still a child. Zhang Miao felt that his patience with Ying had reached a limit, so he decided to take revenge. But unfortunately, before Zhang Miao could think of a way to take revenge, Ying had already left. According to Fukuro, she went to carry out a secret mission. Since Fukuro said that Ying was going to carry out a secret mission, Zhang Miao did not ask more because he knew that even if he asked, Fukuro would not tell him. Of course, even if Fukuro didn't tell him, Zhang Miao could guess that something might have happened. Because there were at least 2 Anbu members who were assigned to protect him and Naruto before, but now only Fukuro was left, which revealed another secret of the Anbu: it didn't have enough people. Something that could make the Anbu short on personnel was probably not a small matter, but according to Zhang Miao's understanding of the anime plot, Konoha did not seem to have encountered anything big at this time. As Zhang Miao was thinking hard, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. Ryunashuk, let's bet on our youth and have a hot showdown. Zhang Miao. Hearing this voice, Zhang Miao didn't need to go out to see the source of that annoying voice. There was no one in Konoha who kept blabbering about youth other than Guy. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly, then walked to the door and opened it. Hey, Acorn Guy. Let me say this first. I only compete in eating. I don't do other contests. Acorn Guy. Hearing this new name, Guy suddenly shed tears of sadness in his heart. I'm sorry, father. I've embarrassed you, but don't worry. I will win this time. Thinking of this, Guy suddenly stretched out his fist toward Zhang Miao. Very well, let's forget about our youthful showdown. I must defeat you this time, but you have to promise me that if I win, you are not allowed to mention the word acorn in the future, and also call me the noble green beast of Konoha, might Guy. Hearing Guy's agreement, Zhang Miao smiled brightly. Okay, I agree. It's a deal. Zhang Miao knew very well that with his super digestive ability, Guy would definitely not be able to defeat him. He got another 10 ninja fragments with ease. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao, who was in a good mood, pretended to be generous and waved at Guy. What to eat, you decide. Guy did not know that Zhang Miao had already locked onto the victory in advance. When he heard Zhang Miao ask him to choose what to eat, he was immediately overjoyed. Let's eat some rice balls today. Guy felt that compared to chestnuts, rice balls were easier to swallow and easier to eat. With Zhang Miao's small body, he definitely could not win against him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh proudly. Ha 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 ha, let's go. There is a restaurant not far ahead that sells delicious food. Let's go there. After saying that, Guy took Zhang Miao's hand and was about to leave, but just as he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Fukuro. You don't have the Hokage-sama's handwritten order. You can't take him away. Hokage-sama's handwritten order. Hearing Fukuro's words, Guy scratched the back of his head in distress. This morning, I went to the Hokage's office to look for him, but he was not in the village. Hiruzen was not in the village? As soon as Guy finished speaking, Zhang Miao frowned and thought to himself, Guy is not the kind of person who would speak without thinking, but as the 3rd Hokage, how could he not be in the village? Zhang Miao remembered that as the leader of the ninja village, a cage could not leave the village casually. Even if there was a serious situation, he would send someone else to deal with it, and the cage had to stay inside the village. Of course, this did not mean that a cage would never leave the village. It could only be said that he would temporarily leave the village under special circumstances. For example, according to Zhang Miao's understanding of the situation, there were two situations where the cage would leave the village. The first was when major conflicts occurred in various countries, and the 5-cage summit needed to be held. The cage from the 5 great ninja village needed to leave their village and go to attend the meeting. The second was when the daimyo of the country appointed a new cage. Maybe Ying went to guard the ceremony. However, Zhang Miao thought that neither of these two situations was possible. First of all, according to the original plot of Naruto, the 5-cage summit should be held on the eve of the 4th Shinobi World War, and it was held to deal with the Akatsuki together. There were still 10 years left. As for the appointment ceremony, it was even more impossible. Hiruzen was originally the 3rd Hokage. No. At this time, Zhang Miao realized that Hiruzen had abdicated from the Hokage title. Now, the person who really had the power to manage the village was Minato, the 4th Hokage. However, since Minato was already dead in the chaos of the Kyubi's attack, if the 3rd wanted to regain the power to manage the village, he would have to go through the ceremony all over again. In this way, everything made sense. Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, needed to regain the power of management, so he had to leave the village and go to the Land of Fire's famous mansion. To protect him, the Anbu accompanied him there. Sigh. What a boring system. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly and went forward to pet Guy. Acorn Guy, I'm afraid you won't be able to get this handwritten order in a short time. And Fukuro just wanted to protect my brother and me, so he couldn't separate himself. You should bring the rice balls over. Let's just fight here. How about it? Well, okay. Guy thought for a while and felt that Zhang Miao's method was also good, so he immediately nodded and ran all the way to buy some rice balls. 10 minutes later, Guy came back with 2 big baskets of rice balls. Then he asked Fukuro to be the referee and began the second youthful showdown with Zhang Miao. I will not lose. Before the duel, Guy made a declaration of victory. Looking at his confident appearance, Zhang Miao just smiled and then picked up a rice ball with an indifferent expression. Itadakimasu. The result of the duel was quite predictable. In less than 10 minutes, Guy collapsed with a stomachache. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5-star Jonin level, Might Guy Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao was not as happy as expected. Instead, he felt a little worried. He looked up at the sky in the distance and prayed in his heart. I hope nothing bad happens. Chapter 25, Youthful Food Pills. After Kakashi went on a mission, Ying followed suit. Being left out by his 2 closest friends, Zhang Miao felt that his days were even more boring than before. Every day, in addition to having a so-called youthful showdown with Guy, he would play with Naruto around the house to foster their brotherly bond. Zhang Miao felt that he would definitely die of boredom if this continued. The only thing that made Zhang Miao feel a little relieved was that although Ying was not around, Fukuro was still very responsible. He took charge of Ying's previous tasks like feeding Naruto and changing his diapers. He did very well, so Zhang Miao didn't need to worry about his brother's well-being. In fact, he had never worried about it. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the house, Zhang Miao got out of bed, picked Naruto and ran to the door to bask in the sun. He also asked Fukuro to make milk powder. Fukuro was indeed an elite of the Anbu. His movements were very fast. In a short while, he came out of the kitchen with a bottle of milk for Naruto. Here. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Miao thanked him and took the milk bottle. Then, he pressed it against his face to feel the temperature of the bottle. The bottle was still a little hot. Zhang Miao frowned, still feeling a little worried. He simply stuffed the milk bottle into his mouth and took 2 sips. After making sure that there was no problem, he fed it to Naruto. Seeing Zhang Miao's series of actions, Fukuro shook his head helplessly. Ryuna shook, I think that even if you are alone, you can take good care of Naruto. Now that Fukuro was already familiar with Zhang Miao and he was already used to Zhang Miao's various antics, he naturally would not treat Zhang Miao as a simple child. And Zhang Miao's antics were still as annoying as ever. Taking care of him alone. Hearing Fukuro's words, Zhang Miao let out a long yawn and then shook his head. No, I really am not good at changing diapers. Fukuro. Damn, not good at changing diapers, you say? Am I good at it? I seem to be good at it. No. This is not the point. The point is, as an elite member of the Anbu, how being good at changing diapers would benefit me. This kid is too annoying. Fukuro really wanted to pick up Zhang Miao and beat him up, but thinking about how much importance the Hokage attached to Zhang Miao and Naruto, he gave up. Just as Fukuro was thinking about whether there was any way to deal with Zhang Miao, a burst of familiar laughter came from not far away. Ha 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 ha, Ryan Ashok, let us enjoy our youth and have a heated showdown with me. Fukuro. Hearing this voice, Fukuro did not need to look back to know who the person was. It was Guy. Fukuro was somewhat convinced by the thick-browed ninja. During his time around, Guy had brought a lot of food to challenge Zhang Miao every single day. The food varied from chestnuts to rice balls, from sticks of dango to tempura, and even snacks like potato chips, cup noodles, biscuits, and so on. Unfortunately, there was no one who could beat Zhang Miao, so he would always end up in a hospital after their so-called showdown. However, Guy was extremely tenacious. After being discharged out of the hospital the next day, he immediately came to challenge Zhang Miao with another type of food. He was really a persistent guy. At the same time, Fukuro was amazed by Zhang Miao's stomach. He initially didn't believe Ying's story about Zhang Miao drinking 5 bottles of milk in one go, but he completely believed it. Damn it, this kid's stomach is like a bottomless pit. Thinking of this, Fukuro looked at Guy with sympathy. Compared to that little monster, you should pray for your own luck. Perhaps it was because he was wearing a mask, Guy did not see Fukuro's sympathetic gaze. When he saw the older ninja staring at him, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. Anbu-senpai, I will work harder this time. At this point, he suddenly grinned at Fukuro. His signature white teeth flashed a dazzling light. Seeing this scene, Fukuro suddenly felt a drop of cold sweat coming out from the back of his head. Is this kid okay? In fact, Guy was fine for no longer because Zhang Miao had finished feeding Naruto and stood up. After getting along with him for a few days, Fukuro also knew Zhang Miao's routine, so before he could speak, he took the initiative to take Naruto from his hand. Seeing that Fukuro was so sensible, Zhang Miao immediately gave him a look of appreciation. Wow, you're not bad at all. If you're bored with your Anbu job, I can hire you as our private nanny. Fukuro. Nanny my ass. If the Hokage's direct order, do you think I would be willing to pay attention to you? Moreover, even if I quit Anbu in the future, I can still be an ordinary ninja. Why should I be your nanny? This kid is very annoying. Fukuro had already decided that when the third returned, he must ask for a transfer. As long as Zhang Miao, this damned brat, was here, he would not be able to do this job. Zhang Miao did not know what Fukuro was thinking. After handing Naruto over to him, he put on his shoes and jumped down the corridor of the house. Then, he slowly approached Guy. Hey, Acorn Guy, what do you want to eat today? Such a small basket is probably not enough, right? Looking at the basket in Guy's hand, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows. Hee. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy immediately chuckled. Then, he lifted the cloth covering the basket and revealed a large pile of black balls. Looking at the basket full of palm-sized black balls, Zhang Miao blinked his eyes. What are these? Are you sure it can be eaten? Of course it can. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Guy took one from the basket and looked at Zhang Miao with a serious expression. This is my youthful food pills that I made myself. It is made from more than 20 kinds of healthy ingredients such as deer antlers, ginseng, persimmons, pig skin, and many more. Your strength will be immediately recovered after eating one of these. Ryunashuk, let's have a showdown. Damn it. I would die if I eat this, right? Zhang Miao looked at the bunch of food pills inside the basket with a disgusted expression and made up his mind to not eat it. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that, so he rolled his eyes and smiled at Guy. Big bro Acorn, since these are your homemade food pills, how about this, as long as you can eat all of them in one go and be safe, then you win this showdown. Really? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy was pumped and looked at Zhang Miao with shining eyes. If I eat all of them, then I win. Of course. Looking at Guy's excited eyes, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. Fukuro is also here. He can testify, but if you vomited, or got food poisoning from eating them, then it's my win. Okay. No problem. Guy was confident with the things he made. After he agreed, he reached out his hands and grabbed 2 large black pills from the basket. Then he shouted loudly. I'm going to start now. Ow, ow, ow. Chapter 26, The Bet. Perhaps he was very confident with the pills that he had personally made, or perhaps the pill itself tasted very good. Guy ate one after another, and after a short while, he had eaten them all. After eating, Guy immediately stood up and then extended his thumb to Zhang Miao, making a victory pose. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the official showdown. You have obtained 5-star Jonin level Might Guy Ninja Fragment X10. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Miao immediately raised his eyebrows and muttered softly. Well, we'll find out soon. 3, 2, 1. Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Guy, who was still in his victory pose, suddenly turned pale. Then he fell to the ground. A pile of foam came out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. You lose, Acorn Guy. After saying that, Zhang Miao was ready to leave, but before he could take a step, he felt that his pants were getting pulled. He looked back and saw the teary-eyed Guy biting his lips to prevent himself from crying. He slowly said some words to Zhang Miao. My name is not Acorn Guy. I am Might Guy. Looking at Guy's despondent look, Zhang Miao immediately began to reflect on himself. Did he go a little too far? After thinking for a while, Zhang Miao found that he had indeed gone a little too far, so he secretly apologized to Guy in his heart. I'm sorry, Guy. I did this to collect your ninja fragments. I'm really sorry for making you suffer. After apologizing in his heart, Zhang Miao nodded to Guy, who was lying on the ground. Well, let's just stop having food contests for next time. Let's do other stuff. Oh, I know. If you can walk around the village on your hand, without falling even once, then you win. I even will call you the noble green beast of Konoha from then on. Really? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy's eyes lit up again. He was afraid that Zhang Miao would go back on his word, so he quickly nodded. Okay. It's settled. If I can't do it, I will do 1,000 push-ups with one hand. Fukuro did not know that this was Guy's way of restraining himself, so after hearing his words, he immediately showed a speechless expression. This guy must be stupid. In Fukuro's view, even in the Anbu, there was no one who could walk around the village on their hand without falling even once. Let alone a genin like Guy. Fukuro felt that Zhang Miao was deliberately making things difficult for Guy, but this fool just agreed without hesitation. He seemed to be happy with the challenge. If he wasn't a fool, then what? Zhang Miao naturally didn't know what Fukuro was thinking. After making an agreement with Guy, he turned around to take Naruto from Fukuro's hands. Then, he raised his chin towards Fukuro. Fukuro, send him to the hospital. I will hold the fort for you. Fukuro knew Zhang Miao's temper. He would not go back on his words. In addition, Konoha's hospital was nearby, so Fukuro immediately nodded. Then, he picked up Guy and disappeared in a flash. After Fukuro disappeared, Guy's voice came from the distance. Ryunashuk, thank you. Hearing Guy's words of gratitude, Zhang Miao didn't know how to feel. Wow, you still want to thank me after being cheated? This guy is simply hopeless. With that, Zhang Miao carried Naruto back to his room. In fact, Zhang Miao did not know that the real reason why Guy thanked him was that he gave Guy a hope of victory. After these few days of confrontation, Guy deeply realized that in terms of appetite alone, he might not be able to beat Zhang Miao in his life, but Zhang Miao refused to compete with him, which made Guy very desperate. The most important thing was that as the noble green beast of Konoha, Guy was not willing to bully children, so he could only endure defeat after defeat. Now that Zhang Miao had taken the initiative to propose a different contest, Guy was confident in his victory because this would be the best contest he could ever ask for. He was made for this. Even if he failed at the beginning, as long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to do it. At that time, he could completely get rid of the acorn nicknames. Then he would become a respected ninja, the noble green beast of Konoha Might Guy. Thinking of this, Guy felt his blood boil. Ryunashuk, thank you. I will definitely do it. I will definitely, burp. Fukuro. After sending Guy to Konoha's hospital, Fukuro returned. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Zhang Miao sitting barefoot at the door with a small branch in her mouth. Seeing this scene, Fukuro approached Zhang Miao, sat down next to him, then asked him casually. Is your brother asleep? Yes. But I think you should call him by his name, Naruto. Zhang Miao suddenly let out a long sigh. Sigh. Actually, I know that all of you, including Uncle Catface and Big Sis Ying, do not like him. All of you view him as a fox demon. I do not blame you for this. I only hope that you can give him a chance to prove himself. At least, well, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Seeing Zhang Miao suddenly stop talking and seemingly unwilling to continue this topic, Fukuro was stunned at first, but he remained silent. After a long while, Fukuro finally opened his mouth and asked Zhang Miao, that genin today, do you think he can do it? Zhang Miao knew that Fukuro was talking about Guy, so after hearing his words, he immediately turned his head and smiled at him. Do you think I'm deliberately making things difficult for him? Then, do you want to make a bet? A bet? You and me. Fukuro seemed to have not expected Zhang Miao to say this. He immediately revealed a look of surprise. Looking at his surprised expression, Zhang Miao smiled and nodded again. Yes. If you win, I will ask the third to give you a transfer. That way, you won't have to stay with us all day. If I win, you have to invite Guy and me to barbecue for a meal. What do you think? That's... Fukuro was tempted by Zhang Miao's proposal. However, when he thought about Zhang Miao's appetite and yakiniku Q's high price, he hesitated. Should I accept it? Fukuro hesitated for a long time. In the end, he still felt that no one should be able to walk around Konoha on their hand. Even if there was, it would be impossible for a genin to do it. Thinking of this, Fukuro immediately nodded at Zhang Miao. Alright, I'll bet. Chapter 27, Recruiting Might Guy, Part 1. Ever since Zhang Miao and Guy made that deal, Zhang Miao did not see Guy around the next day. However, even if Zhang Miao stayed inside the house, he knew that Guy would be practicing his handstand for the contest. In the evening, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the contest. The reward is 5-star Jonin level Might Guy Ninja Fragment x10. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao knew that Guy's attempt today had failed. Moreover, with Guy's character, Zhang Miao felt that if nothing went wrong, he would probably be exhausted and give up for the day. Poor Guy. Zhang Miao sighed, shook his head, and went to his room to sleep. On the second day, Zhang Miao still did not see Guy around, but in the evening, he received the system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the official contest. The reward is 5-star Jonin level Might Guy Ninja Fragment x10. In the next half-month, Guy did not appear in front of Zhang Miao once, but the system notification sound did not absent once. The only difference was the time when the prompt sounded. It was getting late day by day. Sometimes it would ring in the evening, sometimes when it was already dark, early in the morning, and there were even a few times when it was already dawn. Every time Zhang Miao was woken up by the system prompt in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. What a persistent Guy. Guy was indeed persistent, but the results began to show. On the 35th day of trying, Zhang Miao finally received a different prompt. Ding! The host has lost against Guy. The contest is over. When he heard this prompt, a smile appeared on Zhang Miao's lips. So he finally succeeded. Although he did not obtain the ninja fragment this time, Zhang Miao did not feel disappointed. Instead, he was sincerely happy that Guy could break his limit again. It seems that I have inadvertently become Guy's stairway to greatness. Perhaps he's already running over here with a face full of excitement. Not long after, Zhang Miao saw a cloud of dust in the distance. In front of them, a green figure was approaching him at high speed. If it wasn't Guy, who was it? After a few breaths, Guy rushed in front of Zhang Miao. The dust he created blew Zhang Miao's hair. Damn it! Now I have to wash my hair again today. As if he did not notice Zhang Miao's disgusted expression at all, Guy, who was sweating profusely, suddenly hugged him. Ryuna shook, I succeeded. I have walked around Konoha on my hands without stopping or falling down. Will you fulfill your promise now? Yes, I will. Zhang Miao nodded and pushed Guy away. I admit that you are the noble green beast of Konoha, Guy. I will stop calling you the acorn Guy. Congratulations, you have broken your limit yet again. You are the best. Okay, Let me go. Guy had been waiting for Zhang Miao to say this for a long time. Now that he finally recognized himself, he was so excited that he hugged Zhang Miao tightly and cried with joy. Wah! Great, I did it. I really did it. Thank you, Ryunashuk, wah. Hey, snot, be careful of your snot. Help! While Guy was hugging Zhang Miao in tears of joy, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Guy's absolute trust and obtaining 5-star Jonin level Might Guy Ninja Fragment X10. The host has collected 400 identical 5-star ninja fragments and can recruit him at any time. Is this enough? During their so-called contest, Zhang Miao basically did not do anything to obtain Guy's ninja fragments every day, so he did not calculate them at all. He didn't expect to collect so many fragments during that period. Moreover, he also obtained Guy's absolute recognition. This meant that even if he did not bully Guy in the future, he could continue to obtain his ninja fragments. It seemed that today was really a lucky day. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao patted Guy on the back and laughed. All right. Don't cry. This time, you won our contest. Go back and take a bath first. We will go to Yakiniku-Q tomorrow to celebrate. How about it? Ah? Celebrate? Hearing that Zhang Miao was going to celebrate for him, Guy immediately revealed a happy expression. But soon, his face became bitter again. But I haven't gone for missions this month. In this world, ninjas' income basically came from missions. The village also got their income from the clients that gave them missions to complete. In other words, if a ninja didn't do any missions, he would not have any source of income. Guy had been working on their little contest for the past month, so naturally, he didn't complete any mission. So he ended up broke. It was not easy to obtain Ryunashuk's recognition, but I do not have the money to celebrate. I am really useless. Ever since he became a ninja, it was the first time someone had proposed to celebrate for him, but he could not even bring out the money to celebrate. This made Guy feel guilty and sad. Looking at Guy's depressed state, Zhang Miao laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about the money because I already made a deal with Fukuro a month ago. If you win the contest, Fukuro will invite us to the Yakiniku-Q, and we'll have a big meal together. Fukuro is an elite member of the Anbu, so there is no need to worry about money. You can rest assured. Ah! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy immediately raised his head in surprise. Then, he looked at Fukuro who was standing at the side with an excited expression. Is that true? Fukuro-senpai. At this moment, Fukuro really had some bitterness that he could not say. On the one hand, although he really did not want to pay this money, since the bet had already been set, and the opponent was still a child, Fukuro felt that it was a bit embarrassing if he cheated. On the other hand, he was moved by Guy's persistence for the past month. Seeing him broke his own limit and all. This was not easy. Thinking of this, Fukuro nodded to Guy, who was looking at him expectantly. Yes, it's true, but we have to wait until Hokage-sama returned. Great! Hearing Fukuro's answer, Guy immediately jumped up in joy. Guy didn't care about the time of celebration being 2 days late. He didn't even care if someone paid for the meal. What he cared about was that there was one more person to celebrate for him. Thank you, Ryunashuk. Thank you, Fukuro-senpai. I am so happy. I will go back to take a bath now and do another 1000 push UPS. If I can't do it, I will do another 1500 squats. I am so happy, haha. After that, Guy ran back home in a flash, leaving Zhang Miao and Fukuro in the dust. What's wrong with this guy? Hearing Fukuro's question, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders and went back to his room. The night soon arrived. When the moon had just hung up its finger, Zhang Miao came down from his small bed. Then he tiptoed to the door and pressed his ear against the door to listen. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Zhang Miao made sure that there was no movement outside before he ran to the middle of the room and took out the 400 ninja fragments of Guy from the system space and laid them flat on the ground. After doing all this, Zhang Miao took a deep breath and then took out a knife to slit his right thumb. Ouch! Zhang Miao grinned in pain, but he was able to endure. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. After finishing the 5 seals, Zhang Miao pressed his bloody palm on the ninja fragment on the ground and shouted. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 28, Recruiting Might Guy, Part 2. Zhang Miao originally did not want to cut himself, but the recruitment procedure was completely the same as the summoning jutsu. He had to use his blood. Fortunately, the seals needed for using the jutsu were imprinted in Zhang Miao's brain by the system. After collecting all the ninja fragments, there was no possibility of failure, which saved Zhang Miao from the tragedy of having to cut his fingers repeatedly. When Zhang Miao finished the procedure, white smoke suddenly exploded in the room. Poof! At the same time, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting 5-star Jonin level ninja Might Guy, and obtaining Jonin level chakra reserves. Due to Guy being an expert in taijutsu, the host will automatically obtain some elite level basic taijutsu. Would the host like to check them? Elite level basic physical skills. Hearing the long name, Zhang Miao couldn't hold back his curiosity and quickly nodded. Check them out. As soon as this thought appeared in Zhang Miao's mind, some information appeared inside his mind. Elite level basic physical skill, a technique of punching and kicking the enemy. Note: enhanced power and accuracy, faster reaction time. Remark: set up a good foundation. When you hit someone, hit them hard. Just do it. Zhang Miao initially thought there would be the gentle fist or something like that. He didn't expect that it would only be ordinary punches and kicks. However, when he thought about it carefully, since the word basic was included in the information, it would be impossible for there to be some high-level stuff. Just as Zhang Miao thought of this, the system notification sounded again. The host can also get Guy's ninja specialty. Will the host choose now? Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Miao remembered that after recruiting a ninja, not only could he obtain the ninja's chakra reserve, he could also choose a ninja specialty. Zhang Miao was cheered up and quickly nodded again. Choose now. Affirmative. The system will now open up Guy's specialty list for the host. As soon as the system notification sounded out, Guy's specialty list appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. Option 1. Advanced level kick skill, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Strong Whirlwind, Leaf Coiling Whirlwind, and Dynamic Entry. Note: kick him them silly. Option 2. Hot-blooded youth, greatly increases fighting spirit, strength, and endurance. Moderately increases attack speed. Small relief to pain. Smile has a flash effect. Note: burn your youth and have a hot showdown. Option 3. 8 inner gates formation, gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, gate of death. Opening each gate increases your power greatly in succession. Note: a true secret move that is meant to be used to protect the ones you hold dear by risking your own life. After reading these 3 options, Zhang Miao made his choice without hesitation. System: I choose the third option to obtain the 8 inner gates formation. Zhang Miao knew very well that although Guy's taijutsu was very powerful, especially his series of kicking skills, this kind of taijutsu was not very useful when facing an evenly matched enemy. As for the flash effect part, Zhang Miao chose to ignore it completely. Damn it! It's too shameful. Even if it can greatly increase my fighting spirit, strength, and endurance, I don't want it. Therefore, in Zhang Miao's view, the only option he should choose out of the 3 options was the third option. And most importantly, Zhang Miao could use ordinary ninja fragments as the cost for using them. In other words, as long as he had enough ordinary ninja fragments, Zhang Miao could use the 8 inner gates formation without any injury. This undoubtedly maximized the value of the jutsu itself. After Zhang Miao made his choice, the system's notification rang out. Congratulations to the host for learning the 8 inner gates formation. You have also obtained the corresponding jutsu: Front Lotus, Reverse Lotus, Morning Peacock, Daytime Tiger, Evening Elephant, and Night Guy. When he heard this notification, Zhang Miao's heart was immediately filled with joy. I finally have a trump card. After the white smoke around the room dissipated, a person suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. This person was wearing a green jumpsuit, a usual green vest, and a Konoha forehead protector on his waist. He had bowl-cut hair and thick eyebrows. The noble green beast of Konoha, Might Guy, had arrived. Looking at this familiar person in front of him, Zhang Miao was stunned. No way! It's actually the adult version of Guy. That's right, the guy who appeared in front of Zhang Miao at this time was not the young guy who came to find him every day but the adult guy from the original work. After Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy, he was put in charge of Team Guy. Seeing Zhang Miao's surprised look, the recruited guy immediately gave a thumbs up to him and then grinned. Yo, master! I will be in your care from now on. Zhang Miao was happy with the recruitment, but he didn't need that flashy smile. Zhang Miao was a little speechless, but before he could speak, Fukuro opened the door and rushed inside. What's going on? Ah! Who are you? You! Seeing that there was suddenly another person in the room, Fukuro suddenly became alert. Just as he reached his hand behind his back and was about to pull out the knife on his back, Guy moved. Master, look out! Leaf strong whirlwind! Bang! Guy was really fast. Before Fukuro could pull out his knife, he kicked him in the head and sent him flying out of the room. Zhang Miao was immediately dumbfounded. Damn it, Guy! Why did you react so quickly? I haven't said anything. However, Zhang Miao also knew that now was not the time for that. Seeing that Fukuro had flown out, he hurriedly ran to the door. Hey, Fukuro, are you okay? Zhang Miao shouted, but no one responded. He stood at the door and looked out through the moonlight. He immediately found that Fukuro was lying motionless on the ground not far away. Was this guy dead? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly trembled all over. He didn't even have time to wear his shoes. He ran to Fukuro's side barefooted and reached out to check his breath. He was still breathing. Seeing that Fukuro was still alive, Zhang Miao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he cursed inside his heart. Are you really an elite member of the Anbu? According to the system, you are a 6-star elite Jonin. Just now, you are defeated by a 5-star Jonin. Even if you are just a fodder, you can't be so useless, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, although I knew that the combat strength of elite ninjas and ordinary ninjas is very different, I didn't expect it to be so big. It seems that I should recruit less ordinary ninjas in the future. While thinking, Zhang Miao reached out to help Fukuro, but he didn't move. At this time, Zhang Miao realized that although he had the chakra of a Jonin, he still had the strength of a 1-year-old child. Unless he used the 8 inner gates that he had just learned, he would definitely not be able to help Fukuro. Of course, Zhang Miao was not stupid enough to open the gates in order to help people, so he immediately turned back to look at Guy, who was in a daze, and glared at him fiercely. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send him to Konoha's hospital. Chapter 29, Visiting Fukuro. Facing Fukuro who was knocked out by Guy, Zhang Miao's reason told him that the wisest thing to do was to ignore Fukuro first and tell Guy to put on makeup so he could hide his identity from the villagers. It had to be known that the recruited Guy has no Konoha ID. But with his ability to knock out a member of Anbu in an instant, he would be in a lot of trouble if someone ever found out. Therefore, he had to disguise himself as an ordinary villager and hide, and then quietly leave the village after dawn so that he could avoid a lot of trouble. When Fukuro woke up, Zhang Miao could also say that Guy came to kidnap him, but after fighting with Fukuro, he ran away in a hurry. In this way, Zhang Miao would be able to completely remove himself from this incident. After all, very few people would doubt a child from this village. However, Zhang Miao could not do such a thing. Ever since Kakashi left, Fukuro had been taking care of him and Naruto for more than a month. When Zhang Miao refused to drink milk, Fukuro would use his own money to buy food such as steamed buns, rice balls, or meatballs for him. Zhang Miao believed that he should repay Fukuro's kindness. Since he had been eating free food from Fukuro for the whole month, he couldn't do such a thing to him. Moreover, Guy's kick was so powerful. If he injured Fukuro with that kick and did not send him to the hospital in time, Zhang Miao was afraid that he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Therefore, Zhang Miao decided to send Fukuro to the hospital. Guy was recruited by Zhang Miao, so he naturally obeyed his orders completely. As soon as Zhang Miao finished his words, he immediately carried Fukuro to Konoha's hospital. Looking at Guy's back, who was quickly disappearing from his sight, Zhang Miao suddenly let out a long sigh. Sigh. Looks like I have to do the chores all by myself. After saying that, Zhang Miao shook his head and went back to his room to sleep. As usual, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room in the morning, Naruto started to cry. Wah wah wah. Hearing the crying sound of his brother, Zhang Miao quickly got up from the bed and walked to the kitchen while rubbing his eyes. Fukuro had prepared the milk powder and the boiling water in advance, so Zhang Miao didn't really need to do much. After a while, he prepared the milk, tested the temperature, and immediately fed it to Naruto. He also changed his diaper. After doing this, Zhang Miao found a white cloth to pick up Naruto, tied it to his neck, and carried him out. When Zhang Miao opened the door, he found a person lying in front of the door. He was shocked, but when he saw the person clearly, he could not help but roll his eyes. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The person lying there was none other than the guy that he recruited last night. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, he immediately sat up cross-legged and then yawned. "Yawn. Ah, master. Are you already awake? I completed your order yesterday and sent that person to the hospital safely. But when I came back, since I didn't want to disturb your sleep, I ended up lying around here to take a rest." Hearing Guy's words, Zhang Miao realized all the ninjas that he recruited would end up homeless since they had no place to live. If they didn't follow him, they had nowhere to go. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly frowned and thought for a while before opening his mouth again. "Well, let's go to the hospital to see how Fukuro is doing. We will talk about your matter later." "Yes, master." Hearing the name master again, Zhang Miao immediately frowned again. "Don't call me master anymore. Since I recruited you, you are my subordinate. In the future, call me boss." For Guy, Zhang Miao's order was absolute, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded. "I understand, boss." Seeing that Guy was so sensible, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction. "It's good that you understand. Let's go to the hospital first." After that, Zhang Miao put on his shoes and walked forward with Naruto in his arms. Seeing him leave, Guy quickly followed him. Soon, the two arrived at Konoha Hospital. Just as Zhang Miao walked in with Naruto in his arms, a medical ninja greeted them. "Is the baby sick?" "No." Hearing this, Zhang Miao quickly shook his head. "My brother is fine. I came to ask, how is the Anbu that was sent here last night? Is he up yet?" Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the medical ninja also knew that he had misunderstood. He immediately laughed. "Haha, so you came to see Mr. Fukuro. You are his brother, right? He has already woken up and is now preparing to leave. He is in the second ward on the left side of the second floor. Go up and greet him." "Yes, I understand. Thank you." After thanking the medical ninja, Zhang Miao carried Naruto up to the second floor. As soon as he went up, he heard a commotion coming from the room next to him. "Get out of the way. I still have a very important task to carry out." "No, Mr. Fukuro. Your head has not recovered yet. You need to stay in the hospital for treatment. You can't go now. Hurry up and get out of the way. I have to go." "No." Hearing the commotion, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. Then, he walked directly to the door and knocked. "Excuse me." After saying that, Zhang Miao opened the door and walked in. Then, he grinned at Fukuro. "Fukuro, are you feeling better?" Seeing the two individuals that he was assigned to protect, Fukuro was dumbfounded. But when he saw Guy standing behind Zhang Miao, he immediately opened his mouth again. You are..." Looking at Fukuro's shocked and vigilant look, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. This is actually a misunderstanding. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately winked at Guy behind him. Guy also knew that he had been reckless last night, so he immediately stepped forward and bowed 90 degrees to Fukuro. "I'm sorry. Last night, I misunderstood you as an enemy. This is all my fault. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me." Fukuro. Looking at Guy, who was dressed like a Konoha ninja, Fukuro couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How big of a misunderstanding could cause a friendly fire between Konoha's ninjas and Anbu? Although Fukuro was wearing a mask at this time, seeing that he did not speak, Zhang Miao could probably guess what he was thinking, so he began to explain to him again. "This ist Fukuro, in fact, he is not a Konoha ninja. He is the guardian ninja of our Uzumaki clan. He just found me yesterday, but you can rest assured that he has no malice against Konoha." Looking at Fukuro, who continued to remain silent, Zhang Miao also found that his explanation was not credible at all, and it was full of loopholes. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly let out a long sigh. "Well, it seems that I have to tell him his true identity. In fact, he is Might Wui, the half-brother of Konoha's eternal genin, Might Du." Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, everyone present was shocked. Chapter 30, Recognizable Relative. When Zhang Miao said that the person in front of him was Might Guy's half-brother, not only Fukuro, but also Guy himself were stunned. Why did I become my father's brother? And a half-brother to begin with? But most importantly, why did you even change my name? However, as a recruited ninja, Guy was absolutely obedient to Zhang Miao, so he could only silently accept his new name Might Wui. Actually, Zhang Miao had no choice. After all, apart from this explanation, he really couldn't think of anything else. Although Might Do was looked down on by others back then, he became a bit known around the village. But unfortunately, most people only thought that he was killed by the 7 swordsmen of the mist, but they didn't know that he managed to kill 4 out of the 7 famous swordsmen. Otherwise, his fame would be greater. However, this did not prevent Zhang Miao from using him to win the trust of others. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately spoke up. You said he was Du's half-brother, how can you prove that? Zhang Miao was afraid that others would not respond, but when he heard Fukuro speak, he immediately laughed. It's simple. The one who has been pestering me before is Du's son, Might Guy. Just ask him. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fukuro immediately looked at the guy in front of him, who was still bowing, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Just because they wear the same clothes and have similar hairstyle, doesn't mean they are related. Oh well. Thinking of this, Fukuro sighed helplessly. Okay, then bring that kid over first. Hearing Fukuro's sigh, Zhang Miao was instantly delighted, then he raised his chin towards Might Wui. You should know exactly where Guy lives. Bring him here. Yes, boss. Of course, Wui knows where Guy lives, because not only he had the same skill as the original Might Guy, he also retained his counterpart's memory. In other words, asking Wui to find Guy's place is equivalent to letting him go home. There should be no problem. Therefore, after Wui agreed, he jumped outside the nearest window and quickly disappeared. After Wui left, the medical ninja standing beside Zhang Miao suddenly laughed. Haha! This Mr. Wui is pretty good. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao nodded vigorously. He was the one who caused Fukuro's injuries. He was able to incapacitate him within just 3 seconds. At this level, he was more suited to be our nanny. You know, changing diapers and stuff. Fukuro. Although Fukuro wore a mask, he felt the awkward atmosphere around him. The medical ninja who realized that they had accidentally hit a nail on Fukuro's head laughed dryly. Ahaha! Mr. Wui is so powerful, but it would be even better if he could contribute to Konoha, ha ha ha. Well, just take it slow, Mr. Fukuro. I'll be excusing myself for now. After speaking, the medical ninja ran outside, leaving only Zhang Miao and Fukuro in the room. At the same time, Wui arrived at his residence that he remembered. He knocked on the familiar door. Knock knock. Who is it? After hearing the knock on the door, a familiar voice came from inside, and soon the door was opened. Wui and Guy saw each other, and they were both stunned at the same time. Wui knew that the one standing in front of him was himself from more than 10 years ago. This gave him a very strange feeling. Although Guy didn't know that Wui was himself from 10 years later, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this person, who looked very similar to him. Excuse me, who are you? Hearing Guy's question, Wui immediately remembered the new identity Zhang Miao gave him. He immediately stepped forward and pressed Guy's shoulders, and then looked at him with passionate eyes. Guy. I'm your uncle, Might Wui. Guy, degree. Hearing Wui's words, Guy was instantly struck by lightning and fell into a shock. After a while, he asked in a trembling tone. Are you really my uncle? Certainly. Hearing Guy's words, Wui immediately gave him a thumbs up and grinned at the same time. I swear by my youth, we have the same blood in our bodies. My burning youth will not allow me to lie. Guy, oh. Of course Wui didn't lie, he did have the same blood as Guy, after all, they were the same person. As soon as Guy heard the word youth and saw the flash from of Wui's signature smile, he completely believed Wui's words and shouted in excitement. Uncle! Guy! Facing the emotional Guy, Wui was also excited. The two immediately hugged each other, and then burst into tears. Guy cried because he finally found his relative, while Wui cried because he felt sorry for his past self, because he knew himself too well. Thinking back to the past, when my father, Might Do, died in battle, I was lost, lonely, and helpless. I blamed myself every day. I couldn't find someone to rely on and could only train harder every day. Wu couldn't forget his past. Seeing his past self crying with tears streaming down his face, Wu couldn't help but cry too. Guy, I know you are sad, helpless, and hurt, but this is also a part of our youth. Youth allows us to cry, but it doesn't allow us to sink. Let's rekindle our fighting spirit. Okay, uncle. Hearing Wu's words, Guy burst into tears, and then nodded vigorously. Then I will walk around Konoha on my hands 3 times. Yeah. Wu immediately nodded. Let's go together. If we can't do it, we'll do 3000 push-ups in a row. Hearing Wu's words, Guy's eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle. Guy. The two looked at each other again, and gave each other a thumbs up, then grinned. At this moment, the flash from their smiles complemented each other. Wu took Guy to run around Konoha upside down, completely forgetting the task that Zhang Miao gave him. So that Zhang Miao had to wait in the hospital until evening without seeing anyone. Where did he go? Could it be that he got lost or something? When Zhang Miao was still puzzled by disappearance of his underling, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and a ninja with a sleeve walked in. Who among you know Might Wu? Hearing this ninja's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and stood up. I know him, did something happen to him? You know him? As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the ninja with the sleeves frowned. I'm from the military police force. I can't tell you my identity, but I found some suspicious guy walking upside down around Konoha's streets. Now he has been detained by our corps. You said you knew him, where did you meet him? Konoha Military Police Force? Hearing the name, Zhang Miao's brows instantly wrinkled. It's getting troublesome now. Chapter 31, Konoha Military Police Force. When Zhang Miao heard the name Konoha Security Force, he knew that things had become troublesome. Konoha Security Force belonged to the Konoha Military Police Force, and its main job was to maintain the peace of the village and assist the Anbu to participate in the village's defense endeavors. The military police force had always been under the control of the elite clan of Konoha, and even the symbol of the garrison had the insignia of the Uchiha clan, the red and white paper fan. Zhang Miao knew very well if he had been caught by the force years earlier, it would not have been as troublesome as it was now, but since the Kyubi attack, everything had changed. Although the chaos of the Kyubi had subsided, the Uchiha clan began to be suspected and rejected by the entire village. In the end, even the settlement of the clan was moved to the outskirts of the village by the decision of the higher UPS of Konoha. In other words, at this time, the Uchiha clan had been driven out of the center of Konoha's power. This naturally led to the dissatisfaction around the clan. As the saying goes, Rome was not built in a day. In fact, what really led to this result is not just the Kyubi incident, but the suspicion and estrangement that have accumulated over the years. Since the beginning of the battle between Madara and the first Hokage in the Valley of the End, the seeds of distrust had been planted and began to take root. When the second Hokage took charge, in order to appease the Uchiha, and also to monitor them, Tobirama set up the Leaf Police Force and appointed the Uchiha clan to take charge of this department. At this point, the reputation and power of the Uchiha clan could be said to have reached a peak. However, the gap between the other villagers to the Uchiha clan also increased day by day, and the Kyubi incident pushed this distrust and estrangement to a peak, resulting in this condition. As a well-known family in Konoha, the Uchiha clan was proud of their fighting strength. Naturally, they could not tolerate being kicked out of the center of Konoha's power, so they chose to resist in their own way. The way to resist was to increase the scope of the law enforcement of the police force, treating trivial matters as a big case, and the punishment measures were also greatly increased. The Uchiha intended to express their dissatisfaction to Konoha in this way, and this was also a kind of venting for them. However, their actions caused the entire Konoha village to be filled with complaints, and everyone was in danger. In this case, Wu was caught by the force and was defined as an unknown alien. Then, he might be labeled as a foreign spy. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao sighed helplessly. Alas, this is a big trouble. As he spoke, he untied the long towel around his neck, then picked up Naruto and handed it to Fukuro. Fukuro, help me take care of Naruto. I will go to police force to pick up someone. You're going. After Fukuro took Naruto from Zhang Miao, he frowned and asked. How about I go with you? Fukuro was obviously reluctant. After all, the reason why he ended up in the hospital was also Wu. However, Zhang Miao was someone the third told him to protect, so he could not let Zhang Miao go to the police force alone. Zhang Miao could probably guess what Fukuro was thinking. He suddenly smiled and waved at him. Haha, no need, no need. You should stay here and recuperate. By the way, help me take care of Naruto. I can handle the police by myself. After that, Zhang Miao nodded to the members of force next to him. You are an Uchiha, right? Then take me to the police force now. This. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, the member of the force suddenly hesitated. Although he did not understand why the child in front of him could talk to the Anbu equally, he felt that it was useless to bring a child back with him, so he immediately frowned. Where are your parents? Hearing this question, Zhang Miao narrowed his eyes and glanced at the older ninja. This question is not important. What I want to tell you is that the person you captured is my follower. I can prove that. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fukuro immediately nodded, and I think, he is more of a servant, rather than just a follower of this child. Fukuro clearly remembered that when he rushed up to attack him, Wui shouted, Master, be careful. And according to Fukuro's judgment, the master that Wui was referring to should be Zhang Miao. In the ninja world, it was impossible for followers to use the title of master to their superiors. Only servants would use this title. Servant. Hearing Fukuro's words, the face of the member of the force changed. He believed that the Anbu in front of him could not lie, and the people who could have a servant were not simple. Even in his clan, no one had a servant. Most importantly, that Wui who was brought to the police was obviously a ninja, and the only people who could make a ninja as their servant were probably some big shots or nobles. It was only at this time that the force member finally realized why Zhang Miao could talk to the Anbu so casually. It was because he was no ordinary person. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Zhang Miao suddenly became different, and his attitude became respectful. So that gentleman is your servant? May I ask who you are? The police force had no problem showing off their strength in Konoha, but they still didn't dare to easily offend their country's big shots or great nobles, because they couldn't afford to offend them. The reason why a Kage could talk to a big shot or noble was because he controlled a village. The village provided military support for the country, while the country provided economic support for the village. In essence, the two were mutually dependent, so even they wouldn't fall out easily. However, if an ordinary ninja offended the big names or nobles of the country for some reason and caused the village to suffer losses, then their best chance to survive was being a scapegoat for the village. This was not the first time this kind of thing happened. Therefore, when this member of force member thought that Zhang Miao was a big shot or some noble, his attitude suddenly changed. Although Zhang Miao didn't know what he was thinking, since the older ninja's attitude had changed, he was happy to be at ease. He immediately waved his hand at the force member. Well, no need for small talks. Take me to the police. By the way, is Fugaku there? Zhang Miao's attitude was obviously a bit impolite, but in the eyes of the force member, it was actually very normal. As a person from a big or noble family, how could he be polite to a ninja who they regarded as tools? Especially when he saw Zhang Miao calmly call out the name of Uchiha's current leader, the force member was even more certain of his guess, and he quickly nodded. Yes, yes, our leader is now in his office. I will take you there. Chapter 32, First Meeting with Uchiha Fugaku. Looking at the respectful member of Konoha military police force in front of him, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. Okay, let's go. After saying that, Zhang Miao walked out of Fukuro's room with his head held high, while the member of force followed closely behind him. Seeing this scene, Fukuro felt a little dumbfounded, because this was the first time he had seen the people of the Uchiha clan act so respectful to someone besides the Hokage. Is Ryunosuke's real identity an important person? The more Fukuro thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, because if Zhang Miao was just an ordinary person, how could the Hokage pay so much attention to him and ordered his Anbu protect him? Thinking of this, Fukuro suddenly came to a conclusion. Ryunosuke must some big shot's illegitimate child. In order to prevent being affected by the power struggle, he hid them in Konoha. Well, it must be so. With his imagination running wild, Fukuro secretly made up his mind. He had to take good care of Zhang Miao and Naruto. Moreover, he had to build a good relationship with Zhang Miao. In this way, even if he didn't become a ninja in the future, he would still be invited to Zhang Miao's mansion for a dinner. After all, he had the choice to live a good life. Who would be willing to give that up? That would be crazy. Thinking of this, the Fukuro looked at Naruto in his arms and softened his gaze. In the future, please take care of me. Zhang Miao did not know that Fukuro had a big misunderstanding about his identity. At this moment, he had arrived at his destination, the police force's HQ. As soon as he entered the building, Zhang Miao saw Guy standing guard at the exit. He immediately frowned. Guy? Why are you here? Hearing Zhang Miao's voice, Guy quickly turned around, and then looked at Zhang Miao with tears in his eyes. He sobbed, Wah! Ryunashuk. They caught my uncle and said that he was an unknown person. Wah! Zhang Miao. Damn, it's only been a while, and their relationship is already so deep? But thinking about the relationship between Guy and Rock Lee in the original work, Zhang Miao suddenly felt that it was understandable. He immediately patted Guy on the shoulder. All right. Don't cry. I came here this time to bring your uncle out. Just wait here for a bit. Okay. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Guy immediately nodded like a chicken. Then I will wait here. Ryunashuk, you must bring my uncle out. Don't worry. After giving him another reassurance, Zhang Miao went straight inside and then went to the office on the top floor of the building. Before Zhang Miao could speak, force member who brought him here knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in. As soon as he knocked on the door, a steady middle-aged man's voice came from the room. Hearing his voice, the force member opened the door and walked in, then stood up straight. Reporting to the leader, there is a distinguished guest who wants to see you. The person sitting in the office was none other than the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. The force member still did not know Zhang Miao's identity, so he could only address him as a VIP. Hearing his words, Fugaku frowned. A VIP? Then please invite him in. Yes. After getting Fugaku's approval, the force member gestured Zhang Miao to come inside. Please go ahead, sir. Being called sir by the people of the Uchiha clan, Zhang Miao suddenly felt a little good in his heart, so he nodded without any expression, and then slowly walked inside Fugaku's office. At this time, Fugaku was wondering what kind of VIP wanted to see him. But he did not expect that the one who came in was actually a child, and looking at the age of the child, it seemed that he was not much older than his second son Suzuki. Is he really a VIP? Or a child of some big shot? Thinking of this, Fugaku waved his hand at his subordinate who brought Zhang Miao over. You can leave first. Yes, leader. After hearing Fugaku's words, the guard immediately turned around and left the room. When he went out, he closed the door. After he left, Fugaku looked at Zhang Miao again and asked seriously, I am Fugaku. How should I address you? What are you here for? As the head of the elite clan in Konoha, as well as the head of the police force, Fugaku knew a lot of big names and nobles in the Land of Fire. Therefore, he asked for Zhang Miao's name, intending to obtain first-hand information through his name. Although he was facing a child, from his words to his attitude, Fugaku maintained a very serious state, as if he was facing an adult of the same status as him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly laughed. As expected of the clan leader of the Uchiha, you're really different from ordinary people. Well, I won't beat around the bush. My follower was just caught by your minions, and I hope you can release him immediately. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku immediately frowned. At this time, Fugaku began to find that something was wrong. If Zhang Miao was a big name or a family member of a prominent family, then his followers should be released and taken care of by Konoha's administrative office instead of being picked up by Zhang Miao himself. Thinking of this, Fugaku looked at Zhang Miao with red eyes, and at the same time, the three black tomos in his eyes began to slowly turn. Who the hell are you? Seeing Fugaku like this, Zhang Miao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he raised his hands. Hey, facing a child, you don't have to take out your Sharingan, right? Moreover, I am also from Konoha, and I am not your enemy. You are from Konoha. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, plus the fact that he didn't find the other party using a genjutsu, Fugaku put away his Sharingan, and his eyes instantly reverted to normal. Seeing Fugaku put away his Sharingan, Zhang Miao nodded again. Yes, I am from Konoha. My name is Uzumaki Ryunashuk. It should be easy to find out. Uzumaki Ryunashuk. Hearing this name, Fugaku frowned again. You are from the Uzumaki clan, why did you pretend to be a noble from the Land of Fire? Pretending to be a noble from the Land of Fire? Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment and then couldn't laugh or cry. I think this should be a misunderstanding. I have never pretended to be a noble from beginning. I just came here to pick up my attendant. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly stretched out a finger to Fugaku. Of course, I won't settle for nothing. I have a secret to exchange with you. Secret? Hearing Zhang Miao say that he wanted to use a secret as an exchange, Fugaku was suddenly interested. What kind of secret? Zhang Miao was afraid that Fugaku would reject him, but now seeing that he was interested, the corner of Zhang Miao's mouth once again curled up. In the previous Kyubi attack, do you know who used the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Kyubi? Don't you want to know? Mangekyo Sharingan? Kyubi? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku was suddenly stunned. Chapter 33, Fugaku's Shock. Zhang Miao's words completely shocked Fugaku. If Zhang Miao only mentioned the Kyubi was being controlled, then Fugaku would not be so shocked. But Zhang Miao's mentioned something about controlling the Kyubi using the Mangekyo. This undoubtedly revealed two important information. First, the one controlling the Kyubi to attack Konoha was an Uchiha. Second, Zhang Miao knew that the Mangekyo could control the Kyubi. In fact, in the 8th year after Konoha's formation, Madara controlled the Kyubi to attack Konoha. Later, he was defeated by the first Hokage in the Valley of the End, where legendary battle took place. Since then, the villagers of Konoha began to have doubts and estranged the Uchiha, fearing that there would be another person like Madara in the clan. However, no one knew how Madara controlled the Kyubi, including the Uchiha. However, Fugaku knew that the key to controlling the Kyubi was the Sharingan. As long as he had the Sharingan, he could control all the tailed beasts. This secret was what Fugaku saw on the stone tablet of the Uchiha after awakening the Mangekyo, but he did not tell anyone about it, including his own clansmen. The reason why Fugaku did this was because he knew very well that once the villagers of Konoha knew that he had the ability to control the Kyubi, the situation would be even more dangerous for the Uchiha clan. Maybe even the matter of the Kyubi attacking Konoha would be forced on his head. It was even worse to tell his clansmen, because the Uchiha clan had begun to be dissatisfied with the higher UPS of Konoha. Once they knew that they had the power to control the tailed beasts, they would probably have ambitions that they should not have. Because of these reasons, Fugaku kept this secret, but he did not expect that this secret would be exposed by a child. This shocked Fugaku very much. After a long time, he recovered from his shock. Looking at Zhang Miao, Fugaku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After trying to calm himself down, he opened his mouth to Zhang Miao again. What do you want? Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao grinned again. What I want is just for you to release my follower. I have no hostility towards the Uchiha, and I believe that the Uchiha clan will not let go of the traitor who attacked Konoha, right? Of course. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fugaku immediately nodded. As the police force of Konoha, the Uchiha will never let go of anyone who mean harm to Konoha, even if this person was once a member of the Uchiha. Fugaku used the word once to show that the Uchiha had nothing to do with this matter. Hearing his resolute words, Zhang Miao immediately nodded. Well, I believe in the words of the head of the clan, but I think you should let my follower go first. By the way, his name is Might Wui. He has thick eyebrows and a bowl-cut hair. He is also wearing a tight green suit. He is easy to recognize. No problem, I will let him go now. At this point, Fugaku immediately shouted towards the door, Someone, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door immediately opened, and a member of the force came in and respectfully called out. Yes, leader. Very well. Fugaku first nodded, then said, Today, our force caught a person called Might Wui. No matter who caught him, let him go immediately. Yes. After hearing Fugaku's words, the member of the force immediately agreed, then turned and left. It seemed that he had gone to release Wui. After he left, Fugaku looked at Zhang Miao again. Now, can you tell me which rebellious Uchiha controlled the Kyubi to attack Konoha? Of course. Since he had achieved his goal, Zhang Miao naturally did not hesitate and told Fugaku the truth. The person who controlled the Kyubi to attack Konoha was one of Minato's student, Uchiha Obito. Everyone thought that he died in the Battle of the Konoha Bridge, but in fact, he did not die. Instead, he was saved by Madara. What? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku was shocked again. Madara is still alive? How is that possible? In Fugaku's eyes, the news that Uchiha Obito was still alive was far less shocking than the news that Madara was still alive. Because in his knowledge, Madara should have been killed by the first Hokage in the battle at the Valley of the End. Now, hearing Zhang Miao say that Madara was still alive, how could he not be shocked? Looking at Fugaku's face which was full of disbelief, Zhang Miao once again laughed. Haha, nothing is impossible. I remember that the Sharingan seems to have a move called Izanagi, right? As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fugaku seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened again. Izanagi. Of course Fugaku knew about Izanagi. Not only him, but basically everyone in the Uchiha clan knew about it. In fact, it was precisely because of Izanagi that the Uchiha was feared. Izanagi enabled the user to reset the reality to the user's liking the moment the ninjutsu was activated. As long as the user was within the effective time of this technique, the user would be able to control what was real and not in their reality. In other words, as long as the user was still within the effective time of Izanagi's use, no matter what kind of damage they received, or even when they ended up dying, the user was able to reset the reality to the state before they were injured or dead. It was equivalent to a reset button in a game. Of course, such a powerful move was not without cost. As long as the owner of the Sharingan used Izanagi, then the Sharingan he used to activate the jutsu would forever lose its light. In other words, every Uchiha clansman with the Sharingan would only have 2 chances to use Izanagi in their lifetime. But no matter what, Izanagi was still a very powerful ability. After all, sacrificing one eye was nothing in exchange for their life. Therefore, when Zhang Miao said that, Fugaku reacted. Could it be that in the final battle between the founders, Madara used Izanagi to trick the first Hokage? Seeing Fugaku react, Zhang Miao nodded again. Yes. Not only that, in that battle, Madara also obtained the flesh of the first Hokage, and then he. At this point, under the expectant look on Fugaku's face, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly patted his head and smiled. Hehe, the rest is another secret. I can't tell you all of them. Fugaku. This damned brat. Chapter 34, Fugaku's plea. Fugaku really hated Zhang Miao for leaving him hanging on the news. Especially since this was a big matter related to the Uchiha clan. However, Fugaku's intuition told him that what Zhang Miao said before was the truth, but how did Zhang Miao, a child, know such a secret information? Most importantly, from what he said before, it was obvious that he knew more than this. From these 2 points, it could be inferred that the kid in front of him, or the Uzumaki clan behind him, had a super intelligence network that could make the 5 countries blush with shame. Thinking of this, Fugaku looked at Zhang Miao in a different way. He took a deep breath and then looked at Zhang Miao seriously. Ryunosuke-kun, I would like to ask you one thing. At this time, Fugaku put down his identity and used honorifics with Zhang Miao. Therefore, after hearing his words, Zhang Miao became a little alerted. Then I'll say it first. I won't tell you anything about Madara. It's not about Uchiha Madara. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fugaku shook his head. I hope you won't tell others about Madara and Obito. Because of the importance of this matter, please keep it a secret. Please. After saying that, Fugaku bowed to Zhang Miao. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao was a little surprised. This Fugaku is really worthy of being the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. He is not simple. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao also solemnly nodded to Fugaku. Okay, I can promise you. As long as the Uchiha clan doesn't make trouble with me in the future, this small request is not too much, right? Hearing Zhang Miao agree, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief and immediately agreed. Of course, I can guarantee that. At this point, Fugaku adjusted his expression and tried to make himself look gentle, and then asked again. Ryunosuke, I don't know what's so special about your follower. Is it worth such an important secret? Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao laughed again. My follower is nothing special. Naturally, it is not worth exchanging such an important secret. The reason why I told this secret to the head of Uchiha clan is to keep the clan from making trouble with me. Of course, Zhang Miao would not tell Fugaku that Wui was very special, so special that he could kick Uchiha Madara's ass. Moreover, what Zhang Miao said was not entirely a lie. He really did not want to be in trouble with the Uchiha clan in the future. Because according to the original plot, during the period of the Kyubi incident and the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the higher UPS of Konoha would become more and more strict with the Uchiha clan, and the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan towards Konoha would also increase. The consequence of this was the police force's law enforcement became more and more violent. Konoha military police force was responsible in maintaining law and order of the village. Think about it, if the law enforcer itself stopped fighting crimes, and started attacking the people it's supposed to protect like some gangster mob, what kind of situation would it bring? Zhang Miao didn't know how other people would fare, but he felt that with his behavior, he would probably be caught by police force 3 times a day. It was to prevent all of this from happening that Zhang Miao told Fugaku about Madara and Obito with one clear message in mind. Your weakness is in my hands. If you dare to find trouble with me in the future, then trouble will come for the Uchiha clan. Fugaku could understand Zhang Miao's intention, and he also understood the serious consequences would he bring if Zhang Miao revealed the secret. Previously, Konoha had been on guard against the Uchiha because they were worried that there would be someone like Madara in the clan. If everyone knew that Obito was the one who controlled the Kyubi to attack Konoha, then without a doubt, it meant telling everyone that another Madara had appeared. At that time, everyone's guard against the Uchiha would be completely turned into hatred, and it was likely to turn into a civil strife. Although the Uchiha was very strong, it was only compared to the other clans. They couldn't fight the entire village. If a war really broke out, Fugaku felt that the result of the war would not be kind for the Uchiha clan, which was not what he wanted. In contrast, it was the wisest choice to not interfere with Zhang Miao. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fugaku immediately nodded. Ryuna shook, from today on, no one from the Uchiha clan will find trouble with you. And if you have any problems that you can't solve, the Uchiha clan will do their best to help you solve them. Ha 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 ha, that's good. Looking at Fugaku's serious face, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh. Also, Uncle Fugaku, you should just call me by my name. If other people know about the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, and the famous wicked eye Fugaku uses honorifics with a child, I'll be in big trouble. Alright. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku nodded again, then I'll call you Ryuna shook directly. In fact, I have a son older than you. His name is Itachi. I think you can definitely become friends. Itachi? Uchiha Itachi? According to Zhang Miao's understanding, Itachi was already 5 years old this year, and he had been sent to the Ninja Academy to study. Therefore, when he heard Fugaku say that Itachi was a little older than him, Zhang Miao's expression suddenly became a little strange. With the help of the system, have his appearance grown into a 5-year-old's? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao directly asked Fugaku. How old do you think I look? Ah! Zhang Miao's question was obviously beyond Fugaku's expectations, so he was stunned for a moment before looking at Zhang Miao in surprise. I thought you were only 3 years old. Are you already 5 years old? Zhang Miao. Am I older than Itachi? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly lost interest in continuing this topic. He immediately waved his hand at Fugaku. Well, since the matter has been resolved, I'll go back first. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. I know very well what to say and what not to say. When I have time, I'll go to your house to eat. When the time comes, I'll get to know the geniuses of the Uchiha clan. After that, Zhang Miao left directly. Looking at his back, Fugaku frowned again. How many secrets does the Uzumaki clan have? Chapter 35, A Misunderstanding. Fugaku thought that the Uzumaki clan was behind Zhang Miao, but it was understandable that he had such an idea. After all, the history of the Uzumaki clan was no less than that of the Uchiha and the Senju, and the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan was known to be unparalleled. It was precisely because they were afraid of the clan's sealing jutsu that the other clans attacked them together, which eventually led to the destruction of the land of whirlpools. In the end, the Uzumakis met their end due to the thing that they were feared of, their sealing jutsu. After the destruction of the land of whirlpools, the survivors of the clan hid their names and scattered around the world. But now, from Zhang Miao's situation, Fugaku suspected that the Uzumakis might have gathered again under someone's leadership, and the leader of the clan might be Zhang Miao's close relative. Thinking of this, Fugaku immediately called a person in and ordered him, go investigate the situation of Ryuna Shuk's family. Remember to keep it a secret. It doesn't matter if you fail, but you can't be found by others. Yes, I understand. Hearing Fugaku's words, the member of the force immediately agreed, then turned and left. After he left, Fugaku frowned. I hope we can find something. In fact, Fugaku was destined to be disappointed. As a jinhuriki, Kushina gave birth when the Kyubi seal was at its weakest. For his wife's safety, the news of the childbirth had been covered by Minato, so only a few people knew about it. Hiruzen was one of the few people who knew about this news. After the Kyubi incident, he issued a ban, not allowing those who knew about it to reveal the identity of Zhang Miao and Naruto. It was because of this order that the villagers of Konoha only knew that Naruto as the fox demon, but did not know that he was actually the son of the fourth Hokage. However, Zhang Miao approved of Hiruzen's actions. It should be known that Minato's reputation was not just for show, but he was feared for real in the battlefield. The number of enemies who died in his hands could be said to be countless. Such hatred would not disappear because of Minato's death. If someone knew that he still had children in this world, some people who were blinded by hatred might do something bad. Therefore, Hiruzen hid the identity of Zhang Miao and Naruto not to harm them, but to protect them. As the third Hokage, this secret that Hiruzen had decided to protect was not something that Fugaku could find out by simply sending someone. If they were to find out, that would be a real joke. Of course, other than the people that Hiruzen had ordered to keep their mouths shut, there was another person who knew the identity of Zhang Miao and Naruto, and that was Kakashi. Zhang Miao had taken the initiative to reveal his identity to Kakashi, but he was assured that Kakashi would absolutely not betray him. Precisely because of this, Zhang Miao had no worries. Because he believed that as long as Kakashi kept his mouth shut, no one could find out his identity. Not even an Uchiha. With a confident smile, Zhang Miao walked out of Fugaku's office and went outside the police force building. As soon as he stepped out of the building, he saw two green figures hugging each other tightly, as if they were father and son who had been separated for many years. Uncle. Wah. Guy. Wah. Zhang Miao. Damn, do you have to be so emotional? Looking at the two people in front of him, Zhang Miao was a little speechless, especially toward Wui. One must know that although he was a recruited ninja, he had all the memories and skills of the adult guy. In other words, he was also the real guy. But now, he naturally hugged his younger self, and calling his own name without any psychological burden. Looking at this scene, Zhang Miao shook his head helplessly. It seems that Wui has a completely new role, but this is also good. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly walked to the side of the two and patted them on the shoulder. Okay, don't cry. In order to celebrate Wui's release from the police force's captive, and also to celebrate that guy's success in handstanding around Konoha. Let's go for a barbecue and have a big meal. Don't worry, someone is treating us. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Wui immediately stopped crying. He wiped his tears and then gave a thumbs up to Guy. Guy. Youth allows us to cry, but it doesn't allow us to stop. Come, let us have a youthful duel in Yakiniku-kyu. Yes. Uncle. After saying that, the two grinned at the same time. The dazzling white light that suddenly flashed made the corners of Zhang Miao's mouth begin to twitch. Damn, their smiles are still so bright. It seems that next time, I have to find a pair of sunglasses to wear. Oh, right, what did the two of them say about a youthful duel in Yakiniku-kyu? Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao was secretly glad that he was not the one who was paying for dinner. At the same time, Fukuro, who was far away in Konoha's hospital, suddenly sneezed several times. Achoo! After this incident with the police force, Zhang Miao's life returned to peace. If there was anything different from before, it was that there was one more person around. Wui. According to the system, recruitment was not like performing a cookie-yos, where the summoned beast could disappear after use. The rule of the recruitment system was that once Zhang Miao began to recruit ninjas, the recruited ninjas would become like normal people, where they would eat, drink, and sleep, so a shelter would be indispensable. The situation gave Zhang Miao quite a headache. He didn't know what to do with Wui. Moreover, Wui didn't want to be separated from him. He kept saying that Zhang Miao needed his youthful protection. Of course, Zhang Miao did not have any objections to this. Anyway, it was not a bad thing to have one more person to protect himself and Naruto. More importantly, Wui's strength, even if Zhang Miao wanted to go out for a stroll, with Wui around, Fukuro had no reason to stop him. Moreover, since Wui's arrival, Fukuro had completely become the nanny of Zhang Miao and Naruto. Every day, in addition to changing diapers and preparing Naruto's milk, he also needed to wash the dishes, clean the table, cook and take care of the children, which was busier than ordinary housewives. Although doing these things did not match the identity of an Anbu member, Fukuro was working hard and constantly comforting himself. It's okay, I can hold on. As long as this passes, I can follow Ryunashuk and the others to his mansion to enjoy life. At that time, as a future confidant, how many wives should I marry? Chapter 36, Visiting the Uchihas, Part 1. Fukuro wanted to marry into a rich family, but he did not know that Zhang Miao was not a famous person's son at all, and could not give him the good welfare from a famous family. Therefore, his blood was destined to be spilled in the gutter of the village. Of course, Zhang Miao did not know all of this. At this time, he had walked a long stroll with Wui and arrived at the settlement at the edge of the village. The settlement of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the familiar logo above the gate of the settlement, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders and then turned his head toward Wui. We're here, let's go in. After that, he took the lead and walked into the gate of the Uchiha settlement. After entering the gate, Zhang Miao found that there were people with a paper fan logo on the back of their clothes along the street. When these people saw Zhang Miao and Wui, they were all surprised. The Uchiha clan had long been hated by the villagers, especially after the Kyubi incident, so usually no one outside the Uchiha clan would come here. There was no Uchiha emblem on the clothes of Zhang Miao and Wui, so it was obvious that they were not from the Uchiha clan. Soon, a man with Konoha military police forces symbol on his sleeve walked over and frowned at Zhang Miao and Wui. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Miao frowned at his attitude. What the hell is going on with this guy? Zhang Miao really wanted to point at his nose and ask him, this is still a part of Konoha, why do I need your permission? He actually dared to create another country inside Konoha, thinking that the Uchiha clan is above the village itself. This time, Zhang Miao finally understood the reason why the Uchiha had such a situation. The reason why they were suspected and alienated by other villagers was also related to their high and mighty attitude. However, thinking about the ultimate fate of the Uchiha clan, Zhang Miao suddenly lost the interest to argue with him. Was it interesting to argue with someone who would die in a few years? Thinking of this, Zhang Miao stopped Wui from speaking and smiled at the member of the police force in front of him. Big brother, I am here to find Uncle Fugaku. Where is his house? Looking at Zhang Miao's straight face, the force member was stunned. You know our leader? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately nodded and gave him a cute smile. A few days ago, Uncle Fugaku also said that he hoped that I could be friends with his son Itachi. I came here today to find Big Broldaki. Big brother, can you tell me where Uncle Fugaku's home is? At this time, Zhang Miao was obviously pretending to be childish, but his words revealed a message to the force member in front of him. Not only did he know Uchiha Fugaku, but he was also very familiar with him. To be able to become a member of the police force, this guy certainly could not be a stupid person. As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, his attitude towards Zhang Miao immediately changed, becoming more amiable. Hehe, kid, you came to find our leader. That's easy. I'll guide you there now. My name is Uchiha Ike. Little boy, what's your name? Facing such a character, Zhang Miao naturally had no interest in befriending him, and casually replied. My surname is Kao, and my given name Uchimesu. Oh. So it's Kao Uchimesu. Ah, a good name, good name. Zhang Miao. I said that I was going to shoot you in the face, but you still say it's a good name. How stupid this guy could be. The two chatted and soon arrived at the door of a big house. Ike stopped and nodded to Zhang Miao with a smile. This is the home of leader Fugaku. Let me help you knock the door. Hearing his words, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. No need, no need. I won't bother you with such a small matter. I will do it myself. Oh, little boy, you are too polite. Saying this, before Zhang Miao could agree, Ike went to knock on the Fugaku's door. Knock knock. A moment. A woman's voice came from the courtyard. Soon, the door of the courtyard was opened and a woman who looked to be in her 20s came out. The moment he saw this woman, Zhang Miao recognized her identity: Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto was Fugaku's wife, also the mother of Itachi and Suzuki. Not only was she gentle and kind, but she was also very beautiful. When she opened the door and saw Ike, her eyes widened in surprise. Ah, Ike, was it? Are you looking for Fugaku? No, no, no. Hearing the missus words, Ike immediately smiled and waved his hand. Actually, it was this boy who came to find the leader. He said that he knew him, so I brought him here. His name is... Seeing that Ike was about to call out that name, Zhang Miao became anxious. Before he could finish speaking, he stumbled over and stood in front of Mikoto. Auntie Mikoto, Uncle Fugaku said, he said that I can come to play with the Itachi. Ow! Excuse me. After saying that, Zhang Miao bowed towards Mikoto. He looked like a child who was too nervous and rash. Seeing Zhang Miao like this, Mikoto was stunned for a moment, then she covered her mouth and laughed. She waved at Zhang Miao while laughing. Little boy, you don't have to be so polite. But Itachi hasn't come back from school yet. You can go in and wait for him first. I will go and prepare some snacks for you. Thank you, Auntie Mikoto. Seeing that Mikoto didn't show any suspicion, Zhang Miao breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced for his outstanding acting skills. Sure enough, life is just like a play that relies on acting skills. Mikoto naturally didn't know what Zhang Miao was thinking. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, she smiled and nodded again, then turned to look at Ike. Come inside, Ike-kun. No, I'm fine. I should go back. Say hello to the leader for me. Hearing her words, Ike shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. Watching him leave, Mikoto nodded with a smile. Ike is really a warm-hearted person. Zhang Miao. What kind of warm-hearted person is he? However, he could not say this to Mikoto. Since he was already acting young, he could not easily break his character. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao held his finger in his mouth and looked at Mikoto timidly. Auntie Mikoto, do you have any dangos around? Chapter 37, Visiting the Uchihas, Part 2. As the saying unfamiliar at first, but well accustomed soon enough, ever since he tasted the sweetness of pretending to be a child, Zhang Miao threw away his stress and began to enjoy his beautiful childhood with a peace of mind. For example, now, he was eating the dangos that Mikoto specially prepared for Itachi and stroking Fugaku's tiger beard. Oh, actually, when I first saw Auntie Mikoto, I was shocked. If I didn't know that Uncle Fugaku didn't have a daughter, maybe I would have misunderstood. Fugaku. Misunderstanding her as my daughter? Do you mean I am too old to be his husband? Compared to the unhappy Fugaku, Mikoto, who was holding a child, was amused by Zhang Miao's words. Oh! Ryunosuke is really good at talking. In fact, I have a special feeling for you the first time I saw you, because when I saw your red hair, I thought of someone. Hearing Mikoto, Zhang Miao immediately knew who she was talking about. Kushina. As a typical member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina had beautiful red hair, which was rarely seen in Konoha. As for Mikoto and Kushina, they were best friends. Now that she said Zhang Miao's hair reminded her of someone, if it wasn't Kushina, who else could it be? Sure enough, just as Zhang Miao thought of this, Mikoto caressed the head of the child in her arms and spoke with a face full of emotion. She is my friend and also a member of the Uzumaki clan. She also said that she hoped that her child could become good friends with Sasuke in the future, but unfortunately. Mikoto sighed, but then she adjusted her emotions and smiled at Zhang Miao. Actually, if not for your age, I would have thought you were her child. Zhang Miao. A woman's intuition is too scary. Thank you for the digestive and absorption ability given to me by the system. At this moment, Zhang Miao suddenly realized that it was fortunate that he had developed very quickly, otherwise, his identity might not have been hidden. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao smiled innocently at Mikoto. The fourth Hokage's wife? I heard that she is a very powerful ninja. Yes. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, she laughed again. Kushina is beautiful and strong. Even the fourth Hokage himself said that if not for Kushina, he might not have been able to become a Hokage, he. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Miao immediately smiled and nodded. The fourth Hokage is right. Behind every successful man, there is a woman who silently supports him, just like Auntie Mikoto. A woman is strong enough to support the sky by herself. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Miao's words made Mikoto smile. Ryunosuke really knows how to talk. Itachi is coming back soon. You sit with your uncle Fugaku for a while, I'll go cook something. With that, Mikoto handed the Sasuke to Fugaku and went to the kitchen. After Mikoto left, Fugaku glanced at Zhang Miao. I'm very surprised, which one is the real you? Zhang Miao naturally understood what Fugaku meant, so when Fugaku finished speaking, he shrugged his shoulders. It's all me. When I meet someone with a simple mind, I am an innocent child. When I meet an old fox, I am a little fox. Do you understand what I mean? Fugaku. Understand your big head. Zhang Miao completely ignored Fugaku's unhappy expression. He went straight to him, and then stretched out his tongue at the curious little Suzuki in Fugaku's arms with a funny face. Seeing this scene, the little guy was stunned at first, then cried. Wah! Wah! At the same time as Sasuke's cry rang out, Zhang Miao also heard the pleasant sound of the system's notification. Ding! Obtained 9-star Uchiha Suzuki, Indra, Fragment X1. Just as Zhang Miao had guessed, since Naruto's fragment was a 9-star and was marked with Ashura, then Suzuki must also be 9-star, and it should be marked with Indra. Therefore, after hearing this prompt, Zhang Miao nodded with satisfaction, then turned to shout at Mikoto in the kitchen. Aunt Mikoto, little Suzuki is scared to tears. Fugaku. What a cunning thief! Under Fugaku's surprised gaze, Mikoto, who was wearing an apron, ran out in a hurry. She hugged Suzuki and comforted him while giving Fugaku a reproachful look. Dear, I told you that your eyes are very scary. You don't believe me. Look, the child is scared to tears by you. Fugaku. Why me? I didn't do it. As the leader of the police force, Fugaku was used to maintaining his dignity. To put it bluntly, he was trying to maintain a straight face and speak less. This would lead to some small incidents. Fugaku was too embarrassed to explain. This was a typical example of going through hell for the sake of keeping up appearance. This undoubtedly made it convenient for Zhang Miao to act. Seeing that Fugaku was speechless, Zhang Miao immediately nodded thoughtfully. Yes, yes, Aunt Mikoto, you are right. Uncle Fugaku's eyes are really scary. Otherwise, why would others call him Wicked Eye Fugaku? Zhang Miao's words undoubtedly confirmed Fugaku's crime, so after hearing Zhang Miao's words, Mikoto immediately left the room with Suzuki. Seeing this, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders at Fugaku and spread out his hands. Well, you know that wasn't a lie. Fugaku. You didn't lie, but you are misleading us. Fugaku decided to ignore Zhang Miao. He sat cross-legged next to the kotetsu, holding the newspaper in one hand and drinking tea in the other. He didn't even look at Zhang Miao. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly frowned and moved closer to Fugaku. Uncle Fugaku, do you want to know what happened after Madara obtained the first Hokage's flesh? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku's expression suddenly loosened. He could no longer maintain his cool, and immediately turned to look at Zhang Miao. What happened to that man after he obtained first Hokage's flesh? Hehe, I won't tell you. Fugaku. Fuck. Just as Fugaku's mouth twitched, the system notification rang out in Zhang Miao's mind. Ding! Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Fugaku's Ninja Fragments X5. Chapter 38, First Meeting with Itachi. Fugaku was a 7-star cage level, and Zhang Miao was not surprised at all, because he knew very well that Fugaku had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unlike other people who relied on hard work to improve their strength, the power of the Uchiha clan was mostly based on the Sharingan. Even those who didn't work hard usually, as long as they awakened the Sharingan, their strength would have an explosive growth. The Sharingan was a bloodline limit that could see through and replicate opponents' jutsusen in addition to its own forbidden technique. So it was a very powerful dojutsu. As long as one awakened the Sharingan, their strength would be equivalent to Genin, and if they awakened the second Tomo, their strength would be equivalent to Chunin, and if they opened all 3 Tomos, their strength would be equivalent to a Jonin. The reason why Kakashi was called Copy Ninja and Konoha's #1 technician was thanks to his use of Sharingan. The 3-Tomo Sharingan was so powerful, and the Mangekyo Sharingan that Fugaku has was beyond that of ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan. From this, it could be inferred how strong he was. Although in the original plot, Fugaku used the excuse that he was unwilling to kill his own son, but this did not mean that his strength was inferior to Itachi. Because even when Itachi started to attack the Uchiha clan, he personally said that his father was his strongest opponent this time, and even he was not sure that he would win against him. Needless to say, Uchiha Itachi's strength was definitely at the cage level, and Fugaku, who even he didn't dare to look down on, was naturally at the same level as him. Moreover, even without considering the special ability of the Sharingan, there was one ability that all the Mangekyo Sharingan had. That was the Susanoo. As long as he had a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he could use the Susanoo. This jutsu was capable of offense and defense. In the Fourth War, Madara relied on his Susanoo to suppress the 5 cages in the Shinobi Alliance, which showed how strong it was. Fugaku had a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and of course, he also had the ability to use Susanoo. If he had used this move to fight Itachi, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose. It could be said that Fugaku was an expert that many people had ignored. Zhang Miao naturally knew the real strength of Fugaku, so in the beginning, he planned to collect his fragments, but unfortunately, he did not get what he wanted. When he was in Police Force HQ, the reason why Zhang Miao exposed himself to Fugaku was not only to save Wui, but also to use this method to obtain Fugaku's recognition and collect his ninja fragments. Unfortunately, this plan failed in the end. Fugaku was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, which was why Zhang Miao did not say anything. You don't recognize me, right? Then why should I tell you more? I'll to keep you in suspense. This was Zhang Miao's attitude toward Fugaku. However, what Zhang Miao did not expect was that after being wedded twice by him, Fugaku actually obediently handed over his ninja fragment. Although it was not a full 10, it was better than nothing. This also allowed Zhang Miao to quickly come up with a plan to collect Fugaku's fragments in the future. Hang his appetite. Hang his appetite. Do your best to keep him in suspense. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly came up to Fugaku and grinned at him. Hey, Uncle Fugaku, don't be angry. How about this, as long as you bleat like a goat for me, I will tell you more secrets, how about it? Fugaku. Goat my ass. At this time, Fugaku really wanted to scold Zhang Miao and get him out of his house, but he was very eager to know why Madara wanted to get Hashirama's flesh. Fugaku had a feeling that the secret Zhang Miao mentioned might have a very important relationship with the Uchiha stone tablet. Which was more important? His face, or the future of the clan? After weighing the pros and cons, Fugaku looked around and found that there was no one else around. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Baa. However, what Fugaku did not expect was that before his voice disappeared, the door in front of him opened, revealing a shocked little face. Father. Looking at the person standing at the door, Fugaku's eyes widened. Itachi. The person who appeared at the door was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had just returned from school. For the current Itachi, the scene in front of him was simply too horrifying. His father, who had always maintained his dignity and never made a joke of himself, actually bleated like a goat just now. If not for the fact that this was his home, Itachi would have thought that he had been hit by someone else's genjutsu. At this moment, Itachi's face was full of surprise. Father, that sound just now. Seeing how shocked Itachi was, Fugaku blushed and interrupted him before he could finish his words. Itachi, come inside, I'll introduce you to an important guest. An important guest. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi noticed that there was another person in the room besides his father. His good upbringing made Itachi immediately come back to his senses. He quickly walked into the room and sat down next to Fugaku. I'm sorry father, I was rude. Seeing that Itachi had diverted his attention, Fugaku felt that he had finally saved his dignity. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and introduced Zhang Miao to Itachi. Itachi, this is Ryunosuke from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is the most important ally of our clan. You have to get along well with Ryunosuke in the future. Yes, father. Hearing Fugaku's serious words, Itachi quickly nodded and bowed slightly to Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, I am Itachi. Please take care of me in the future. Whether it was Fugaku or Itachi, their performance was worthy of the reputation of a prominent family. If Zhang Miao was some other family, he might be flattered by the courtesy of the Uchiha, but Zhang Miao frowned. It's absolutely impossible to approach Itachi in this way. Zhang Miao knew that Itachi had experienced war and death since he was a child, so his thoughts had changed greatly. Especially after getting along with Shisui, Itachi had a general view that ordinary people did not have. His vision had already exceeded that narrow racial concept, and he was at a higher level. Therefore, in the face of Itachi, Zhang Miao wanted to gain his favor and recognition, so he must not leave a label like certain clan on himself. It seems that I need a different self-introduction. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao looked at Fugaku next to him and suddenly had an idea. Under Itachi's doubtful gaze, Zhang Miao suddenly stood up and then revealed a brilliant smile at him. Itachi. I am very happy to know you. I am Ryunosuke. I am a person who can make the wicked eye himself bleat like a goat. Itachi. Fugaku. When Fugaku and Itachi became stunned again, Zhang Miao also heard the system notification. Ding! Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Fugaku's Ninja Fragment X5. Ding! Obtain 7-star cage level, Uchiha Itachi's Ninja Fragment X5. Chapter 39, Itachi's Surprise. Zhang Miao's plan was successful, and Itachi had an extremely deep impression of him. Most importantly, Zhang Miao said this in front of his father, Fugaku. This made Itachi feel a sense of worship towards Zhang Miao. Too powerful. When Zhang Miao heard the system notification, he knew that he had succeeded. And even without the system notification, Itachi's awe told Zhang Miao the answer. As for Fugaku, Zhang Miao was a little confused. Was it because he was able to embarrass him in front of his son, or he recognized his courage? Zhang Miao felt that while the possibility was not high, but no matter what, to be able to harvest the ninja fragments of this father and son pair at the same time proved that the opening of his game was quite good. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately went up and hugged Itachi's neck, and then grinned again. Hehe, Itachi, from now on, we are friends. It has nothing to do with the Uzumaki and Uchiha. What do you think? This. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi hesitated a little. He quickly looked back at Fugaku and found that the latter was nodding at him. He then nodded heavily at Zhang Miao. Okay. Itachi nodded. The door of the room was opened. Mikoto, who was wearing an apron and holding a plate of vegetables, walked in from the door. When she saw the scene in the room, she immediately laughed. Looks like you guys got along well. Hearing Mikoto, Itachi quickly stood up and took the food from his mother. He asked, Mother, where's brother? For Itachi, taking care of his brother every day after school has become one of his compulsory homework, so after hearing his words, Mikoto laughed again. Your brother is already asleep, you can play with Ryunosuke today. At this point, Mikoto looked at Zhang Miao. Oh right Ryunosuke, where is the friend who came with you just now? Haha. Hearing her words, Zhang Miao smiled and waved at her, don't worry about him. I think he has already gone to the training ground with Guy. Oh, he is really a hard-working person. In that case, let's eat first. With that, Mikoto quickly put the food on the table and filled Zhang Miao's bowl with a lot of rice. Zhang Miao did not hesitate. After receiving the meal, he first thanked Mikoto and then clapped his hands. Itadakimasu. Mikoto was very good at cooking. The meals she made could be said to be delicious, and Zhang Miao's appetite had always been good, so he naturally ate very quickly. In less than half an hour, most of the food had entered his stomach, which made Fugaku and Itachi stunned. On the contrary, Mikoto wasn't surprised at all, she even showed a happy smile on her face. In the past, Kushina also had a big appetite. Maybe the people of the Uzumaki clan are like this. Ryunosuke, do you need another bowl? Yes. Hearing Mikoto's words, Zhang Miao, who never knew how to be polite, immediately handed over the bowl in his hand. Seconds, please. Itachi. Fugaku. Don't you feel bloated after eating so much? In fact, Zhang Miao really did not feel bloated, because with the help of the system, all the food Zhang Miao had eaten had been digested, so how could he feel bloated? Zhang Miao's motto was don't ask me how much I can eat. Only you ask how much you can have. But when Zhang Miao stood up after eating, Itachi frowned doubtfully. Ryunosuke, aren't you a little taller than before? At this point, Itachi stretched out his thumb and index finger, and compared it to a length of about 1 centimeter. You seem to have grown much taller. Zhang Miao. What an amazing insight. Zhang Miao knew that if he ate a big and nutritious meal, his height and weight would increase. The reason why such a situation occurred was because under the powerful auxiliary digestive function of the system, everything that was eaten into Zhang Miao's mouth was quickly digested. And the nutrition brought by this food, except for the energy that Zhang Miao needed every day, was used to strengthen his bones and muscles. This was the reason why Zhang Miao grew particularly fast. He was not even a year old, but he already looked like a 3-year-old child. But Zhang Miao did not tell anyone about this secret. Even Fukuro, who got along with Zhang Miao every day, did not notice this. It was only after a period of time that he suddenly found that Zhang Miao seemed to have grown up a lot. But Itachi noticed it in their first meeting. Fugaku did not notice it at first, but after hearing what Itachi said, he immediately looked at Zhang Miao carefully and frowned. He seems to have grown taller, and his body looks a bit stronger. Seeing the father and son talking and almost exposing their secrets, Zhang Miao hurriedly laughed. Haha, is that so? Then it proves that Auntie Mikoto is doing well. Next time when I come again to eat a few more meals, maybe I can be as tall as Uncle Fugaku. Zhang Miao knew that the more he explained, the more suspicious it was. It was better to follow the other person's words and appear more natural. As expected, just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Mikoto laughed. Hehe. Ryunosuke really knows how to praise, then you should come often in the future. Auntie will cook delicious food for you every day, so that you can grow as tall as your Uncle Fugaku as soon as possible. Thank you Auntie Mikoto. Looking at the delighted Mikoto, Zhang Miao immediately nodded, but then he seemed to think of something and looked worriedly at Fugaku. But will Uncle Fugaku welcome me? Fugaku. Damn, this kid is pretending again. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Fugaku had already figured out Zhang Miao's character. Seeing that this kid was pretending again, Fugaku originally didn't want to talk to him, but looking at Mikoto's pleading face, he could only nod with a calm face. Of course. Seeing Fugaku nod his head, Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Zhang Miao again. Ryunosuke, Uncle Fugaku has already agreed. You will come here often from now on, understand? Zhang Miao naturally followed such a good advice. As soon as Mikoto finished speaking, he nodded obediently. Okay, thank you Auntie Mikoto. I understand. I will come here often in the future. When he said the word often, Zhang Miao even emphasized his tone. Mikoto did not think too much about it, but the corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched unnaturally. Zhang Miao would not pay attention to what Fugaku was thinking. After successfully changing the topic, he grabbed Itachi's hand and ran out. Itachi, let's go out and play. Okay. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi instinctively agreed and was pulled out of the house to the courtyard outside. Standing in the courtyard, Itachi immediately frowned in distress. Should we play ninjas? In fact, Itachi did not like to play ninjas at all, because he had experienced a real war back when Fugaku took him along to the Third War. Therefore, for him, playing ninjas were too childish, but in order to get along well with Zhang Miao, he decided to endure. However, what he did not expect was that after hearing his suggestion, Zhang Miao shook his head and rolled up his sleeves. Playing ninjas are not suitable for us. Since you have been to the academy, you should have no problem with basic taijutsu. Come, let's fight. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi was stunned. Chapter 40, A Match. Itachi did not expect Zhang Miao to take the initiative to challenge him. Although he had just entered the ninja academy, in terms of strength, even the kids in the senior year were no match for him. In other words, the current Itachi already had the strength of a genin. In such a situation, Zhang Miao proposed to fight with him, which made Itachi feel a little awkward. Itachi was worried that if he attacked, he would accidentally injure Zhang Miao. However, if he refused, he was worried that Zhang Miao would be unhappy. This immediately made him feel awkward. However, Zhang Miao did not have such thoughts. After rolling up his sleeves, he threw a straight punch at Itachi's head. Careful! In fact, there was no need for Zhang Miao to remind him. His long-term training made Itachi react quickly to block. Pow! When Itachi blocked Zhang Miao's fist, their arms hit each other and immediately made a very crisp sound. However, the strength coming from Zhang Miao's hands made Itachi a little surprised. What power! During his time at the academy, Itachi had already fought with his seniors, but no one had a punch as strong as Zhang Miao's. Just when Itachi was a little surprised, Zhang Miao's laughter once again entered his ears. Hehe, Itachi, if you underestimate me, you will suffer a big loss. With that, Zhang Miao jumped and whipped his leg. Zhang Miao's whip kick was fast and accurate, basically sealing off all of Itachi's escape routes. This time, Itachi did not dare to be careless and quickly raised his hands to guard. Zhang Miao's whip kick accurately landed on the Itachi's guarding hands, making a dull sound. Bang! What Itachi did not expect was that the strength of Zhang Miao's kick was much stronger than he imagined. He, who was standing unsteadily, suddenly took several steps back, his heart full of shock. So strong! At this time, Itachi discovered that it was completely wrong for him to compare Zhang Miao with those weaklings at the academy. In taijutsu, whether in terms of strength, speed, or accuracy, Zhang Miao was comparable to the ninjas on the real battlefield, or even stronger. Thinking of this, Itachi did not dare to be careless anymore. He began to focus on Zhang Miao's movements and began to make a proper counterattack. As for Zhang Miao, the more he fought, the more smooth he became. He had inherited the Jonin level basic taijutsu from Wui, and it began to display its true power. Crack! The sounds of the two fighting immediately attracted the attention of Fugaku and Mikoto. Looking at the two little figures in the courtyard, Mikoto's eyes widened. Is that Ryunosuke? I didn't expect him to be so powerful at such a young age. She knew about Itachi's strength, but she didn't expect Zhang Miao to be able to fight his son equally. Well, he is indeed very good. Hearing Mikoto's words, Fugaku, who had always been silent, also nodded. His strength, speed, and accuracy are impeccable. Not many genin can do it. Ryunosuke's basics is very good, and his teacher must be very skilled in taijutsu. Fugaku was always a very strict person, so when he heard that he had such a high valuation of Zhang Miao, Mikoto widened their eyes in surprise. But before she could speak, Fugaku frowned and said in a low voice, "It's almost over." Hearing Fugaku's words, she quickly turned around and looked at the yard. After Itachi avoided Zhang Miao's side kick, he turned around and jumped back a few meters, his hands quickly forming seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Looking at the order of the seals, Mikoto opened her eyes wide. That is the fireball jutsu? Dear, quickly stop them. Mikoto was really anxious. The fireball jutsu was a C-rank ninjutsu, and its lethality was very high. If one got hit by that, they would be seriously injured. However, compared to the anxious Mikoto, Fugaku seemed very calm. Don't worry, Itachi is about to lose. Itachi is going to lose. Hearing Fugaku's words, Mikoto widened her eyes again in surprise. In her opinion, the one who was about to win was Itachi, and Zhang Miao was likely to be seriously injured, but Fugaku said that Itachi was going to lose. How was that possible? But soon, she understood that Fugaku was right. In just 3 seconds, Itachi finished forming the seals. He took a deep breath and was ready to release the fireball. But unexpectedly, Zhang Miao, who was in front of him just now, suddenly disappeared. Where was he? Just as Itachi was looking for Zhang Miao, a familiar voice sounded below him. Itachi? Are you looking for me? Hearing this voice, Itachi immediately widened his eyes in shock. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. It's over. Zhang Miao shouted and then kicked Itachi's chin, sending him flying. Bang! When Itachi fell to the ground, there was a burst of applause from the side. Clap, clap, clap! Hearing the applause, Itachi and Zhang Miao turned around and saw Fugaku clapping and walking towards them. Ryunosuke's taijutsu is very good. Although it is only some basic taijutsus, the more basic things are, the more one can see the ability of a ninja. To be able to do this, Ryunosuke must have put in a lot of effort. Very good. In the face of Fugaku's praise, Zhang Miao scratched his head in embarrassment. Hehe, actually, I didn't practice much. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Maybe I am the genius that everyone often talks about. Fugaku. Fuck, you're too full of yourself. After glancing at Zhang Miao, Fugaku then turned to look at Itachi, who had just gotten up from the ground. Itachi. It's right to use ninjutsu against a taijutsu user, but you have to know that their movements are very fast. When using ninjutsu, you have to try to distance yourself from the opponent, understand? Yes, father, I understand. Looking at Itachi, who was humbly taught, Fugaku nodded his head in satisfaction. At this time, Zhang Miao also came over, and then hugged Itachi's neck with a smile. Hehe, Uncle Fugaku, don't be so strict. Itachi hasn't awakened his Sharingan yet, so I can only take this opportunity to bully him. When he opens his Sharingan, ordinary taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu are all useless. At that time, Itachi will be really powerful, right? What? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi looked at his father again, but before Fugaku could react, Zhang Miao spoke again. Don't look at him. I have no right to speak like that to Uncle Fugaku. But do you believe that I could make him bleat like a goat right now? Fugaku. Itachi. Mikoto. Chapter 41, Izumi's Curiosity. Hearing Zhang Miao once again use that bleeding stuff to provoke him, Fugaku felt regret in his heart. He finally understood what it meant to be a single slip may cause eternal sorrow. He had accidentally fallen for that brat's trick, and now he had a hold on him. However, if Fugaku were to choose again, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, he would probably make the same choice. It was not easy to be the clan leader. With a heart full of worries, Fugaku went back to his room without saying a word. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Please wait a moment. Hearing the knock, Mikoto quickly ran to open the door. Zhang Miao and Itachi were sitting in the corridor of the house, drinking water and chatting. Itachi, is the academy fun? Are there any beautiful girls? Itachi did not expect Zhang Miao to suddenly ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, he hesitantly replied, there should be, right? Oh, please, are you blind? Hearing Itachi's answer, Zhang Miao immediately covered his face. Really? Let me tell you, is she the kind of watery, cute-looking girl that you want to lick immediately when you see her? Itachi. What the hell was licking mean? Just as Itachi did not know how to answer Zhang Miao, Mikoto's voice came from the door. Ryunosuke, your friend is here to pick you up. Hearing what Mikoto said, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally there was no need to answer that difficult question. Zhang Miao did not notice the expression of Itachi. After hearing Mikoto's voice, he quickly agreed and patted Itachi on the shoulder again. Itachi, I'm going back. I'll come back tomorrow to play with you. Don't forget to introduce me to pretty girls. I like long-haired, big-eyed and oval-faced girls. Remember to keep an eye out for me. After that, Zhang Miao did not wait for Itachi to answer and ran out the door in a hurry. Looking at his back, Itachi blinked and looked a little confused. Is there such a girl in our school? This question had been haunting Itachi until the next day when he went to the academy for class. That day, he was a little absent-minded. When the bell rang, the young Uchiha was still sitting in his seat thinking about this question, but before he could think, a girl's voice rang in his ear. Itachi-kun, what are you thinking about? Hearing this voice, Itachi immediately came back to his senses. Looking at the girl who was smiling at him, he blinked and then asked her a question. Izumi, do you know any girl which has long hair, big eyes and oval face? At this time, the girl sitting next to Itachi was his classmate, and also a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi. Itachi's genius aura and cool personality made all girls in the academy fond of him. Izumi was no exception. However, Itachi's attitude made many girls helpless. Even if they took the initiative to greet him, he would just nod his head. Therefore, even Izumi, a girl from the same clan, had less than 10 words conversation with Itachi ever since she entered the academy. But what she did not expect was that this time, Itachi talked to her so much, and even asked her a question. This made her very surprised. The Itachi, who had never spoken to girls, actually took the initiative to inquire about girls? Because she was too surprised, Izumi did not come back to her senses for a long time. Seeing her response, Itachi immediately frowned. You don't know any? Then forget it. After saying that, Itachi stood up with his bag and left the classroom. Seeing Itachi left, Izumi reacted and quickly chased after him. Itachi, please wait. Izumi shouted as he quickly caught up with Itachi and walked side by side with him. Then, he asked curiously, Itachi, why do you suddenly want to ask that? It was my friend who asked me to keep an eye out for him. Itachi felt that there was nothing wrong with this question, so he answered normally. Itachi's friend. Hearing Itachi's words, Izumi's eyes widened in curiosity. This is the first time I heard Itachi talk about it. Someone who can become a friend of Itachi should be a very strong person, right? It had to be said that Izumi's thoughts were still very simple, but Itachi did not think too much. After hearing her words, he immediately nodded. Yes, he is a genius. Ah! In Izumi's heart, Itachi was a genius, but now he heard him personally say that others were geniuses. Izumi felt a bit weird. Was there really a genius who was stronger than Itachi? Thinking of this, she suddenly opened her mouth and asked again in disbelief, "Is Itachi's friend really that powerful?" "Yes." Faced with Izumi's question, Itachi nodded again. "Ryunoshook is really powerful. I am not his match at all. Even my father recognized his strength." This time, Itachi was really surprised, and his big, beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Not only did he defeat Itachi-kun, but even the clan leader recognized his strength? "Is he the new ninja of our clan that are going to join the police force?" Izumi asked. In Izumi's view, the person who could defeat Itachi and get Fugaku's recognition must be an elite of the clan. Such a person was naturally qualified to join the Konoha military police force. However, what she did not expect was that Itachi shook his head. "No, he is not a ninja from the police force, and he is not an Uchiha. He is a member of the Uzumaki clan, called Ryunoshook. Although he looks younger than me, he is a very strong guy." Speaking of this, Itachi suddenly remembered Zhang Miao's special self-introduction and his father's stunned face at that time. Thinking of this, Itachi could not help but smile, thinking in his heart, Ryunoshook is not only very powerful, but also an interesting person. Itachi did not notice that when he smiled, Izumi was so surprised that her little mouth was opened into an O shape. Itachi actually smiled? Looking at her admirable cold genius making such a happy smile because he mentioned someone, Izumi's heart was suddenly full of curiosity about the person he had never met before. A friend of the Itachi. What kind of person is that Uzumaki Ryunoshook? Chapter 42, Two Friends. While Itachi and Izumi were talking about Zhang Miao, Fugaku, who had just returned home from work, also asked his wife Mikoto. "Mikoto, is Ryunoshook here?" Mikoto was playing with Suzuki. After hearing what Fugaku said, she shook her head with a smile. "Not yet, but I think he is planning to wait for Itachi to come from school. He's going to be here soon." Mikoto put Suzuki on the cushion. She went to make a cup of tea for Fugaku and smiled as she handed it to him. "Do you really want Ryunoshook to come?" "Well, I guess so." Fugaku took the tea and took a sip, but before he could put the cup down, a loud cry came from the door. "Baa! Dot! Wah!" Hearing this, Fugaku spat out the tea he hadn't swallowed yet, spilling it all over the ground. Seeing this, Mikoto immediately yelled, then quickly took a towel to wipe off the tea on Fugaku's clothes. "Dear, why are you so careless? Is it hot?" "I'm fine." Looking at the caring look on Mikoto's face, Fugaku shook his head and pointed to the door. "Don't worry about me for now. Go and open the door. Ryunoshook is here. Ryunoshook is here." Hearing Fugaku's words, Mikoto was surprised. "How did you know?" And no one knocked on the door. As soon as Mikoto finished her words, another loud cry came from the door. "Baa! Cough, cough." Hearing this, Fugaku coughed twice and then waved his hand at Mikoto with a bitter smile. "Don't worry so much, it's him. He was the one who made those weird goat sounds." "Ah!" Hearing Fugaku's words, Mikoto widened her eyes in surprise. "Is that so? But why did he learn to bleat like a goat?" Fugaku. Of course Fugaku knew the reason why Zhang Miao learned to bleat like a goat, it was just to make things difficult for him. However, he could not tell Mikoto, because if he said so, Mikoto would definitely continue to ask, and then things would become more complicated. Therefore, looking his puzzled wife, Fugaku could only wave his hand at her again. "These are not important. You should open the door for that kid first, don't make him wait." At this time, Fugaku was not saying any polite words. He was really afraid that Zhang Miao would continue to this silly stuff, causing him to lost his appetite for tea. Mikoto still hadn't realized. After hearing Fugaku's words, she immediately nodded. "Yes, yes. I'll go open the door for him right now. Dear, look after her Suzuki." With that, Mikoto turned around and ran out of the room to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she found Zhang Miao standing at the door. She was stunned for a moment before covering her mouth and laughing. "Oh, so it really is Ryunoshook. I didn't believe it when Uncle Fugaku said you were here. All right, come in quickly. The snacks have already been prepared for you." "Hee." "Thank you Auntie Mikoto." Zhang Miao thanked Mikoto before walking in with a smile. "Auntie Mikoto, is Itachi here yet?" "Not yet, but he should be back soon." Mikoto seemed to have thought of something and asked Zhang Miao. By the way, Ryuna shook, just now when Fugaku told me that you were learning how to bleat like a goat. And his reaction was especially intense. I asked him about that but he refused to tell me. What is going on? About that? Mikoto's question, Zhang Miao gave her a mysterious smile. This is a secret between me and Uncle Fugaku. If you want to know, just ask him. Aunt Mikoto, I'm going to talk to him. After saying that, Zhang Miao turned around and ran towards the house. Seeing this scene, Mikoto couldn't help but laugh again. Too bad it's still a secret, but Fugaku and Ryuna shook seem to get along well. What Mikoto didn't know was that the two people she thought were very close were currently staring at each other in the room. Fugaku stared at Zhang Miao, the dissatisfaction in his eyes almost solidified. Any normal person would be able to see it, but Zhang Miao acted as if he didn't see it, and instead smiled mischievously. Hehe, Uncle Fugaku, don't be so cold. Come and laugh. Why don't you just call me Fugaku? To hell with your head. After glaring at Zhang Miao again, Fugaku finally spoke with a face full of displeasure. Don't forget what you promised me yesterday. What did I promise you? Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao suddenly looked confused. What did I promise you? Why don't I remember? You. Seeing that Zhang Miao did not admit it, Fugaku suddenly stood up, but before he could say anything, Zhang Miao slapped his forehead, showing a look of sudden realization. Oh, I remember now. Are you talking about what happened after Madara got the flesh of the first Hokage? At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly rolled his eyes at Fugaku. So this is what you mean? Why didn't you say so earlier? 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 Looking at Zhang Miao, Fugaku's eyes twitched again. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the table. Hurry up and say it. Good. Seeing that Fugaku was already on the verge of exploding, Zhang Miao immediately stopped, and then seriously said to Fugaku. After Madara obtained Hashirama's flesh, he fused it with his own body, causing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve further. Answer complete. Fugaku. Seeing Zhang Miao suddenly answer his question honestly, Fugaku felt his legs weakening. However, Zhang Miao's answer really shocked Fugaku, and most importantly, Zhang Miao's answer was as he thought, related to the Uchiha clan. However, what was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Before opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku thought that the three Tomo were the end of the Sharingan. However, by chance, Fugaku opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and saw some information in the Uchiha stone tablet. This made him understand that there seemed to be a higher level Sharingan above the Mangekyo. After listening to Zhang Miao, he finally understood. So what is above the Mangekyo is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. From Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku also found that this eternal Mangekyo was not the end of the Sharingan. There was even more. As for Madara, he attacked Konoha in order to evolve his eternal Mangekyo, and obtain Hashirama's flesh. From this point of view, although it seemed that the first Hokage won the final battle, in fact, he was the real winner. So, what was above eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Thinking of this, Fugaku couldn't help but ask Zhang Miao. What exactly is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? What is Madara's intention for obtaining the first Hokage's flesh? Looking at the strong desire for knowledge on Fugaku's face, Zhang Miao smiled again. Hehe, do you want to know? This is very simple. As long as you bleat like a goat for me, I will tell you. Fugaku. Chapter 43, An Old Goat's Bleat. Fugaku felt that Zhang Miao was digging a hole for him again, but what made him feel the most helpless was that he had to jump into this pit. For the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan was too important. It could even be said that the Sharingan was the key of the Uchiha clan's survival. Therefore, when it came to the secrets of the Sharingan, it was the same as touching the secrets of the survival of the Uchiha clan. For such a secret, even if he had to pay a huge price, or even sacrifice some of his clan members, Fugaku felt that it was worth it. However, Zhang Miao's condition was him doing the embarrassing goat's bleat, not sacrificing his clan members. From an objective point of view, this was simply a gift. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly felt a little ashamed. Because in his opinion, if it were someone else, they would ask more than that, and he would eventually agree to the conditions. However, Zhang Miao revealed such an important secret for just a child's prank, which made Fugaku feel like he was deceiving a child. Thinking of this, Fugaku suddenly made up his mind that if there was a chance in the future, he must compensate Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao didn't know what Fugaku was thinking. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Zhang Miao raised his eyebrows impatiently. Hey, Uncle Fugaku, you answer? Do you want to think about it for so long? Okay, I'll do it now. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku nodded and did what Zhang Miao asked. Baa. However, what Fugaku didn't expect was that as soon as he finished shouting, Zhang Miao immediately shook his head. Uncle Fu, you don't sound right. Your bleat is clearly like a small goat, but you are already an old goat at your age. So when you shout, you should stick your tongue out and drag your voice out, just like this. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, letting out a dull goat bleat. Baa. Fugaku. Fuck, isn't that just a scream? If it was someone else, Fugaku would definitely feel that they was deliberately making things difficult for him, but for Zhang Miao, Fugaku felt nothing. It was very normal for children to like to compete. Thus, Fugaku imitated Zhang Miao and stuck out his tongue. Suddenly, a dull goat's bleat rang out in the room. Baa. Before Fugaku could finish his bleat, the door of the room was pulled open, and Mikoto came in with a plate of snacks. At this time, Fugaku didn't even have time to retract his tongue. Looking at her husband sticking out his tongue to learn how to bleat like a goat, Mikoto covered her mouth in shock. Dear, you. Fugaku. Fuck, why do people always come when I do this dumb thing? Just as Fugaku didn't know how to explain, Zhang Miao suddenly ran over and laughed at Mikoto. Hehe, Uncle Fugaku is learning how to call an old goat for me. By the way, Aunt Mikoto, is these snacks for me? Yes, it's for you to eat. Take it. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Mikoto immediately came back to her senses. She quickly nodded and handed the plate of snacks in her hand to Zhang Miao. Itachi is coming back soon. I have to hurry and buy some dangos. If I go late, they will run out of them. You can continue to play with your Uncle Fugaku. With that, Mikoto turned and hurried away. When she was far away, Zhang Miao turned to look at Fugaku. Fugaku-san, shall we continue? Humph. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku's face suddenly turned black, and he glared at him. I've done what you said. I believe it's your turn now. Oh, I think so. Looking at Fugaku's unfriendly face, Zhang Miao scratched his head and revealed a shy expression. Sorry, I forgot just now. Oh right, Uncle Fugaku, you want to know about the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Okay, I'll tell you. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly became serious, and his expression changed greatly. Uncle Fugaku should know that above the three tomo is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the Mangekyo is extremely powerful, it also has a huge side effect, and that is, if you use it often, your eyes will become blind. Fugaku knew that the Mangekyo could cause blindness if used too often, so as soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, he immediately nodded. Well, I know about that. Then does Eternal Mangekyo not have this side effect? Of course, how can it be called Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Hearing Fugaku's question, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as the name suggests, is a Mangekyo Sharingan that can be used forever. In addition, it also has a more powerful ability. A more powerful ability? Fugaku was even more curious, and quickly asked, is it an ability far beyond ordinary Mangekyo? Yes. Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao immediately nodded and said, to talk about this ability, we have to start from its evolutionary conditions. To evolve ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, we need. Fugaku really hated Zhang Miao, who only said half of his words. Seeing that Zhang Miao did not say the latter half of his words, he could not help but ask again. What do you need? Tell me. Looking at Fugaku, who was so anxious that he was about to jump up, Zhang Miao's lips curled up again. If you do that again, I'll tell you. Fugaku. Fuck. If anyone else dared to treat him like this, Fugaku would have burned them with his fireballs. However, facing Zhang Miao, although he was very angry, he was helpless. Who needed whose help? On the other hand, Fugaku felt that he was the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, but his understanding of the Uchiha clan was less than an outsider, which made him very ashamed. But this time, he must understand all these things clearly. With such determination, Fugaku took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and let out a loud goat bleat. Baa. Unfamiliar at first, but well accustomed soon enough. This time, there was no need for Zhang Miao to say more. Fugaku stretched out his tongue when he was shouting. Therefore, his goat's bleat was deep and long, with a trace of unwillingness and resentment, like an angry old goat. The only regret was that before Fugaku could finish this roar of the old goat, the door was opened again. Father, I'm back. Chapter 44, The Eternal Mangekyo. It was none other than Itachi, who had just returned from school. Because Zhang Miao had already made an appointment with him yesterday, Itachi quickly rushed home after parting ways with Izumi at the intersection. He trotted all the way home. Just as he reached the door, he met Mikoto, who had just left the house. He originally planned to go shopping with his mother, but Mikoto told him otherwise. Instead, she asked him to stay at home and play with Zhang Miao. It was because of all these reasons that when Fugaku let out the bleat of an old goat, Itachi caught him red-handed. Zhang Miao sat at the side and looked at the stunned father and son pair. He could not help but laugh wildly. Wahahahaha! Zhang Miao's laughter immediately made Itachi return to his senses. He looked at his father, who had stuck out his tongue to learn how to bleat like a goat, and Zhang Miao, who was lying on the cushion with a laugh. He immediately closed the door that had just been opened. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha! Uncle Fugaku, you break your character so easily. Ha 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 ha! Fugaku! Damn it, laugh all you want. Whose fault you think it was? Thinking of this, Fugaku glared at Zhang Miao and coughed twice. Cough, cough. Oh! Itachi! You're back? Come in. Yes, father. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi opened the door and walked in, holding Sasuke, who was playing on the floor, in his arms. At this time, something that no one could have imagined happened. Sasuke, who had been quietly playing on the ground, suddenly called out to him after being hugged by Itachi. Baa. Hearing the voice of Sasuke, Fugaku and Itachi were stunned, and Zhang Miao, who had just stood up, once again fell on the seat cushion with a smile. Wahahaha, an old goat and little goat, Baa. Ahahaha. Fugaku. Itachi. Itachi seemed to feel that the atmosphere in the room was not right. He suddenly stood up with Sasuke in his arms and bowed to Fugaku. Father, I'm going to put Sasuke to sleep first. After saying that, Itachi went out. The moment the door was closed, Zhang Miao immediately heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making Fugaku feel the shame of being dominated by the goat bleat. The reward is 7-star cage level, Uchiha Fugaku Ninja Fragment X10. This system prompt was undoubtedly telling Zhang Miao that he had just one Fugaku, whom he thought was the most difficult to deal with. Now, as long as he could use his brain, then the day of successful recruitment was just around the corner. For Zhang Miao, this was undoubtedly a very big surprise, especially the reason for the fragment given by the system, which made him smile even more. Ha 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 ha! Uncle Fugaku, do you feel the shame of being dominated by the goat's bleat? Ha 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 ha! Fugaku! Damned brat! At this time, Fugaku was really helpless. He didn't know why every time he learned how to bleat, he would be caught by someone. Yesterday, he was caught by his son. Today, he was hit by his wife and son. Now, even his youngest son had learned to call him Baa. He had built the prestige of the big family for many years, and in just one day, it almost disappeared in an instant. The more Fugaku thought about it, the angrier he became. Looking at Zhang Miao, who was laughing on the floor, he couldn't help but slap the table. Don't laugh. Tell me the evolution conditions of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at Fugaku, Zhang Miao didn't want to continue to provoke him. After trying to stop laughing, he said to Fugaku. Okay, I'll say it now, but speaking of the evolution conditions of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, we have to start with the Uchiha clan itself. As you know, because the Uchiha is a clan with strong and deep feeling between its members, no other clan has more love than the Uchihas. What Zhang Miao said was the original words of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, but Fugaku did not understand. He immediately frowned. Love? What does that mean? It means literally. Looking at Fugaku's puzzled look, Zhang Miao suddenly laughed. Love for friends, love for relatives, love for companions, and others, the Uchihas hold it strongly. When they lose this love, great sorrow will stimulate a unique chakra to flow into their brain, and a certain phenomenon will occur. At this point, Zhang Miao's smile suddenly slowly disappeared, and Fugaku looked very serious. Then the two of them spat out a word in unison. Sharingan. After spitting out this word, Fugaku suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhang Miao with a very complicated gaze. I didn't expect you to understand the Uchiha to such an extent. It's really incredible. Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao suddenly shrugged his shoulders and said, I think the Uchiha clan is even more incredible, especially the evolution of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey! Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku frowned. What's wrong with the evolution method of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Is it very harsh? It's more than just harsh, it's extremely harsh. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly sighed, and then looked at Fugaku Uchiha again. The evolution of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the superposition of Mangekyo Sharingan. To put it bluntly, it requires 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. What do you mean by 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku suddenly frowned. What is going on? Tell me clearly. Well, let me make an example. Looking at Fugaku's confused face, Zhang Miao sighed again and then pointed at Fugaku's eyes. For example, Fugaku-san, you have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, but because you used it too much, you lost your sight. At this time, you need another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that hasn't lost its sight yet, and this pair of eyes must be from an extremely close relative of yours. Gasp! Hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Fugaku gasped and his eyes were full of horror. Do you mean? Looking at Fugaku's expression, Zhang Miao knew that he already understood, so he immediately nodded. Yes, it is to replace the blinded Mangekyo Sharingan that you already overuse, with the Mangekyo Sharingan of your family. This is the condition for awakening the eternal Mangekyo. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly stood up and shrugged at Fugaku. Well, I've said everything I need to say. You digest it yourself. I'm going to play with Itachi. After that, Zhang Miao walked out of the room and closed the door. At this time, only Fugaku was left in the room. He sat there in a daze and did not speak for a long time. Chapter 45, Hiruzen's Guess. Although he had seen some vague words on the clan's stone tablet, when Fugaku really got the exact answer from Zhang Miao, he inevitably fell into shock and contemplation. So the conditions of obtaining Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan are so cruel. If the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan was stimulated by the loss of an important people, then awakening the Eternal Mangekyo meant encouraging families to kill each other. As an experienced person, Fugaku knew very well that for the sake of power, many people could do anything. This also made him more worried about the future of the Uchiha clan. Is this clan really accursed? Then, how can I save the Uchiha clan? When Fugaku was worried about his clan, Hiruzen, who had just returned to Konoha, also frowned after hearing Fukuro's report. What? You said that Ryunoshoku is now with the Uchiha clan. Yes, Sandaime-sama. Facing Hiruzen, Fukuro did not dare to hide anything and answered honestly. Ryunoshoku has a good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Itachi. Since a few days ago, he went to Fugaku's mansion every afternoon and only came back in the evening. Every afternoon. Apart from the Fugaku family, who else is in contact with Ryunoshoku? Hiruzen frowned. Hearing Hiruzen's question, Fukuro suddenly thought for a moment and then spoke again. There's this ninja called Might Wui. It is said that he is the younger brother of Might Du, but there is no information about him at the archives. Also, when I first saw him, I heard him address Ryunoshoku as his master. Oh? Addressing Ryunoshoku as his master. Hiruzen also realized that this master title was not simple. He frowned, then picked up his pipe and took a deep breath, spitting out a long string of smoke. How is this person's strength? Fukuro did not hesitate about this question, especially when it came to Wui's heavy kick that could knock him out in an instant. He still remembered it deeply. Therefore, as soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, he immediately gave an answer. In terms of taijutsu alone, his strength is not inferior to the captain of our Enbu team. As an elite of the Enbu, Fukuro was quite confident in his own strength. He believed that other than the captain of the Anbu, no one else could kill him in a few seconds. After hearing Fukuro's words, Hiruzen's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled deeper, and he secretly pondered in his heart. Now that the Third War has just ended, there's this really strong ninja, but there is no information about him at the archives. Then he should not be from the 5 major countries, but he calls Ryunosuke his master. Is this person also something left behind by Minato? In Hiruzen's view, as the 4th Hokage of Konoha, it was not difficult for Minato to leave some backups for his son. Especially after sealing the Kyubi, the bodies of Minato and Kushina suddenly disappeared, which also proved that Minato did have a backup plan. Thinking of this, Hiruzen looked at Fukuro again. After he came to Konoha, who else has he come into contact with other than Ryunosuke? What does he usually do? At this time, Hiruzen was basically sure that this person was the backup left behind by Minato. Now he asked this question just to prove his own judgment. Hearing Hiruzen's question, Fukuro thought for a moment and answered again. Except for Ryunosuke and Naruto. This Wui had the most contact with a young man called Guy. Every day, apart from protecting Ryunosuke, he would take Guy to the training ground outside the village to train. Other than that, he had no contact with anyone else. Fukuro's words undoubtedly proved Hiruzen's guess, so his expression eased a little, and then he nodded to Fukuro. Well, I understand. You continue to monitor this matter of Wui. Go and call Kakashi over. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Fukuro quickly agreed and then left. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Knock knock. Come in. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Kakashi, who was dressed in the Anbu equipment, came in from outside the door. Hokage-sama, are you looking for me? Yet. Looking at Kakashi entering the door, Hiruzen nodded with his pipe and slowly opened his mouth. Kakashi, you and Ryunosuke are the closest. I want to know if he has told you something special, such as his parents or family. About that, hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi hesitated, but in the end, he shook his head. No. He didn't tell me anything. Seeing Kakashi deny it, the expression on Hiruzen's face immediately softened a bit. He stood up from his seat first, and then slowly walked in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, actually, I know the background of Ryunosuke and Naruto. Moreover, I also promised their mother that I would take good care of them. The reason why I called you here is to find out one thing. Is Ryunosuke already aware of his background? In Hiruzen's opinion, if this Wui was a backup left behind by Minato, then Zhang Miao must know his identity. And as a disciple of Minato himself, Kakashi was so close to Zhang Miao that he must know something. However, looking at Kakashi's normal look, Hiruzen also knew that if he did not take out some dry goods, there was no way to make this suspicious boy speak. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly held a pipe in one hand and patted Kakashi on the shoulder with the other. Ryunosuke and Naruto are the sons of the 4th Hokage. You should know this, right? Kakashi. Hearing Hiruzen directly reveal Zhang Miao's identity, Kakashi immediately raised his head and looked at Hiruzen, his eyes full of surprise. Looking at him like this, Hiruzen already had an answer in his heart, and he immediately nodded. Well, I already know. Go and call Ryunosuke. Tell him that I want to see him. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi immediately agreed and left. However, when he walked to the door, he seemed to think of something and immediately turned to Hiruzen. Seeing Kakashi's actions, Hiruzen immediately raised his head in confusion. Is there anything else? Yes. Kakashi immediately nodded, then took out a handful of kunao from his bosom and handed it to Hiruzen. This is Minato-sensei's Flying Thunder God kunao. It was Ryunosuke who gave it to me. Looking at the three-pronged kunao on Kakashi's hand that had the words Sword of Shinobi's Love written on its handle, Hiruzen's eyes immediately revealed a bit of surprise, but he immediately recovered and then nodded to Kakashi. Well, I know. Since this is your teacher's thing and Ryunosuke gave it to you, you can keep it. Well, continue your mission. Yes. Kakashi agreed and turned to leave the office. After he left, Hiruzen suddenly showed a helpless smile. Is this kid reminding me not to forget the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage for the village? What a suspicious and emotional boy. Chapter 46, The Bad News. At the same time Kakashi came out of the Hokage's office, Zhang Miao had just finished his daily sparring with Itachi. At this time, the two of them were sitting in the corridor of the room, drinking tea and eating snacks. In the sparring just now, Zhang Miao once again defeated Itachi with his own elite basic taijutsu and successfully obtained 5 of Itachi's ninja fragments. He achieved his goal today, so he was in a very pleasant mood. He was holding a dango in one hand and holding Itachi in the other. His face was full of a gentle smile. Hey, Itachi, it's just a temporary victory and defeat. Moreover, taijutsu are not your strong point in the first place. You don't have to care too much about it. Itachi. Anyway, you are the winner. So you can say whatever you want. Seeing that Itachi did not say anything, Zhang Miao immediately shrugged his shoulders, and then quickly ate the dango on his hand. His face was beaming with happiness. Oh, this dango is really sweet, don't you think, Itachi? Itachi. Mikoto sat on the side with Sasuke in his arms. Looking at Zhang Miao and Itachi who were sitting next to each other, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's great that Itachi can make friends like Ryunosuke. Perhaps it was because he was born in the Uchiha clan, or maybe it was because he had the aura of a genius. In the past, Itachi was too reclusive and did not even have a friend. However, Zhang Miao's arrival changed this situation. First of all, Zhang Miao did not reject the Uchiha clan. Secondly, Zhang Miao's strength was not inferior to Itachi's. He was even stronger than Itachi in terms of taijutsu. In addition to Fugaku's recognition, it was precisely because of this that the two of them could sit together like this. Moreover, Mikoto could tell that her son was really on good terms with Zhang Miao. Otherwise, with Itachi's temper, it would be impossible for him to let people hug his neck like this. In fact, Mikoto also liked this optimistic and cheerful red-haired boy in front of her. Especially after he came, her husband seemed to have become approachable. Thinking about how Fugaku stretched out his tongue to learn how to bleat like a goat, Mikoto could not help but cover his mouth and laugh. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Mikoto's laughter, Zhang Miao released Itachi's neck and moved closer. Auntie Mikoto, what are you laughing at? Could it be that little Sasuke is learning how to bleat again? With that, Zhang Miao looked down at Sasuke in Mikoto's arms and found that the little fellow was staring at him with big round eyes. So Zhang Miao rolled his eyes and suddenly revealed a smirk on his face. Hee, what a cute little fellow. Come, let brother kiss you. With that, Zhang Miao hugged Sasuke's little face and kissed him twice. After that, he also stretched out his tongue and licked the saliva on his face. The little fellow had never experienced such a situation before. She was immediately frightened by Zhang Miao and cried out. Wah! Wah! Seeing this scene, Mikoto did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, before she could speak, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. A moment, please. After hearing the knock on the door, Mikoto handed Sasuke to Itachi and went to open the door. But soon, she rushed back with a serious face. Ryunosuke, an envoy came. He said that the Hokage wants to see you and asked you to go. The old man is back already? Hearing Mikoto's words, Zhang Miao widened his eyes in surprise and immediately stood up. Okay, I'll go take a look. After that, Zhang Miao immediately put on his shoes and ran to the door. Seeing this scene, Mikoto and Itachi immediately followed. However, when Zhang Miao came to the door and saw the figure standing outside the door, his face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Kakashi? You're back. Although Kakashi was currently wearing the Anbu equipment and a mask, Zhang Miao immediately recognized his identity when he saw his white hair. Seeing that Zhang Miao had seen through his identity, Kakashi could only take off his mask and nod at Zhang Miao. Yes, I'm back. Haha, I knew it was you. Let's go and eat something first. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Zhang Miao immediately pulled his hand with a happy face and walked in. Kakashi originally wanted to say something, but seeing Zhang Miao so excited, he could only lower his head slightly to Mikoto. Sorry to disturb you. Looking at Kakashi who bowed to him, Mikoto immediately laughed. Kakashi is too polite. Actually, my Itachi is also Ryunosuke's friend. Please wait a moment, I will make you a cup of tea. After saying that, Mikoto turned to make tea, while Zhang Miao pulled Kakashi to the corridor in front of the house and sat down. Then he took a bunch of dangos for him. Kakashi, here, when did you come back? I just came back an hour ago. As Kakashi spoke, he took the dango from Zhang Miao. Then, he opened his mask and took a bite, and his face immediately revealed a relaxed expression. During this period of time, Kakashi had been in charge of Hiruzen's escort work. He indeed felt a little tired, but after seeing Zhang Miao, he did not know why, but his heart suddenly relaxed. Itachi stood to the side and looked at Kakashi, his eyes full of curiosity. He thought in his heart, is this the legendary genius ninja Kakashi? At this time, Kakashi was recognized as a genius by the entire village. Even Itachi was only known as the genius of the Uchiha clan. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, he was still miles away from Kakashi's level. As if feeling Itachi's gaze, Zhang Miao immediately went up and hugged his neck, and then smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi, this is my new friend, the genius of the Uchiha clan Itachi. Hearing Zhang Miao's introduction, Kakashi turned to look at Itachi who was standing at the side, and then nodded at him as a greeting. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao laughed again. Haha, Itachi, Kakashi's just like this, don't mind. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Itachi immediately shook his head lightly, indicating that he did not mind. Then, he sat to the side. Kakashi and Itachi were both introverts. Zhang Miao also knew this, so he naturally would not expect them to chat so enthusiastically. After seeing Itachi sit down, he also came to sit next to Kakashi. Kakashi, is your mission going well? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi nodded as he ate the dangos. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao grinned again. Haha, with you around, I knew it would go smoothly. Speaking of this, Zhang Miao seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked Kakashi again. By the way, Kakashi, Ying is back too, right? Ying. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately frowned. The Ying you are talking about, is it the female Anbu who took care of you before? Yes, it is her. Seeing that Kakashi had reacted, Zhang Miao's smile immediately became even more brilliant. She's went for an escort mission before. I haven't seen her for such a long time. I miss her quite a bit. Since you are back, she should be back as well, right? At this point, Zhang Miao immediately looked at Kakashi with a face full of excitement, only to find that the latter suddenly became silent, and even the dango in his hand was put back to its original place. Seeing this scene, Zhang Miao suddenly had a bad premonition, and he immediately frowned. Kakashi, tell me the truth. Did something happen to her? Kakashi was not willing to hide anything from Zhang Miao. He immediately nodded and said in a low voice, Ying, sacrificed herself. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao suddenly widened his eyes in shock. The teacup in his hand also fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chapter 47, Aggressive. Ying's death was completely out of Zhang Miao's expectations. In his opinion, this was just an escort mission. Moreover, the one she escorted was the third. This sounded like a big bullshit. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. One must know that Hiruzen at this time was not as old as he was 10 years later. Even in the original plot, when Orochimaru launched the Konoha's collapse plan, he had told Hiruzen that if his old master was 10 years younger, he could easily kill him. Although this was a little exaggerated, it could also be said that Hiruzen was really powerful during this period. However, it was because of escorting such a powerful person that Ying actually died. How could Zhang Miao accept this? However, as an adult, Zhang Miao quickly forced himself to calm down and then asked Kakashi in a low voice, how did she die? Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately shook his head, indicating that he could not say it. Seeing that Kakashi refused to say anything, Zhang Miao knew that this should be the rule of the Anbu, so he did not ask further. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to recall the plot when Hiruzen left the village to go to the famous mansion in the Land of Fire. Soon, some anime scenes appeared in Zhang Miao's mind. According to the description of this plot, after Hiruzen left, Danzo sent several Anbu members of his root organization to assassinate Hiruzen in order to become the Hokage. But when these ninjas intercepted Hiruzen, they found that the other party was not Hiruzen at all, but Kakashi who used the transformation jutsu. The final result was that Kakashi killed all the root ninjas who came to assassinate him, leaving only Yamato who knew how to hide, and Hiruzen also successfully got the Hokage appointment. In Zhang Miao's view, the people sent by Danzo were clearly just some sitting ducks. Even if Kakashi wasn't there, with Hiruzen's skill, he could kill them all in a minute. Therefore, Zhang Miao did not care about this plot at all, but what he did not expect was that Ying actually died in such a plot that he did not care about. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly sighed and then whispered to Kakashi, "Has Ying's body been sent back? I want to see her for the last time." "No body." Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kakashi shook his head. The rule of the Enbu is to not leave a corpse. The Enbu had two rules. One was to wear a mask when carrying out a mission under normal circumstances. The second was to not leave a corpse. Any traces or remains of a fallen comrade should be cleaned. Originally, Zhang Miao planned to get Ying's body and think of a way to resurrect her later. But now, Kakashi's words completely broke this hope. He was so angry that he suddenly punched the floor of the corridor. "Denzo, that damn old dog!" Hearing Zhang Miao said Denzo's name, Kakashi suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Miao in disbelief. Because Zhang Miao seemed not to know anything just now, but after he closed his eyes for a while, he seemed to know everything, and it seemed that he also knew a lot. Could it be that this is also Bloodline Limit of the Uzumaki clan? And what shocked Kakashi even more was the latter. After Zhang Miao hammered the floor of the corridor, he shouted to the house behind him. "Uncle who was eavesdropping inside the house, now someone has established an illegal organization to assassinate the Hokage. Are you going to interfere in this matter?" Just as Zhang Miao finished speaking, the door of the house behind him opened. Then, a displeased Fugaku walked out from inside. "Who tried to assassinate Hokage-sama?" "Denzo." Zhang Miao gnashed his teeth and said a name, then pointed to Kakashi next to him. "Kakashi is the witness, you should quickly take people to arrest Denzo." "Sorry, I'm afraid this won't do." As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Kakashi immediately shook his head. "The people who tried to assassinate the Hokage-sama are all dead, and the root ninjas has a curse engraved on their tongue. They can't say anything bad about Denzo, so no one can prove that Denzo sent people to assassinate Hokage-sama." Zhang Miao also knew that what Kakashi said was the truth, but if he let Denzo go like this, Zhang Miao felt that he could not contain his anger. "Denzo, that cunning old dog. No, this matter can't be let go." At this point, Zhang Miao once again looked at Fugaku, his eyes flashing. Among all the higher UPS in Konoha, only the third is aiming for complete peace, and the one who is most against the Uchiha clan is Denzo. "You must know this very well, Uncle Fugaku." As soon as Zhang Miao finished speaking, Fugaku narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "You want to use the Uchiha to deal with Denzo, right?" "Humph." Hearing Fugaku's words, Zhang Miao immediately sneered, "Are you afraid?" "What did you say?" Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Fugaku immediately widened his eyes full of anger. Looking at Fugaku's angry face, Zhang Miao grinned again, and then showed a disdainful smile. "Denzo is suppressing Uchiha, and now there is such a good opportunity. Uncle Fugaku, if you are still resisting. In my opinion, either Uncle Fugaku is frightened, or the whole Uchiha is full of cowards." At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly stood up and turned his head to Kakashi. "It's useless to say more. Kakashi, let's go. I will find a way to make Denzo pay. I am not the kind of coward who would stay quiet after getting bullied." After saying that, Zhang Miao walked out of Fugaku's house without looking back. After Kakashi nodded slightly at Fugaku, he quickly followed. After the two of them left, Itachi, who was sitting in the corridor, asked Fugaku, "Father, what should we do?" Hearing Itachi's words, Fugaku, who was originally angry, smiled at this time. "Ryunosuke is clearly trying to provoke me and use us to deal with Denzo, but this is not necessarily an opportunity for our Uchiha clan." Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi nodded. At the same time, Zhang Miao, who walked out of Fugaku's house, frowned and seemed to be thinking hard about something. At this time, Zhang Miao was not thinking about how to deal with Denzo, but thinking about how to resurrect Ying. Zhang Miao knew very well that after Ying died, not even her body was left behind. This undoubtedly cut off the possibility of using forbidden techniques to resurrect her. If he wanted her to return to his side, he could only rely on the ninja recruitment system. However, to die in such an inconspicuous plot, with no one recognized her death, Ying was undoubtedly an ordinary ninja. According to the system, the recruitment of ordinary ninjas was random. Zhang Miao could only choose to recruit ordinary ninjas below 6 stars, but he could not choose who to recruit. In other words, even if Ying was alive, Zhang Miao might not be able to recruit her, not to mention that she was now dead, and nothing was left from her corpse. According to the system, the fragments corresponding with dead ninjas were the broken version of the usual fragments, which could not be collected through normal means. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao suddenly wanted to hit his head against the wall. Damn, her fragments are not easy to get. Just as Zhang Miao was at a loss, Kakashi's voice came from the side. Ryunosuke, if you want to deal with Denzo, maybe I can help you think of a way. Yes, thank you. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao immediately felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he turned to thank Kakashi, he looked at Kakashi's face and an idea flashed through his mind. No, there is a way to collect the broken fragments. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 48, The Hope for Ying's Resurrection. When Zhang Miao saw Kakashi, he immediately recalled another powerful function of the recruitment system, the lottery. More than 2 months ago, when Zhang Miao first came into contact with Kakashi, Zhang Miao used the system's lottery function, consumed 10 of Kakashi's ninja fragments, and drew the exclusive version of Rin and Sakumo. Unfortunately, this lottery function was too deceptive, and the result of the lottery was basically a loss, so Zhang Miao did not try again after trying once. But at this time, Zhang Miao helplessly found that this deceptive lottery function seemed to have become the only hope for him to resurrect Ying now. Zhang Miao remembered that Ying had once said that she had a younger sister who was still studying at the Ninja Academy, and it was said that she was a genius in swordsmanship. It was because he remembered Ying's past words that Zhang Miao thought of the system's lottery function. According to Zhang Miao's summary, the characters who could be called geniuses in the Naruto world were basically famous in the original work. Only the ninja fragments collected from such ninjas could be considered elite ninja fragments. And these elite ninja fragments could be used to recruit the corresponding ninjas, and they could also be used to draw prizes so as to obtain the special version of ninja fragments. From the result of Kakashi's lottery draw, the ninja fragments that could be obtained through it were all people who had a deep bond with the original owner. For example, Rin, Obito, and Sakumo, they had a deep bond with Kakashi. In other words, as long as he could find Ying's sister and obtain her ninja fragments, and then use her ninja fragments for the lottery, there was a high possibility of obtaining Ying's ninja fragments, and then use the recruitment method to revive her. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao's face suddenly became more excited. I hope my guess is right, then the first thing I have to figure out is Ying's real identity, and then go to the ninja school to find her sister. Kakashi walked next to Zhang Miao, and when he saw the change in his expression, he frowned. Ryunosuke, Danzo is one of Konoha's elders. Don't be rash. I can find a way to lead him out of the village, and then... Kakashi, no need. Without waiting for Kakashi to finish, Zhang Miao interrupted him and shook his head with a smile. Danzo now sees you as a thorn in his side. Once there is a chance, he will definitely not let you go. I don't want you to take the risk. As for Danzo, let the Uchiha deal with him. Let the Uchiha deal with Danzo. Hearing Zhang Miao's affirmative tone, Kakashi frowned again. Are you so sure that the Uchiha will deal with Danzo? Of course, there are 2 main reasons. At this point, Zhang Miao suddenly stretched out a finger toward Kakashi. First of all, Danzo has failed to assassinate the Hokage. As long as he can be convicted and be pulled down, the Uchiha clan can prove their loyalty to the Hokage and also improve their prestige. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, indeed. After hearing Zhang Miao's explanation, Kakashi immediately nodded. If the Uchiha clan can do this, it can indeed change everyone's impression of the Uchiha clan. What about the second point? As for the second point, hehe. Speaking up to this point, Zhang Miao suddenly smiled and raised his eyebrows at Kakashi. If we can take the opportunity to get rid of a hostile high-ranking member of the village, the future of the Uchiha clan will be much better. For this reason, do you think Fugaku wants to send Danzo to Konoha's strict correctional facility? Kakashi. Konoha's strict correctional facility was a special prison used by Konoha to imprison dangerous people. Basically, after one was put inside it, the possibility of coming out again is very little. Therefore, after hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi suddenly became silent. Kakashi was a person who was good at thinking. He felt that if he was in Fugaku's position, for his own people, even if he could not kill Danzo, he would definitely try his best to send him to Konoha's special prison. Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly took a deep look at Zhang Miao. Ryunosuke, your grasp of the human heart is really amazing. However, that is useless. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. In Zhang Miao's opinion, a guy like Danzo would definitely not fall so easily. The best result was that he would temporarily lose his power and step aside for a few years. This was the limit of what Zhang Miao could do. Zhang Miao knew very well that he was still too weak. If he were to fight with Danzou now, then even if he had the identity of the fourth Hokage's orphan, the person who would suffer in the end would likely be him. After all, a living elder of Konoha was more important than a dead Hokage. This was the reality. The most important thing was that Hiruzen was a very emotional person. Minato might be his apprentice, but Danzou was also his former teammate. Therefore, with his character, he would never kill Danzou. Even at a critical moment, he would come out to protect him. In other words, even if Zhang Miao had the ability to deal with Danzou, he had to pass Hiruzen first. If you don't have your own power, you will be controlled by others. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao wanted to build his own force, and he was in an unprecedented hurry. It seems that I have to build up my team as soon as possible. At that time, people like Danzou will only be a clown in front of me. For ordinary people, building a force is not a simple matter, and building a force that can compete with Konoha is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Because forming a big force required him to nurture powerful ninjas who could take their own responsibilities and also inject enough fresh blood to the team. This was not something that could be done overnight. In the original plot, after Orochimaru defected, he went around swindling everywhere. It took him nearly 10 years to build up a small force. The difficulty of building a powerful team can be seen in this. But for Zhang Miao, these difficulties did not exist. With the recruitment system, he just had to work hard to collect the ninja fragments, which completely saved him from other troubles. Because as long as he had enough ninja fragments, with the help of the recruitment system, he could recruit powerful ninjas who were completely loyal to him. If there was any difficulty, then it would be the time needed to collect those fragments. It was easy to recruit a 5-star ninja. If it went smoothly, they could be collected in half a month. However, a 7-star cage-level ninja required at least half a year to recruit. For Zhang Miao, this was too time-consuming. Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately began to count with his fingers. I can recruit up to 2 cage-level ninjas in a year, and 1 jonin per month and a half. Within 10 years, I can only recruit around 10 cage-level ninjas and 40 jonins. At this point, Zhang Miao frowned. That is too little. It's still not enough. Chapter 49, Meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Part 1. Zhang Miao muttered along the way. If someone heard what he said at this time, they would definitely treat him as a madman. 10 cage-level ninjas and 40 jonins were not enough? Why didn't you just go to heaven? One had to know that in the ninja world, strength is absolute. In the face of absolute strength, numerical advantage could be said to be negligible. Putting later stages enemy boss like Madara aside, let's use Nagato and his Pain Rikudo for example. His Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation, alone was enough to destroy the Aniter village, showing the ferocity of an absolute strength. In other words, if Zhang Miao could really brought 10 cage-level ninjas and 40 jonins with him, then even if he wanted to be on the same level as the 5 cages, it was basically not a big problem. As a Naruto fan, Zhang Miao certainly knew the strength of an army with that composition, but now he said that these were not enough. The only explanation was he was spoiled by the recruitment system. It was easy to obtain power by the system's help. So naturally, the more was the better. However, his voice was too soft. Even Kakashi, who was walking next to him, did not hear what he was saying. Occasionally, he heard him say something like cage level and gathering fragments. Kakashi did not understand, so he did not care. After all, there was no such division of strength like cage level in the ninja world. In the entire ninja world, only the village leaders of the 5 major countries were qualified to be called kage. For example, the village of Konoha belonged to the land of fire, and the leader of the ninja village was called Hokage. For example, the Omegakure of the land of rain, no matter how strong their leader Hanzo of the salamander was, he could not be called a Mekage. To put it bluntly, the kage title was not only about personal strength, but also the manifestation of the strength of the country and its ninja village. As for the ninjas whose strength was not inferior to the 5 cages, everyone generally called them S-rank ninjas. If Zhang Miao had just said S-rank, then Kakashi would definitely pay a little attention, but Zhang Miao said cage level, so Kakashi thought that he was just talking nonsense. Looking at Zhang Miao who kept muttering while walking, the expression on Kakashi's face suddenly became gentle. Ryunosuke, aren't you tired of walking? Let me carry you. Ah. Hearing Kakashi's words, Zhang Miao came back to his senses. He immediately smiled at Kakashi and shook his head. Haha, no need. In terms of leg strength, I might not lose to you. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. A bet. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi suddenly became interested. What bet? Let's bet who will arrive at the Hokage's office first. Zhang Miao pointed at the building with the character fire written on it in the distance and grinned at Kakashi. If I win, you must take me out for fishing tomorrow. What do you think? Kakashi did not expect Zhang Miao to propose to compete with him in terms of leg strength. In his opinion, how could an ordinary child like Zhang Miao outrun him? So after hearing Zhang Miao's proposal, he was stunned. Seeing the stunned look on Kakashi's face, Zhang Miao grinned again and extended 3 fingers toward him. Alright, then I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. At the same time as he counted 3, Zhang Miao's figure instantly disappeared from where he was and then appeared on the wall more than 10 meters away. Seeing this scene, Kakashi was shocked and widened his eyes. That is definitely a teleportation type jutsu. When did Ryunosuke learn such a powerful jutsu? The teleportation jutsu Zhang Miao used was a movement method that could surpass the speed of the naked eye, and there were roughly 3 ways to achieve it: space-time ninjutsu, escape jutsu, and taijutsu. The fastest was undoubtedly the space-time ninjutsu represented by Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, the user would switch places like a flash of light. This was why Minato is called the Yellow Flash. And to use the escape jutsu to achieve teleportation, you need the corresponding secret ninjutsu or bloodline limit, such as Gaara's Sand, Hanzo's Water Clone, and the others. As for the last, taijutsu, although its speed and travel distance was not comparable to the space-time ninjutsu, but this kind of taijutsu that relied on skilled and efficient use of one's own body was the most commonly used among the 3. Of course, that was only relative to space-time ninjutsu and escape jutsu. In fact, even among the jonins, only a few was able to master taijutsu-based teleportation. And Kakashi was one of them. Kakashi's teleportation jutsu relied on his lightning chakra to stimulate his body's activity, greatly increasing his movement speed, thus achieving teleportation. As for the other people's taijutsu, they were all the same. Basically, they were all stimulated by chakra. But Zhang Miao, he actually appeared on the wall more than 10 meters away in a flash. His movements were clean and neat, without any sloppiness. During this period, Kakashi did not feel any chakra reaction. Although Kakashi was not a sensor-type ninja, he was so close with him that if Zhang Miao used chakra, it was impossible for him not to feel it. Then there was only one explanation: Zhang Miao's teleportation was a taijutsu that relied entirely on his body's strength. This kind of situation was rare even in the entire Konoha, at least Kakashi had never seen it before. So he was shocked. Ryunosuke, this kid's physique is so strong. Who taught him? What happened in the 2 months I was away? While Kakashi was in a daze, Zhang Miao did not stop. After a few leaps, he disappeared from Kakashi's sight. So fast. Kakashi was secretly shocked. He no longer cared about being in a daze. He also jumped onto the wall and chased in the direction Zhang Miao left. Originally, Kakashi thought that he would catch up to Zhang Miao very soon, but what he did not expect was that Zhang Miao was much faster than he imagined. Moreover, whenever he was about to catch up, Zhang Miao would always take out some random stuff like spatulas, bowls and other things and throw them at him. Then, when he was dodging, he once again pulled away from him, making Kakashi not know whether to laugh or cry. Where did this guy find these messy things? In the end, Zhang Miao reached the door of the Hokage's office 2 seconds ahead of his prediction, and then grinned at the helpless Kakashi. Hehe, I won. Let's go fishing tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Hearing Zhang Miao's words, Kakashi immediately nodded. Fishing is not a problem, but let's go see the Hokage first. After saying that, Kakashi took out his Anbu mask again and brought Zhang Miao to the door of the Hokage's office, then knocked on the door. Knock knock. Come in. Hearing Hiruzen's voice, Kakashi brought Zhang Miao into the office, and then respectfully knelt down in front of Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Ryunosuke has been brought here. At this time, Hiruzen was wearing a red and white robe, a Hokage hat, and a pipe in his hand. After hearing Kakashi's words, he immediately nodded. Well, get up. Yes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi stood up and retreated to the side. At this time, Hiruzen turned his eyes to Zhang Miao and asked kindly, "Little friend, I know you. You are the Ryunosuke who likes to eat meat, right?" "Yes." Hearing Hiruzen's words, Zhang Miao immediately nodded and then looked at Hiruzen with a flat expression. "Old man, I know you too. You are the Hiruzen who likes to use the crystal ball to peek at women's bath, right?" Hiruzen, cough, cough, cough. Kakashi. Chapter 50, Meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Part 2. For the current Zhang Miao, pretending to be innocent had already become his basic skill to get things go as he wished, without the slightest hesitation. In any case, there was no harm in a child's words. Looking at Hiruzen's violent coughing, Zhang Miao immediately waved at him with a smile, and then winked at him. "Hey, third old man, don't cough like that. Seems like you have a hidden guilt. Don't worry, I also like those pretty big sisters very much. We are all men, after all." "I understand." Hiruzen. "What the hell do you know?" Looking at Zhang Miao who was winking at him, Hiruzen did not know whether to laugh or cry. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly showed a look of emotion. "Ying reported to me that you were a genius. I didn't believe it, at first, but now I believe her." Hearing Hiruzen mentioned Ying, Zhang Miao's face suddenly changed, but in just an instant, he returned to his previous expression and asked Hiruzen with a smile. "Third old man, this Ying you are talking about is the big sister with purple hair, right? Can you tell me her name?" Zhang Miao felt that he concealed it very well, but he didn't know that his sudden change of expression at that moment had been caught by Hiruzen. Looking at the sudden change in Zhang Miao's expression, Hiruzen's heart sank a little. Although I don't know whether Kakashi was the one who told him, but looking at his expression, I'm afraid he already knows the news of Ying's death. But this kind of behavior is not like an ordinary child. It seems that Kushina is right, there is indeed darkness in this child's heart. Thinking of this, Hiruzen looked at Zhang Miao again, his eyes full of seriousness. "Ryunosuke, tell me, what is your dream?" Asking about ideals was Hiruzen's usual method, because he felt that he could see a lot of things from a person's ideals. But Zhang Miao was not happy. "Did you not understand me? I came to ask you about Ying's identity. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it, but why would you want to talk about life ideals with me? Since you want to talk nonsense with me, I will give you a real piece of nonsense." Thinking of this, Zhang Miao immediately made a thoughtful expression. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he seemed to have finally made up his mind. Then he raised his head and looked at Hiruzen. "Third old man, I have already thought it through. My dream is to revive the Uzumaki clan." Reviving his own clan. Hearing Zhang Miao's answer, Hiruzen immediately nodded. Many families in the world rose quickly and declined quickly, so it was relatively normal for someone to wish for their clan's revival. But compared to those children who were screaming to be a Hokage, Zhang Miao's answer was too mature, so Hiruzen continued to ask. "So, what method do you plan to use to revive your clan?" Hiruzen originally would ask Zhang Miao this question in the future. After all, it was good for a child to have a goal, but how could he think so far ahead? But something that he did not expect happened again. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao nodded again. "I have already thought about this. I have decided to find 18 concubines and have 100 children. I will strive to revive the swirling clan within 3 generations. Of course, I also know that this kind of mission is very difficult and will be very hard in the future. But for the sake of reviving the clan, I can endure this hardship." Hiruzen. Kakashi. "Damn it, we also want endure that kind of suffering." Looking at Zhang Miao's valiant expression, Hiruzen's old face suddenly twitched several times. "Haven't you thought about becoming the Hokage? Being the Hokage can also help reviving your clan." Obviously. Hiruzen intended to guide Zhang Miao to go back to the right path, but unfortunately, as soon as he stopped talking, Zhang Miao shook his head without hesitation. "It is impossible for Naruto to be a Hokage, and it is even more impossible for him to be a Hokage in this condition. But I can't be a Hokage, so I can only marry more wives and have more children to barely revive the family." Hiruzen. Kakashi. "Motherfucker, what a bunch of nonsense, I almost believed you." At this time, Hiruzen suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with Zhang Miao, so he could only change the topic. "What about after you revive the clan? What are you going to do then? After reviving the clan?" Hearing this question, Zhang Miao pondered for another 2 minutes before looking at Hiruzen seriously. I plan to save the world. Hearing Zhang Miao's dream, Hiruzen was so excited that he almost threw away the pipe in his hand. This damned brat finally had a normal dream. Thinking of this, Hiruzen held back his inner thoughts and continued to ask Zhang Miao, then how are you going to save the world? Are you going to become an outstanding ninja? In Hiruzen's view, even if he could not become a Hokage, he could only guide Zhang Miao to become an outstanding ninja. It would not be a waste of Minato and Kushina's trust. However, Zhang Miao's answer once again exceeded Hiruzen's expectations. I plan to use my charm to save the world. Your charm? Hearing Zhang Miao's answer, Hiruzen was stunned. Looking at the confused Hiruzen, Zhang Miao nodded again. Yes, my charm. I think that the ninja world needs peace. First of all, the 5 major countries need to be at peace. I remember that the 4th Kazekage has a daughter named Temari. I decided to use my charm to deal with her and then use my body for the peace between Konoha and Suna. Hiruzen. Fuck off. If I could still use my body in exchange for peace, I would have gone up long ago. Why would I need to fight in 3 world wars? However, did the 4th Kazekage really have a daughter named Temari? How did he know? Thinking of this, Hiruzen's old face suddenly twitched twice. I didn't expect you to be so well informed. You even know about the 4th Kazekage's daughter. What about the Tsuchikage? Facing Hiruzen's question, Zhang Miao showed a confident smile again. The 3rd Tsuchikage has a granddaughter named Kuratsuki. I can also conquer her with my charm. Hiruzen. The 3rd Tsuchikage had a son named Kitsuki. Hiruzen knew this, but he really did not know that he had a granddaughter. He was the Hokage of Konoha, so how could he have the time to care about whether other Kage had a granddaughter? But how did Zhang Miao know that? He even planned to conquer her with his charm. What were you? A banknote? Thinking of this, the corners of Hiruzen's mouth twitched again. Alright, let's not talk about the land of wind or earth for now. What about the land of water? As far as I know, the 4th Mizukage has neither a daughter nor a granddaughter. What are you going to do? Hiruzen thought that Zhang Miao was at his wit's end this time, but what he did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miao laughed again. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. Ever since the 4th Kazekage went into power, Kirigakure has been famously known as the village of bloody mist. There has been a non-stop civil strife since then, so I guess he will be finished before long. At this point, Zhang Miao immediately winked at Hiruzen. I heard that there is a big sister called Terumi Mei in Kirigakure. Not only does she have 2 types of bloodline limit, but her reputation in the village is also very good. So I think that she has a great chance of becoming the 5th Mizukage. When the time comes, I will use my charm to conquer her. Hiruzen. Still blabbering about your charm? Are you crazy or what?